See, I don't think that you could just remove Nicolas Maduro from that equation and leave everything else status quo and expect things to change.
Within days of Maduro's capture, the AP got a tip about Delcy Rodriguez's own connections to drug trafficking allegations.
Jesus.
Wow. My colleague Jim Mustian from New York got some information about possible criminal investigations in the United States to Delcy Rodriguez. Let me take a look. Okay, let's see what this is. What does this mean? Oh, she's got a NATIS number. A NATIS number is a big deal. I have to understand this better.
Yeah.
We gotta call Jim.
Same.
We gotta find out what all this means. Oh my God, that's a huge. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean, this 11 cases. Great work. Great work. Okay. Let's find a place to work. I need to work. Oh, thanks. I'm gonna call my editor. Hey, can I patch in Jim?
Good afternoon. Her entry into DOJ's and the DEA's file on her, the quote, involved in drug trafficking and gold smuggling projects. The language, this source described Delcy as a priority target. But the quote,
I remember
that's
one
we could
time
probably use if we
this one
needed to.
person,
I
like,
mean, this is, I'm just going through my messages.
one
The source
girl-
is listed as a priority
I
target.
think she said she was like an Uber driver.
That doesn't mean that, for example, Jim mentioned earlier drug trafficking. Well, that doesn't mean that she herself was doing that. It just means that she was mentioned in connection
She's like
to
some Uber driver,
that
and then
drug
she,
trafficking and gold
came to,
trafficking
like, hang out with me,
investigation.
and then,
Now,
like,
what her role is, if any,
I think she just
would
picked me up,
be, something that you
and
would
she was
only
like,
learn in
"Do
an
you wanna
indictment,
go
and she has
to
not
Taco
been indicted,
Bell?"
as far as
So
we
we
know.
went to, like, the
This is
Taco
a
Bell
major
drive-thru.
surprise because even though
And we
I
just,
think
like,
Venezuela
ate some
is
tacos.
long been a target-rich environment for the DEA and other agencies,
And then she was
she
like,
somehow, somewhat uniquely, had escaped
I'm gonna go home or
being
something.
criminally charged herself.
So
The
pretty
AP
much
has changed
she's
documents
picking me
claiming,
up.
quote, the
got
DEA
me
has
some
amassed
Taco
a
Bell
detailed
drive-thru
intelligence
dessert.
file on Rodriguez,
ate.
cataloging her known associates and allegations ranging from drug trafficking
So that's
to
pretty
gold
weird.
smuggling.
La gobernante interina de Venezuela, Delcy Rodríguez, lleva años en la mira de la DEA. Según AP, Rodríguez incluso fue calificada en 2022 como objetivo prioritario.
The Venezuelan government dismissed the story as fake. Nobody from the Trump administration would agree to an interview. But Secretary of State Rubio was questioned about the allegations in a Senate hearing.
The DEA has reportedly identified Delcy Rodriguez as a significant actor in the drug trade. Do you agree with that?
Well, first of all, on the first point, I would say she's not indicted the way Maduro and his wife were. So I'm not going to speculate about newspaper articles and what law enforcement is working on. If in fact there were such an investigation, that's something that we would speculate on. Suffice it to say that this was not a normal system. We all should stipulate to that, okay? That regime, as everyone understood, was held together by corruption. The glue that kept people together was not loyalty to Maduro. It was the fact that these 5 guys had 5 separate oil fields that were assigned to them. These people
No,
had drug
I
lords.
understand that.
But that's gonna
And
be
I'm
clear
not
now.
defending the regime. In fact, I'm concerned that we haven't really changed the regime enough.
I acknowledge that we are dealing with, I told you, with individuals that have been involved in things that in our system would not be acceptable, would not be acceptable to us in the long term. By no means is our policy to leave in place something permanent that's as corrupt as you've
I
described.
wouldn't go through
We are in
it.
the transition and
They
stabilization
said-
phase. We are just acknowledging reality, and that is you have to work with the people that are in charge of the elements of government.
One of those people was Venezuelan Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello,
That's right.
who was charged with drug trafficking in the same indictment as Maduro.
Diosdado Cabello, who is the Minister of the Interior, control police, secret police, intelligence,
Yeah.
is a criminal. He's under indictment for drug trafficking. He's the chief thug of the regime. He's the guy who's really in charge of these prisons and their torture chambers. And if there is a democratic Venezuela, he will have no place in it except maybe
People
in
put some
prison.
weird
So
situations,
he
like
could be a spoiler, he could be a break.
if you're done, it's easy to get put in weird situations like that.
Despite Cabello still being in place, Venezuelans were looking for signs the regime would ease its repressive rule and take steps towards democracy. 5 days after Maduro's capture, the government made a dramatic announcement.
The Venezuelan regime announced Thursday it would release a significant number of political prisoners in the coming hours.
Caracas announced it would release a large number of detainees in what officials referred to as a goodwill gesture.
But on the ground, there was no sign of a large number of releases. On the night of the announcement, relatives gathered outside El Rodeo prison.
El Rodeo, which is outside Caracas, is significant because it holds the largest number of prisoners considered to be detained for their political beliefs.
Just 4 prisoners have been freed so far. The families were praying for more.
Nosotros vamos a iniciar esta oración porque tenemos mucha fe de que todos los que están allá adentro van a salir. Todos los que están allá adentro van a ser libres en el nombre poderoso de Jesús.
They have been moving political prisoners from one facility to another, to another, to another. So at this point, it was a bit of a guess,
Who's where? Well, I mean, it seems well short of hundreds of people, right? I mean, this doesn't seem, at least for now, much of a gesture of reconciliation.
It is possible that more people that we know of have been released.
We just haven't seen them.
¿Aló? Bien, ¿cómo le va? Venezuelan lawyer Alfredo Romero, who works from a secret location, was also monitoring the releases.
Hay expectativas ahí de que una gente pueda en una noche si acaso. Obviamente es un número que no dicen o una lista que no dicen, entonces no sabemos a quién van a sacar.
His human rights group tracks the numbers of political prisoners.
Something that worries me is that in the past they have released like 100 political prisoners, and then in 1 month or 2 months they have actually incarcerated other 100 political prisoners. That's what I've been calling the revolving door effect, or the revolving door of repression, using political prisoners as a way to intimidate the population. La libertad de preso política es como un primer paso antes del primer paso, porque el primer paso es el desmantelamiento del sistema represivo. Ese es el primer paso.
From the start, President Trump was pressed on the issue of Venezuela's political prisoners.
Are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
In those early days, the president's focus was on oil.
President Trump invited a group of oil businessmen to the White House, a variety of profiles. The large players like Exxon, Conoco, and Chevron were there.
So we're going to discuss how these great American companies can help rapidly rebuild Venezuela's dilapidated oil industry and bring millions of barrels of oil production to benefit the United States, the people of Venezuela, and the entire world.
If you're talking about the massive projects that need to be invested in to rebuild the Venezuelan oil industry, we're talking about $100 billion in investment in a decade. These type of investors, they want long-term horizons.
Francisco Monaldi is an expert on the Venezuelan oil industry.
Exxon was not enthusiastic at all and basically said that the country was uninvestable under the current circumstances.
We first started in Venezuela back in the 1940s. We've had our assets seized there twice, and so you can imagine to re-enter a third time would require some pretty significant changes from what we've historically seen here and what is currently the state.
Companies do not care if a country is democratic or not. They care about the rule of law and respect of their contracts and stability. The issue in the case of Venezuela is that I think it's unlikely that they will get all those conditions without democracy.
Trump pushed Delcy Rodriguez to relax state control over the oil sector and make it more attractive to U.S. investment. She signaled a willingness to comply.
Yo quiero anunciar que hemos traído el proyecto de ley de reforma parcial de la ley orgánica de hidrocarburos. Pido a este cuerpo legislativo la aprobación de esta reforma parcial.
Delcy Rodriguez has been portrayed as someone eager, for example, to work with American oil companies. So what, in your view, is her long game?
I think we should ask ourselves, what would I do or you do if you were Delcy Rodriguez? What can I get away with? Do the Americans want me out immediately? No. What do they seem to want most of all? Oil. Okay, I can deal with that. That doesn't undermine my staying power in office. They want some prisoners out, we can start doing that. We'll do it slowly. Maybe we can get away with that. Maybe we survive all of this.
A week after the capture of Maduro, the vast majority of political prisoners remained behind bars. Regina Garcia-Cano and AP photojournalist Ariana Cubillos were heading to a prison in San Francisco de Yara, an hour south of Caracas.
So we are waiting for the third day in a row outside a prison, but so far they've released no more than 20.
Esa hace más en el periodismo, esperar o tomar fotos.
Máxima prudencia y cordura.
After hours of waiting, a car pulls out of the prison gates.
They were honking the horn. People were applauding. So we followed the car. The car stopped about a half a mile away from the prison, and we found Diogenes and 3 relatives, including his mother, right at the intersection.
¿Cómo te sientes en ese momento?
Emocionado, contento, gracias a Dios, volver a disfrutar con mi familia.
His family believes he was detained because he shared a video on social media. He was 17 at the time.
¿Qué mostró el video?
Sobre una marcha de la oposición.
Antes de la elección.
Ante la elección.
Señora, dígame cómo se siente.
Emocionada.
No lo esperaba. Pero fue un éxito total. La libertad que más admiraba nos ayudó.
The news about Maduro's capture hadn't yet reached Diogenes and his fellow inmates.
¿Sabes que Maduro ya no es presidente?
Sí. Emocional. No sabía nada de eso, no.
Lo capturó Estados Unidos aquí dentro del país hace una semana en una operación. Está en una corte de Estados Unidos.
Contento.
Diogenes had been arrested in 2024, along with many others from the political opposition. Maduro had been under pressure from the Biden administration to allow free and fair elections.
I think what Biden saw was an opportunity to try something new in Venezuela, to re-engage with Maduro, to talk about elections, to talk about sanctions, to talk about immigration.
Both sides would make concessions. Maduro agreed to release Americans being held in Venezuelan jails and promised to hold democratic elections.
Our focus was on getting the Americans out to create an opening for us to have a dialogue, but making clear that U.S.-Venezuela relations will only improve after there was actually a free and fair election.
Biden promised to ease sanctions and even agreed to free the indicted Maduro money man, Alex Saab.
Saludando un estrecho y fraterno abrazo también al presidente de Venezuela.
It was a hard decision. The Department of Justice did not like the release of Alex Saab. I wish that we hadn't had to release Alex Saab, but I think the President of the United States has to make really tough calls, and his number one priority is the safety of Americans.
You know, one of the things that happened in the Biden administration that I was unhappiest with was the release of Alex Saab. Now that's an example of taking pressure off the regime.
Has Maduro committed to you that he will allow all candidates to run in the next presidential election?
I've not spoken to Maduro. He's committed to we've laid down specific requirements for a democratic election. He's agreed to all of them.
And
thank you.
Maduro's commitment would quickly be put to the test. In the election, he was being challenged by the popular opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado.
No tenemos miedo. No tenemos miedo. In Venezuela, voters took to the polls Sunday for a presidential primary election to decide who will challenge President Nicolas Maduro next year.
Maria Corina Machado decided to run for the Democratic opposition primary. Almost 2 million went to vote. Maria Corina Machado got 92% of the vote.
David Smolansky is one of Machado's advisors.
People were not only electing a candidate, people were electing a leader.
But Maduro's government banned her from running in the presidential election, so she endorsed someone else as her proxy.
Mundo Gonzalez was a diplomat during the democratic years of Venezuela, but he was not known. And when Maria Corina Machado did the rally with the Mundo Gonzalez poster, everyone knew at that moment who Mundo Gonzalez was. What happened in a matter of weeks?
The authoritarian regime of Nicolas Maduro is facing one of its toughest challenges in years.
If the polls are correct, the vote could mark the end of President Nicolas Maduro's 11-year grip on power of the crisis-stricken country.
El 28 de julio de 2024, una suerte de esperanza silenciosa se estaba manifestando de sentir que ese era el día definitorio, decisivo para propiciar un cambio político en Venezuela, y eso yo creo que se reflejaba desde el minuto uno de ese día. Esas imágenes que veíamos de gente desde la madrugada llegando a los centros electorales era un indicativo de por dónde iban las cosas. En la medianoche del 28 de julio, el presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral da un resultado donde anuncia como ganador a Nicolás Maduro.
Nicolás Maduro Moro, 51.20%.
Un resultado que no coincide con la evidencia que recolectó la oposición de las actas de las máquinas de votación que se usaron ese día. Hubo protestas prácticamente en todo el país.
Hugo Chávez's statues were taken down by the people. Maduro knew he lost. They reacted with the most brutal repression. More than 2,000 innocent Venezuelans were kidnapped, illegally detained, disappeared.
Some of Machado's allies were arrested and would end up in El Acorde prison.
I think Maduro did cross the Rubicon after the election because nobody could argue that he was a legitimate leader at that point.
What you're learning from this is there is no possible way through peaceful protests or through elections to get rid of this criminal gang.
Maria Corina Machado went into hiding. In late 2025, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize and escaped from Venezuela.
The Nobel Committee says that they awarded the prize based on Machado's leadership and promotion of democratic rights for Venezuelans. This is a blow for President Trump. He's been pressuring leaders in Norway to award him the prize.
Hours after Maduro was captured, President Trump was asked about Machado.
Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of
Machado. I've been in contact with her.
No, we haven't. I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within, or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect within the country.
I thought in that moment that when transitions begins, they are complicated. And again, especially the beginning could be messy.
12 days later, Maria Corina Machado came to Washington.
We're at the White House where right now Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader, is meeting with President Trump. It's a hugely important meeting for her and the Venezuelan opposition. They are completely marginalized from the negotiations over Venezuela's future.
I think no one has any doubt that the legitimacy, the credibility, and the popularity is on Maria Corina Machado. If you had elections right now in Venezuela, she would win overwhelmingly.
After a private meeting with the president, Machado emerged to crowds of supporters.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Machado calling the gesture a recognition for his unique commitment with Venezuela's freedom.
The next morning, she met with reporters.
What's your message to the president and to the United States when U.S. policy is still to support the Chavismo government that still exists in Caracas?
This has nothing to do with a tension or decision between Delcy Rodriguez and myself. This is about a criminal structure that is the regime and the mandate of the Venezuelan people. I have no doubt that President Trump, his administration, and the people of the United States support democracy, justice, freedom, and the mandate of the people of Venezuela.
Why align Delcy Rodriguez and the residents of the Maduro regime and not with Machado, who has the support of the Venezuelan people?
Well, if you ever remember a place called Iraq where everybody was fired, every single person, the police, the generals, everybody was fired, and they ended up being ISIS. Instead of just getting down to business, they ended up being ISIS. So I remember that. But I'll tell you, I had a great meeting yesterday by a person who I have a lot of respect for, and she has respect, obviously, for me and our country, and she gave me her Nobel Prize. But I'll tell you what, I got to know her. I never met her before, and I was very, very impressed. She's this is a fine woman.
But for now, Trump would leave Machado on the sidelines without a commitment about a future role for her in Venezuela. Meanwhile, on the ground in Caracas, Delcy Rodriguez continued trying to shore up her own precarious position.
Delcy Rodriguez is walking a tightrope. On one hand, she needs to rally her base, remind them that they're still trying to bring Maduro back. On the other, she's facing the US, and she knows that she must meet many demands. She's in a tough position for sure.
In late January, she signed a law giving foreign oil companies greater freedom to operate in Venezuela. President Trump quickly eased sanctions on the country's oil sector.
En esta ley está en contra del comandante Chávez.
Ahora firma
La soberanía sobre nuestros recursos energéticos.
This is an absolute betrayal of what Hugo Chavez wanted for the Venezuelan oil sector. He will be absolutely shocked. This is absolutely dismantling all the oil framework that he created that gave full control over the oil sector to the government.
It was a win for the Trump administration.
The thing I worry about most regarding Venezuela is today, us. I think that if American policy is to push in a reasonable, sensible manner toward a restoration of democracy. They will be able to do it. And what I really fear is some kind of deal in Washington that leaves this regime in place permanently as long as they're willing to do what we want on oil.
This hour, Secretary of State Marco Rubio is set to answer questions from senators on the Foreign Relations Committee.
Testifying in the Senate, Marco Rubio acknowledged the regime's actions.
The authorities there deserve some credit. They have passed a new hydrocarbon law that basically eradicates many of the Chavez-era restrictions on private investment in the oil industry. It probably doesn't go far enough to attract sufficient investment, but it's a big step from where they were 3 weeks ago. So that's a major change.
He continued to urge patience with the transition.
One of parts of the transition phase, or the recovery phase, is beginning to create space for different voices inside of Venezuelan politics to have an ability to speak out. Part of that is the release of political prisoners. They're releasing them probably slower than I would like them to, but they are releasing them.
I think there's a chance that Marco Rubio pulls this off. I want to recognize that he may be able to actually get this where a year from now there's a democratic transition. But I think there are also many more scenarios in which this can go horribly sideways.
The end state here is we want to reach a phase of transition where we are left with a friendly, stable, prosperous Venezuela and democratic, in which all elements of society are represented and in fair elections. We're not going to get there in 3 weeks. It's going to take some time.
As of now, Nicolas Maduro and his wife have pleaded not guilty and remain in U.S. custody, awaiting trial. And there are reports that his former operative, Alex Saab, may be joining them.
En las últimas horas se ha dicho que Alex Saab ha sido detenido en Venezuela.
La noticia no ha sido confirmada de manera oficial por parte del gobierno de Venezuela.
De pronto podría tener un pedido de extradición.
And this does mark a new level of collaboration between President Trump and interim President Delcy Rodriguez.
Que Delcy Rodríguez termine extraditando a Alex Saab a los Estados Unidos, me parece, digamos, una señal.
Shopify returns got you chasing emails and spreadsheets. Connect ShipStation with Shopify, and your returns basically run themselves. Labels, tracking, even the branded return experience, it's all automatic. It's faster for you and smoother for them, and that kind of experience, oh, that's how you keep customers. Connect ShipStation with Shopify. It's kind of a dream team.
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking a dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Start your...
So what happened, mate?
They didn't like something that appeared on my Facebook page.
Do you know what happened with that Facebook post?
I really don't. I said I didn't put it there, and they wanted to investigate my phone. I decided it might not be the greatest idea to give my phone to a company that's been known to hack phones. They wanted access to bits of my phone that I didn't think they should be able to look at. As soon as I started talking to lawyers, they were like, don't give them your phone under any circumstances. And I speak to people who are moving out of London now because London to them has become unrecognisable. It's different because it is now full of people from somewhere else. And it didn't used to be. And the difference for me with New York and London was that all of the immigration in New York was people who wanted to be American. In London and in other parts of Britain, we've got these communities which are not British. And they don't want to be British. It's hard not to notice it.
Mike Graham, welcome back to Signal.
Good day. I think this is my third time, isn't it?
It is your third time. And you are now a fellow YouTuber.
I am.
Courtesy of some events.
Yes, indeed.
So what happened, mate?
Very proud. Well, apparently I wasn't fired. My lawyers tell me I was not fired, but I was simply not taken back. I was never suspended either, according to News UK. But basically, they didn't like something that appeared on my Facebook page. I said I didn't put it there. They said, well, you're going to have to prove it that you didn't put it there because we've had a complaint from inside the building. from somebody in TalkSport who tweeted out that I was a racist, effectively, or that I'd said something racist. And that sort of began a whole chain of events which went on for about a month, during which time I tried to prove to them I hadn't done it, which they weren't satisfied with. They wanted to see my phone, they wanted to investigate my phone, they wanted to investigate my iPad. I decided it might not be the greatest idea to give my phone to a company that's been known to hack phones, with the hope that they wouldn't look at bits of my phone that they wanted to see, which was not anything to do with my personal life, but was everything to do with my work life, everything to do with people I had conversations with. I mean, so it became a kind of a fight between two sets of lawyers in the end, which never goes well, whether it's a divorce or whether
It goes well for the lawyers.
it goes well for the lawyers. They did very well out of it, I can tell you.
Yeah.
Still paying them off. And
So just to get back to this thing about something was posted on your Facebook thing, which was a bit of a racist comment.
It was a bit of a racist comment. It was basically, it was a picture of some people on a tube train, which I didn't take, and another picture which I had taken, which looked like it had been somehow doctored and put on the same Facebook post. It also went on Instagram because my Facebook and my Instagram are linked, and it was all about, you know, why there's so many non-white people on the tube, words to that effect, you know, and you know, a couple of swear words, and it was pretty offensive. But
you didn't post it.
But I didn't post it, and I was made aware of it on the morning of Monday, the 20th, I think, of October. And I looked at it and I thought, Christ, I don't know what that is. So I just deleted it. So it wasn't even really there for very long. And then I got a call after I'd finished my show, went home, got a call from my boss saying, you know, there's been a complaint about this Twitter post. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, I saw it this morning, but to be honest, I was doing my show right in the middle of when I was, you know, told that it was there. And I just got rid of it. And I didn't even see when it was posted. I didn't really investigate it. But what I can do is show you that it wasn't anywhere in my log. That I didn't, you know, my log proves that I didn't post it. I haven't got the picture in my pictures, which I showed them. I was called into a meeting. I showed the head of HR and I showed my immediate boss that part of my phone. But then they wanted to go further. And as soon as I started talking to cybersecurity people, and as soon as I started talking to lawyers, they were like, don't give them your phone under any circumstances. I don't, you know, work for them, you know, I'm an individual contractor, I'm not on their staff. They didn't pay me a pension, they didn't pay me for being off sick, you know, I was a contractor. They said, you're under no obligation to do that. And they were asking eventually for access to my WhatsApp messages, for my emails, they wanted access to bits of my phone that I didn't think they should be able to look at. And I thought to myself, you know, they're going to hold all of this information, they're going to basically mirror the whole phone, forensically examine it, and they will be able to look at that, no matter what they say to me.
There's plenty of that stuff meant to get you fired anyway.
Well, exactly. And some of the people I was talking to, that I'd had conversations with on WhatsApp, were people that, shall we say, they don't like very much.
Right.
Because that, you know, that's the business we're in. I'm a journalist, you know, and aside from all of that, there are sources, people that I talk to, people who give me information, you know. My cybersecurity expert that I hired said, you know, they can find this stuff. They can look on your phone and see what's been deleted and what hasn't been deleted. They can still find it. So there's no point in even deleting stuff. So I then went and got my own forensic investigation done by a completely independent team up in near Manchester, at the advice of this cybersecurity guy that I had. And they do stuff all the time. They work with the police, they work with, you know, law enforcement agencies. They're very reputable. I gave them that, and it wasn't enough. They said, no, we want to do it ourselves. And I just thought, you know, and we got to the point at that stage, like 2-3 weeks in, I could just see.
Good evening from Hofstra University in Hempstead.
Follow civilizations.
Anchor of NBC Nightly News.
Getting that from YouTube.
Asia, in what is now an increased preaching.
winter. Our squad of vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is ready. Bundle up. Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places.
The boy pharaoh Pepi was so delighted with Harkuf's trip.
This one has a video to it.
Around the year 1200 AD, the medieval Arab traveller and scholar Abd al-Latif al-Baghdadi departed from his hometown of Baghdad and set out on a journey of exploration. As a young man, al-Baghdadi had studied law, medicine, and philosophy, and was inspired by the works of classical philosophers, in particular Aristotle. At the turn of the 13th century, al-Baghdadi embarked on a series of journeys that would take him to many of the great cities in the region. He travelled to Mosul, to Jerusalem, Damascus, and
one more smoke before bed, but I'm about to lay down and listen to this history.
Aleppo, and eventually, around the year 1204, his journey took him across the Sinai Desert to the banks of the Nile. On his travels, al-Baghdadi wrote a book that was part travel account and part philosophy, entitled Book of Edification and Admonition. In it, he recalls the remarkable impression that Egypt made on him.
إن أرض مصر من البلاد العجيبة الآثار الغريبة الأخبار وهي واد يكتنفه جبلان شرقي.
Egypt is a land of wondrous monuments and strange stories. It consists of a valley enclosed by two ranges of hills, one to the east and one to the west. The Nile runs between them until it reaches Lower Egypt, where it divides into branches, all of which flow out into the sea. The Nile is unusual for its length. We know of no other river in the inhabited world that covers a greater distance.
وهذا النيل له خاصة الأولى بعد مرمى فنحن لا نعلم في المعمورة نهرا أبعد مسافة منه.
As al-Baghdadi travelled around Egypt, he was struck by the incredible variety of ancient remains he saw, great temples of stone and tomb complexes crumbling beside the waters of the Nile. But none of these compared to the most fabled of all Egypt's monuments, which rose to the horizon not far from the city of Memphis, at a place called Giza.
أما ما يوجد بمصر من الآثار القديمة فشيء لم أر ولم أسمع بمثله.
The ancient monuments in Egypt are such as I have never seen nor heard tell of in other lands. First among them are the pyramids. They are very numerous. All are situated on the Giza side of the Nile and extend in the direction of Memphis, spread out along a distance of about 2 days' journey. Some are big, others small. Some are of clay and mud brick, but most are of stone. Some are stepped, but most of them taper smoothly.
And of all these pyramids, 3 stood out for their seemingly impossible immensity.
وأما الأهرام المتحدث عنها المشار إليها الموصوفة.
Turning to the pyramids that everyone talks about, points at, and characterizes in terms of their sheer size, there are 3, laid out in a straight line at Giza. 2 of them are particularly enormous, and it is with these 2 that the poets have been infatuated. The spectacle is so awe-inspiring that your sight will falter as you try to take it all in.
Al-Baghdadi wrote accounts of the local people who lived close to these vast remains. He described some who climbed to the tops of these structures, and others who quarried them for their fine-cut stone. Others still became obsessed with exploring the hidden tunnels and chambers that branched out beneath the pyramids.
In one of the Great Pyramids, there is an opening that allows people to gain entry. It leads them into narrow corridors, labyrinthine passageways, well shafts, pitfalls, and other such features as appear in the accounts of those who venture inside and explore the innermost parts. Many people, obsessed by the pyramid and filled with fanciful ideas about it, are inspired to penetrate its depths. But they always end up at some place beyond which they cannot go. They spoke of how the pyramid was full of bats, and how these bats grow to the size of pigeons. But there are inscriptions on the stones, written in the ancient characters that no one understands. In the entire land of Egypt, I have never found a single person who so much as claimed to have heard of anyone who knew how to read them.
He even seems to have visited the Sphinx nearby, which was then buried up to its neck in the sands.
Also, by the three pyramids, at a distance from them of rather more than a bowshot, the likeness of a most enormous head and neck protrudes from the ground. The people call it Old Father Dread, and assert that its body is buried in the ground. The face is handsomely, indeed admirably portrayed, with a touch of elegance and beauty about the features, as if a smile were playing across them.
Above all, al-Baghdadi was impressed by the mastery of engineering. It must have required to build.
Just taking my last smoke before bed. I was gonna eat a donut, but it turned out to be a lemon-filled donut, which is disgusting. So I'll just drink some tea and play a little Monopoly and then lay down. Ancient Egypt smoked opium. Yeah. This is a really good podcast. It's called Fall of Civilizations, and they go into a really great detail. So this one's all about Egypt. So stay tuned.
Build such constructions, and to have them survive for such a stretch of time.
The construction of the pyramids was carried out according to a methodology remarkable in respect both to design and to precision of execution. This is what has enabled the pyramids to endure time's passing eras. Or rather, it has meant that time itself has had to endure the era of the pyramids.
I know.
Noble.
It's fucked up. My local, my Safeway has really shitty people who go to that Safeway. And like, it's happened twice where like I go up to the donut section and like someone like straight up cuts in front of me like they didn't even know that I was there to grab a donut. And then like last time I was there, like some guy was like waiting behind me, like he was like fiending for donuts. So yeah, they go there early as fuck, and then they take all the good donuts. That's why there's never ever there's never maple donuts there. They like pretty much take all the good donuts, and then they leave the lemon filled one, the chocolate donuts, and whatever other ones they know nobody likes that much. It's fucked up. They got like donut scalpers, like Pokemon scalpers. Is it cursed? It's just my local like Safeway. They have a bakery and a donut section. But they got really shitty people, like homeless people who go in there and steal donuts and shit like that. Yeah, I love me some raspberry cream. But, you know, the homeless people steal that shit. So it's like a rare occasion that I ever get a maple donut, which is like my favorite kind. That's the one that they fucking steal the quickest. Anyways.
Intellects gave the pyramids their all. Pure minds exhausted their every effort for their sake. Enlightened souls outpoured their loftiest capabilities on their design to stand as exemplars that are the pinnacle of the possible. Because of this, they all but speak aloud.
Never had a maple one? They're usually called like maple bars. They're so good. And then they got the donuts with the chocolate on top, but I don't really like those very much.
Old of their builders, telling us what sort of folk they were, giving voice to their intellects.
I don't think so.
Relating the stories of their lives and times.
When al-Baghdadi visited Giza around the year 1200,
I would probably like it though.
The Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world and had been for more than 3,700 years. All that time, it had testified to the greatness of the civilization that had grown up on the banks of the Nile, a civilization that had passed through countless periods of flourishing and decay, and then finally disappeared beneath the sands of the desert.
I want to go see the pyramids.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of the most iconic cultures ever produced by humankind, the civilizations of Egypt's Nile Valley. I want to show how this series of related societies grew up in the floodplains of their great river and built some of the most enduring and recognizable structures in the world. I want to tell the story of how they rose, how they endured, and how they finally faded from history altogether. The story of Egypt is one of the greatest and longest epics in all of history. Many empires would consider themselves lucky to last through the reigns of 31 kings, but ancient Egypt would see the reign of 31 dynasties of kings, lasting for more than 3,000 years. In the time since, historians have long struggled with this panoply of rulers and eras, and have tried to wrestle the history of Egypt into neat categories. They typically split its history into three sets of dynasties, commonly known as the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom.
Definitely. That sounds like a move. Carve my name onto a pyramid. Sounds like a life goal.
Between these are a number of intermediate periods, when the central power of its kings failed and the land divided. Throughout this history, Egypt's empire would ebb and flow, just like the great river that gave it life. That river was the greatest watercourse of the entire Afro-Eurasian landmass, the River Nile. The Nile finds its source in Lake Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. It's a body of water about the size of Georgia, or nearly the size of Ireland. The gigantic Lake Victoria drains into the river known as the White Nile, which is joined by the so-called Blue Nile further downstream at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. From there, it flows for a further 2,000 kilometers across the Nubian and Egyptian deserts to Cairo, where it branches out into a wide delta and empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Next to the Amazon River, the Nile is either the longest or second longest river on Earth. It runs for 6,800 kilometers, or around a sixth of the way around the Earth, and its drainage basin covers a tenth of the entire landmass of Africa. Egypt itself has an extremely arid climate, and its inland territories experience virtually no rainfall. If geography had been only a little different, and Lake Victoria had not begun to
I heard someone came in here and said there was some doorbell footage, so that's the latest update I've heard, but I haven't really followed it. I'll have to check in the morning.
Rain westwards, we can only imagine how differently history might have gone. For at least the last 5,000 years, every blade of grass and every tree in the Nile Valley, every animal and every person to ever live,
hopefully they cut
every
the
priest and every king
cut the right dude.
owes their existence solely to this river.
What's up, Phoenix?
Human presence in Egypt is among the oldest in the world. After evolving in the region of East Africa, modern humans migrated primarily along this corridor, and from there spread to the rest of the world. The Nile is, in a sense, the highway down which all of humanity has once passed. As one of our first stops along our great journey, Egypt is home to human remains of astonishing antiquity. Stone tools worked by archaic humans have been discovered in Nile deposits dating to as early as 600,000 years ago, and modern Homo sapiens followed in the last 100,000 years or so. These migrations likely happened during one of the many African humid periods that have occurred over the last millions of years. These are times when shifts in the planet's climate caused rains to fall on the Sahara Desert. During these periods, the desert bloomed into a verdant grassland, home to animals and people. And when the period ended, the grasses would die, the animals would leave, and the sands would return. It's thought that this cycle has occurred more than 200 times since the desert first formed 8 million years ago. The earliest peoples in this region lived by hunting and fishing, and left behind stone tools and a multitude of rock paintings. From about the year 13,000 BC, in one of the Sahara's driest periods in history, the Sibyllian culture began gathering wild wheat and barley, and from there developed their own domesticated strains. From 9000 BC, people began to weave thread from wool, and another humid period began. One enigmatic stone circle at the desert site of Nabta Playa dates to around 7500 BC, when the Sahara was a range of rolling grassland once more. This stone monument may have been used to mark the movements of stars at different times of the year.
Yeah, I'm mostly interested in history stuff, and there's a lot of history to learn, so, but I like true crime also, and politics, and comedy, and random shit. Sanskrit from Europe happens decent equator since, I don't know, man, maybe.
Yeah, so that people could keep track of cycles like the harvest and the migration of animals for hunting. Nabta Playa has been called Egypt's
But this is like one of the best history podcasts. It's called Fall of Civilizations.
But this doesn't quite do it justice, since it was built at least 5,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were ever laid.
Well, I like interrogation videos mostly. Those are interesting to me.
When the last ice
Or like just cop videos in general, like police chases and shit.
age ended and the Sahara once more dried up, any peoples who had been living and herding in its grasslands would have been driven out of their ancestral homes. They would have wandered across the newly formed desert until they reached the only stretch of green in the midst of all that sand. That was the banks of the Nile, and here they would make their home. These peoples would build a collection of scattered settlements reaching up and down the river. But slowly, as more and more people were driven to the riverbank to survive, these began to coalesce into larger towns, cities, and finally, kingdoms. The ancient Egyptians referred to the whole region by the name the Two Lands, referring to the long Nile Valley in the south.
Oh, I thought you were calling me a loser. No, I haven't seen this channel, True Crime Loser. I'll have to remember to subscribe. Shemitah's lower puppet never reached his peak. He's Vietnamese handheld breakfast. Damn.
And the delta that spread out in the north, close to the sea. These were the two lands that today we call Upper and Lower Egypt. Surprisingly for a modern person who orients their maps facing north, the Egyptians thought of their world in the opposite direction, as a was the same as their word left, and west the same as right. In the Egyptian mind, they were always facing upstream, waiting for the annual floods to arrive. If you find this confusing as we continue, just remember that southern Upper Egypt is the region upstream, and northern Lower Egypt is downstream. For many people at this time, the lands along the riverbank would have constituted their entire world. The Egyptians referred to the river's floodplain as Kemet, or the Black Land, due to the rich dark soil left behind by its life-giving floods. This land was the realm of the noble god Horus, who had the head of a falcon, the god of life, protection, and healing. If you walked just an hour in either direction, you would soon reach what they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This was the inhospitable desert, stretching out on all sides, roasting hot, largely devoid of water and shade, and inhospitable to most life. These deserts were presided over by the god Set, the god of chaos and violence. The Nile itself, they knew simply by the name Iteru, or the river, since in their world there was no other. The Egyptian world began in Upper Egypt, far up the reaches of the Nile, at a place now known as Aswan. Here a belt of hard granite crosses the landscape and forces the river waters into shallow whitewater rapids, running over boulders.
This is almost like shit. I can't even. I need to go to bed, but I'm almost gonna have to rewatch this when I'm awake because there's hella shit to pay attention to on the map and shit. Kept mentioning Shemitah throughout the police review. I love dancing.
And through rocky channels falls called cataracts. This word comes from the Greek word kataraktes, or rushing down. Today, the waters of these cataracts have been tamed by the construction of the Aswan Dam, but in ancient times they could be a rushing torrent. Each year, when the floodwaters passed through this rocky stretch of the river, they made such a thundering sound that the earth itself could shake, and led the ancient Egyptians to believe that the waters were coming up from beneath the earth, bursting out of vast subterranean seas. At Aswan, they built a temple on an island in the middle of those rushing waters, and here worshipped that primeval force. The fast-flowing waters at Aswan made it a natural barrier to ships, and prevented any further exploration upriver. For this reason, for much of its early history, this was where ancient Egyptian influence ended, the final extent of their power and border of their empire. Beyond Aswan were southern lands of Nubia, and for this reason, Egyptians would also refer to it as the narrow gateway to the south. The temple island in the Aswan cataracts was known to the Egyptians as Abu, the Egyptian word for elephant, since it was a hub for the island with these southern lands. The Greeks would follow this example and named the place Elephantine. From here, trade caravans would pass overland south to the Darfur region of Sudan, bringing gold, ivory and other goods. But north of Aswan, everything was considered to be Egypt, as Herodotus records.
All the land watered by the Nile in its course was Egypt, and all who lived lower down than the city Elephantine and drank the river's water were Egyptians. Such was the oracle given to them.
Luckily for the Egyptians, the Nile flows from the south to the north, while the prevailing winds blow the other direction, meaning that you could use the winds to sail against the current as far as Aswan without too much effort. But the return journey would be even easier, allowing the river waters to simply carry you along. A ship heading downstream to the north from Aswan would see for some time only rocky desert, and the river bordered by cliffs of hard Nubian sandstone. This is not a land well suited to agriculture, but in ancient times these valleys were sources of natural resources, like gemstones, copper and gold. Further north, the red cliffs fall away, and the floodplain around the river gets wider. Here, the landscape would have blushed green, and a larger population could be supported. It was in this region that the desert city of Thebes would grow up, which the Egyptians called Waset. This would one day become the most powerful city in Upper Egypt, the capital of the desert regions. The living part of an Egyptian city, its houses and markets and workshops, tended to be built on the eastern bank of the river, where the sun rises, while the western bank, where the sun set, was used only for burials.
That's my favorite kind of smoothie.
Sailing
So good.
further north, you would reach the area we call Middle Egypt.
What's up, Leah?
And the floodplain gets wider still. This region would have been full of wildlife and vegetation. Some way to the west of the river, the waters divert and fill a large oasis known as Fayoum, which sprouts like a broad leaf from the stem of the Nile. In ancient times, this lake was home to large populations of Nile crocodile, so that the settlement on the shore would be known by the Greeks as Crocodilopolis, or Crocodile City. Here, Egyptians apparently even tamed crocodiles in their temples, as Herodotus recounts.
Now, for some of the Egyptians, the crocodiles are sacred animals. Those who dwelt about Thebes and about the lake of Moiris hold them to be most sacred, and each of these two peoples keep one crocodile selected, which has been trained to tameness. and they put hanging ornaments of stone and of gold into the ears of these, and anklets round the front feet. And they give them food appointed and victims of sacrifices, and treat them as well as possible.
In other places, crocodiles were hunted for food, using ingenious but risky methods.
A man puts the back of a pig upon a hook and lets it go into the middle of the river, while he himself upon the bank of the river has a young live pig, which he beats, and the crocodile, hearing its cries, makes for the direction of the sound. And when he is drawn out to land, first of all the hunter plasters up his eyes with mud, and having done so, he very easily gets the mastery of him. But if he does not do so, he has much trouble.
Delicious.
Also living in the river were the animals that the Greeks would call river horses, or hippopotamus, our hippopotamus.
The river horse is sacred in districts of Papremis, but for the other Egyptians it is not sacred, and this is the appearance which he presents. He is 4-footed, cloven-hoofed like an ox, flat-nosed, with a mane like a horse, and showing teeth like tusks, with a tail and voice like a horse, in size as large as the largest ox. And his hide is so exceedingly thick that when it has been dried, sharp javelins are made of it.
The most strategically important location was what the Egyptians called the balance of the two lands. This was the place where the river split into its delta. As the crossroads between Upper and Lower Egypt, this was always the
Bro, let me know how it goes. Banana smoothies are definitely the best kind, if it's done right. I don't need any whipped cream on mine, but some people put whipped cream on theirs. And then yeah, maple donuts gotta be the best, other than like an apple fritter.
natural place for the capital. The empire was united. This location would give rise to the city of Memphis.
I need to lay down the every tray of maple embryo. Not sure if I have. So yeah, if y'all want to enjoy this history, stay and enjoy it with me. Yeah, I believe that. You too, Leah. Sleep well.
And in turn to modern Cairo. And it is here that the Egyptians would build their most famous and lasting monuments.
Sounds pretty good. I'd try
Each year, the monsoon rains falling in the highlands of Ethiopia and Central Africa would swell the river, and the annual flood would arrive. This happened with such regularity around the middle of August that the Egyptians timed it using the rising of the star Sirius. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus wrote the following description of these floods.
When the Nile is in flood, it overflows places as far as 2 days' journey from either bank. The Nile comes with a rising flood for 100 days from the summer solstice, and when this tale of days is complete, it sinks again with a diminishing stream, so that the river is low for the whole winter, till the summer solstice again.
The Egyptian year was divided into 3 seasons: the flood season of Akhet, the growing season of Peret, and the harvest season of Shemu. The floodwaters receded in early autumn, the land was refreshed and fertilized with rich Nile mud, and new crops could be grown. In this black mud, farmers grew emmer wheat, barley, beans, and lentils throughout the cooler winter season, and when summer came again, the grain was ready to be harvested. Egyptian life was held in this delicate balance. Each year, if the river flooded too little or too much, the results could be devastating, as one ancient Egyptian hymn to the Nile makes clear.
ارعون إيم مني طائر جرف ورق شري حرنمي شبب رمت خفت خسفف قدف سوغ.
If he is greedy, the whole land suffers. Great and small fall moaning. People are changed at his coming. When he rises, then the land is in joy. Then every belly is glad. Every jaw has held laughter.
سوق مدوات بالطائر ختف محو جاو سوسخ شنوت رديخت النمحو.
Since their lives depended so greatly on these floods, the Egyptians developed ingenious systems for measuring them. Cataracts of Aswan, they built a series of devices known as Nileometers. These often take the form of towers with deep wells inside that allow the river to flow in, with measurements inscribed on their walls in Egyptian cubits. Each year, would anxiously check these Nileometers to see how high the water was rising that year, and whether it would be a time of famine, a time of plenty, or a time when they would need to hastily build some flood defences. During the period known as the pre-dynastic era, the two halves of Egypt were divided, and this division was cultural as well as political. The desert people of southern Upper Egypt worshipped their own god, Nekhbet, who was commonly depicted as a griffin vulture, a powerful and majestic bird. These people were likely darker skinned and had more of a cultural and linguistic connection with the southern lands of Nubia and sub-Saharan Africa, their rulers sometimes even intermarrying with the royalty of southern kingdoms. Meanwhile, the people of northern Lower Egypt paid deference to the god Wadjet, usually shown as an Egyptian cobra. They had more genetic influence from North Africa and the Mediterranean, and may have been somewhat lighter skinned. The kings of southern Upper Egypt ruled while wearing a white bulbous crown, while the kings of the north wore a red crown, with a spiraling representation of a cobra emanating from it. The kingdoms that ruled over these regions were always fluid, but the geographical distinction between Upper and Lower Egypt always held sway. But around the year 3000 BC, or more than 5,000 years ago, all that began to change. That was because of a king of a kingdom called Thinis. His name was Narmer. The figure of Narmer is wreathed in mystery, and what little we know about him has been pieced together from fragments of inscriptions and a few significant artifacts. Narmer was born under the personal name Menes, but chose Narmer as his Horus name or name when he came to the throne of Thinis. And this name perhaps gives us some sense of his personality. That's because Narmer means something like fighting catfish. The Nile catfish that the king clearly admired is a remarkable species. It's a predatory fish, a nocturnal hunter that can grow up to 1.2 meters long, or about the size of a dolphin, and uses a form of naturally generated electricity as a weapon. Using a unique organ in its body, it can generate an electric shock of up to 350 volts that stuns its prey. In the largest catfish, this shock can be enough to stun an adult human, and the Egyptians were fascinated by this unique property. They depicted these shock and awe predators on painted wall murals, and even experimented with using the weak electric charges of young specimens as a treatment for arthritis. We might imagine that this King Narmer wanted to emulate some of the characteristics of these surprise hunters, But whether it was their patience lying in wait for their enemies, the tenacity of their surprise attacks, or the shock and awe with which they stunned their prey, we may never know. Virtually the only source we have for this period is a carving known as the Narmer palette, which contains only a handful of cryptic clues. One side of this carved artifact shows King Narmer standing over a defeated enemy, gripping him by the hair in one hand and raising a mace in the other. It's a clear sign of domination. Here, Narmer is shown wearing the white, bulbous crown of his native Upper Egypt, suggesting that he bludgeoned his rivals there into submission. On the other side, the carving shows the king leading an army, while ranks of his defeated enemies lie before him. Below this, an image of a bull is shown tearing down the walls of a fortress with its horns. On this side of the carving, Narmer is wearing the red crown of Lower Egypt. From this, we might assume that he set out on a campaign of conquest and successfully brought the two lands of Egypt together. Two mythical animals carved on one side of the Narmer palette stand with their long necks intertwined, perhaps representing the coming together of the two sides of Egypt, their lives and their fates now inextricably bound. This was a union that would see the newly united Egypt grow to become one of the most influential societies in early human history. At first, Egyptian culture was heavily influenced by the slightly older civilizations of Mesopotamia, like the Sumerians. Egyptian palaces were often built to a Sumerian design, and they used Sumerian motifs in their art too. But by at least the year 3000 BC, Egypt had matured its own indigenous artistic culture and its own system of writing. The Greeks would later refer to these by a word which means sacred carving, or hieroglyph. The Egyptian hieroglyphs are a mixed writing system that uses a variety of phonetic symbols, as well as a collection of symbols that represent whole words. For example, an image of a man holding up his hand to his mouth could be used to represent the common word eat, but other symbols that represented groups of consonants could be used to spell out other less common words, names, or places. Hieroglyphs emerged a little after the invention of cuneiform in Mesopotamia, and it's possible they were inspired by this older writing system. In Mesopotamia, we can see the gradual evolution of the cuneiform writing system from its earliest symbolic roots. But in Egypt, the earliest discovered example of hieroglyphs show the symbols springing into existence already fully formed in a complex system. This suggests that they may have been developed all at once as a conscious effort, and were perhaps even devised by a single person. The Egyptian hieroglyph for ruler was the shepherd's crook, since the king was considered to be a kind of shepherd for his people. Egyptian kings would even symbolize royalty by holding a gilded, curved crook, modeled after those used by shepherds. And these kings have come to be known as pharaohs. The word pharaoh derives from the Egyptian word per-aa, meaning great house, and it has stuck in the popular imagination as the name used for any Egyptian ruler, partly due to its use in the Bible. But there is actually no evidence that it was used to refer to Egypt's rulers until nearly 2,000 years after Narmer's lifetime. Up until that time, like the first 18 dynasties of Egypt's history, its rulers were simply referred to as kings, or Neswet, and by epithets such as His Majesty. Still, the term pharaoh has gained such currency in popular usage that it's still used to refer to all the rulers of Egypt across the ages. The pharaoh in ancient Egypt was considered the living embodiment of the falcon god Horus and the son of the sun god Ra. One later hymn praises the figure of the king.
Pharaoh is the lord of wisdom, whose mother knows not his name. Pharaoh's glory is in the sky, his might is in the horizon. Pharaoh is the bull of the sky, who shatters all at will, who lives on the being of every god.
Perhaps most famously of all, the Egyptians were compelled by their religious beliefs to embalm the bodies of the dead, ritually cleansing them in preparation for the afterlife. The Greek Herodotus, who travelled widely in Egypt, wrote about the specialist embalmers who would prepare bodies in this way in exchange for a fee.
They, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses made like reality by painting, and demonstrate on these the best of the ways of embalming. The second, which they show, is less good and also less expensive, and the third is the least expensive of all. Having told them about this, they inquire in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared.
With the price negotiated, the embalmer could begin their work, the grisly process of which Herodotus also describes.
First, with the crooked iron tool, they draw out the brain through the nostrils, extracting it partly thus and partly by pouring in drugs. And after this, with the sharp stone of Ethiopia, they make a cut along the side and take out the whole contents of the belly. And when they have cleared out the cavity and cleansed it with palm wine, they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh and with cassia and other spices, and sew it together again. Having done so, they keep covered up in natron for 70 days. And then they wash the corpse and roll its whole body up in fine linen cut into bands, smearing those beneath with gum, which the Egyptians used generally instead of glue.
Mummification was expensive, and only those with wealth could afford it. Rich merchants, royal officials, and of course, the pharaoh himself. One inscription on the walls of a tomb for the pharaoh Unas gives a sense of the kinds of prayers and blessings that might have been spoken while these rituals took place. This one to the sun god Amun-Ra and the moon god Thoth.
رابي حنا جحوتي شدنتنو ونيس حنعتنو
Sun and Thoth, take Unas with you, that he may eat of what you eat of, that he may drink of what you drink of, that he may sit where you sit, that he may sail in what you sail in. The booth of Unas is plaited of reeds. The flood of Unas is in the marsh of offerings. His feast is among you gods. The water of Unas is wine, like the sun. Unas will circumnavigate the sky like the sun. Unas shall course the sky.
Upon coming to the throne of the newly united Egypt, King Narmer built a new capital, perfectly placed at the balance of the two lands, where the river met the delta. This city would become known as Hedge, or the City of White Walls, but today we know it as Memphis. The kings who followed Narmer would rule from this new capital, but they spent much of their time travelling between palaces, and when they died, their bodies were still taken back to Narmer's home region of Thinis in Upper Egypt to be mummified and buried in the city's ancestral burial ground at Abydos. That was until the reign of a king named Hotep Sakemwi. He ruled from about 2900 BC and started what has been called the Second Dynasty of Egypt. And he took the decision to start a new burial ground near Memphis, so that Egypt's pharaohs could be buried close to their new capital. For the site of this new burial ground, he chose a place on the western bank of the river, the side where the sun sets, at a vast open place called Saqqara. Saqqara is situated on a raised plateau that the floodwaters of the Nile do not reach. Visually, it would have been striking to ancient people as the place where the green riverlands end and the dead sand of the desert abruptly begins. For this reason, it may have been considered a crossing place between death and life, the perfect place for a necropolis, or a city of the dead. For kings who wanted their tombs to be remembered, it also had the benefit of being highly visible from the new capital of Memphis. Over the coming centuries, this site would become full of tombs of kings and queens, and countless royal attendants and nobles who followed them into the afterlife. At first, these tombs were built in a form known as a mastaba, large rectangular constructions built of mud brick and promising their inhabitants a rebirth into the next life. These could be very large, but they were still relatively unassuming. But soon, Egyptian pharaohs would get even more ambitious with their burial arrangements. This ambition truly began with the rule of a pharaoh named Nebjerikhet-Djoser. The reign of Djoser begins the period known as the Old Kingdom, which would last for the next 500 years. Djoser was the son of a king named Sakemwi, who had reunited Egypt after a period of turmoil, during which the northern delta rose in rebellion. With order now restored, Djoser clearly wanted to keep it that way. Rather than continuing to travel around the country as pharaohs before him had done, he moved to a permanent capital at Memphis, where he could keep a better eye on the restive northern riverlands. Over his nearly 3 decades of rule, he set about an ambitious program of construction, rebuilding temples and throwing up fortresses all along the river. But it was in the manner of his burial that he would truly leave his mark. When Djoser began the construction of his final resting place, it looked a lot like the mastaba tombs of the kings that had come before, but his royal architect soon began dreaming of a more ambitious structure. He was a visionary chancellor and engineer who held numerous official titles in the kingdom, including head of the royal shipyard, royal seal bearer, and overseer of all stone works. His name was Imhotep. Imhotep's name means the one who comes in peace, and he was born in the 27th century BC. But beyond that, much of what we know about him has been distorted by myth and legend. He was something of a polymath, a priest, a statesman, a scribe, physician, and architect, and even gained fame as a magician. He also has the distinction of being perhaps the first non-royal person to be recorded in any detail by history. As the king's most trusted architect, Imhotep was put in charge of the construction of Djoser's tomb, but it would not be a regular mud brick mastaba like his predecessors. In fact, Imhotep was determined to build this tomb out of stone. This stone would need to be quarried from the bedrock nearby, roughly cut into blocks. But as this stone mastaba rose out of the desert, Imhotep seems to have had an idea. With this stronger building material, the structure caught more weight, and so there was no real reason to stop building. Once the first mastaba was built, he experimented with placing another smaller one on top of it, and then another on top of that, creating a stepped design like a wedding cake. Originally, Imhotep planned to build this construction 4 tiers high, but soon he became even more daring. By the time it was finished, Djoser's tomb stood 6 layers high. It was perhaps the world's first large-scale construction made from cut stone, and rising to a height of 62 meters, it was likely also the tallest building on Earth. Finally, the stepped pyramid of Djoser was complete, and when the king died, he was laid to rest in a granite chamber beneath the great edifice, surrounded by a maze of tunnels. Djoser's pyramid was a revolutionary step in Egyptian architecture, and it would stand as a challenge to all the kings who would follow him, a challenge that they would find irresistible. The difficulties that engineers like Imhotep faced in building these pyramids were enormous, but their achievement becomes even more impressive when you consider that these monuments also had to be built fast. Today, Egypt is littered with the remains of half-built pyramids. These were abandoned halfway through their construction, usually because the pharaoh who commissioned them had died early. Once a pharaoh was dead, it seemed no one saw any point in continuing to build his tomb. After all, there was a new pharaoh now, and construction on his pyramid would have to begin right away. For this reason, pyramids usually had to be completed, at the very least within 30 years. Only the kings with the longest and most stable reigns would ever live to see the final capstone placed. The next pharaoh after Djoser was a man named Sekhemkhet, who may have been Djoser's brother, and he would join the ranks of the unfinished. As soon as he came to the throne, he began the construction of another stepped pyramid of immense ambition, sure to dwarf his brother's achievement. But only the first layer of the pyramid was built when Sekhemkhet died, just 6 or 7 years into his reign, and the pyramid was abandoned. Another king, Kabar, also died after 6 years, before his stepped pyramid could be completed. To build each pyramid, the Egyptians would require enormous amounts of laborers, as many as 100,000 per pyramid, with about 10,000 laboring at any one time. There's a widespread misconception that these monuments were built by armies of slaves, but most historians now believe this not to be true. Slavery was an aspect of Egyptian society, as it was across the ancient world, and slaves were mostly taken from prisoners of war, and also from those who fell into debt or committed serious crimes. But slaves were mostly used as domestic servants, or if they were unlucky, toiled in extraction industries like mining and quarrying. These were considered an underclass, and would not have been trusted with the construction of such important and sacred buildings. In fact, evidence shows that the pyramid builders were a mixture of professional artisans and labouring peasants who worked seasonally in exchange for rations. The life of an Egyptian farmer was dictated by the coming and going of the annual floods, and there were only a few times of year when they could be meaningfully employed in the fields. For the rest of the time, they would have leased out their services to construction projects, the digging of canals and other public works, and the construction of pyramids. While they laboured for the king, these workers drank beer 3 times a day and ate meat regularly. They toiled in 3-month shifts, and were divided into teams of 20 men. The discovery of their graffiti, hidden on the inward-facing sides of some stone blocks in the pyramids, shows that they gave themselves playful and boisterous team names, some of which have been recorded.
The Friends of Khufu.
The Vigorous Gang.
The followers of the powerful White Crown of Khufu.
Those who know the pharaoh.
The Drunkards of Menkori.
It seems their supervisors fostered a sense of team pride and healthy competition, perhaps giving honours and extra beer rations for those who shifted the most blocks. Doubtless, the work was backbreaking, but over the following millennium, millions of Egyptians would take this deal. Perhaps they also felt a sense of pride at the great constructions they were taking part in, which, if all went well, they would live to see completed. These labourers were sufficiently respected that any who died during the construction were buried in tombs within the royal complex, their bodies forever a part of the monolith they had given their lives to build, an honour that would never have been given to a slave. The vast administrative effort of building these tombs over the next centuries required a fundamental restructuring of Egyptian government. In the past, most of the high positions of state had been doled out to the pharaoh's family, but with such ambitious projects to be completed, skilled people would be needed. In the decades that followed, individual functions of government, such as the master of scribes and controller of workshops, were separated out, and these roles were delegated to capable individuals who were promoted on merit. The Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson summarizes the transformation in the following terms.
As Egypt embarked on pyramid building, the pyramids were building Egypt.
This new caste of civil servants took pride in their work. One Egyptian text of the 5th dynasty records the advice that a vizier named Ptah-hotep gave to his son about how to be a successful administrator.
Let not your heart be puffed up because of your knowledge. Be not confident because you are a wise man. Take counsel with the ignorant as well as the wise. Good speech is more hidden than the emerald, but it may be found even among maidservants at the grindstone.
Still, the failures of the kings that followed Djoser must have left a mark on the empire's morale. Their crumbling, half-finished pyramids stood in the desert as an image of kingship that could also be fragile and fleeting. With his stepped pyramid, Djoser had laid down a provocation that would have to be answered. But it wasn't until the reign of a king named Snefru that someone would rise to the challenge. Snefru's full name was Hor-Neb Ma'at Snefru Waj. Horus, Lord of Ma'at, has perfected me. Ma'at, in Egyptian religious belief, was the embodiment of justice and truth, sometimes portrayed as a goddess, wearing an ostrich feather on her head, who kept the stars and the seasons in their regular patterns, and maintained peace. Opposed to her in their theology was the concept of Isfet, chaos, darkness, and disorder. This was sometimes depicted as a great coiling serpent. For the most part, Snefru's name seems to have been appropriate. Under the protection of Ma'at, he reigned for as long as 48 years, a time of prosperity and stability. His accession to the throne is remembered in the later Egyptian source, the Prissa Papyrus.
The majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Huni, came to the landing place of death, and the majesty of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Snefru was raised up as a beneficent king in this entire land.
During his half-century on the throne, Snefru would secure his place as Egypt's most ardent and determined pyramid builder. With the failure of the last kings to build a stepped pyramid to match Djoser's, Snefru began to wonder if he could build something even better. A pyramid that conformed to a perfect geometrical shape. He had a vision of a pyramid with polished, smooth sides, unlike anything the world had seen before. His first attempt to accomplish this would be at the Pyramid of Meidum. There is some debate about whether the Meidum Pyramid was built by Snefru or by his predecessor Huni, but we can assume they wouldn't compete for the honor, as it stands as one of the most impressive failed pyramids in history. The Meidum Pyramid was built in several stages. First, it was a stepped pyramid of similar design to Djoser's, and then this interior structure was encased in a steep shell of white limestone, creating a high and narrow point. The effect would have been beautiful. That is, until one day, as the pyramid neared completion, when the entire weight of the stone facing began to collapse in all directions. We can only imagine the noise and calamity that must have accompanied this. The workers leaping clear of the wreckage, the overseers watching aghast, as an avalanche of painstakingly cut stone poured off the side of the pyramid. The moment this happened, Snefru ordered the construction to be halted. Workmen inside the interior chambers simply put down their tools and left. Today, the burial chamber inside the pyramid is still unfinished, with raw, uncarved walls and wooden supports still in place, which were usually removed after construction. Snefru must have been devastated, but he wasn't discouraged. Soon he tried again, with a pyramid at the site of Dashur, just to the south of the royal necropolis of Saqqara. This pyramid was intended to be tall, and its sides were even steeper than the first. His workmen began to construct it with a sharp 53-degree slope to its sides, and this time Snefru must have hoped that he would get the pyramid he dreamed of. But this would not turn out to be the case. This second pyramid was built on ground that was only soft sand and shale. As the pyramid took shape and its weight climbed into the millions of tons, they found that the stone was sinking into the earth and causing cracks to appear in the structure. We can only imagine how it felt to be the architect who had to bring this bad news to the king, the son of Ra, the living embodiment of the god Horus. The workmen tried everything they could, from adding new supporting blocks to the base to propping up subsiding sections with huge beams of cedar wood. But it was hopeless. It became clear that if they continued the pyramid as planned, it would likely collapse, just as the first one had. The pharaoh Snefru seems to have listened to reason. He consented to allow his workmen to hurriedly finish the pyramid, with a reduced angle of only 43 degrees, and a final height reduced by 25 meters. This means that today the pyramid has a peculiar snub-nosed appearance that has given it the name the Bent Pyramid. It's clear that Snefru still wasn't satisfied. He now ordered the construction of a final pyramid, 1 kilometer to the north, combining everything his craftsmen had learned from the first two. This one was now built with a 43-degree incline from the beginning, more evenly distributing the weight on the earth. And finally, Snefru got the pyramid he desired. This was the first structure that truly took the iconic shape of an Egyptian pyramid and would be used as a model for those that would be built in years to come. It was 105 meters high, nearly twice the height of Djoser's pyramid, and the world's new tallest building. And its geometrical perfection was undeniable. When Snefru died, he was buried in this pyramid according to his wishes, and his son took the throne. He would be the greatest pyramid builder of all. His name was Khufu. As a boy, Khufu must have seen his father Snefru obsessed with the construction of his 3 pyramids. We can imagine the young prince listening in on his father's conversations with his architects, the tension and anger as the first 2 pyramids failed, and then the final triumph of the Red Pyramid. And perhaps as a boy, he dreamed of one day building such a monument for himself. We know very little about Khufu, or what his reign was like, but it's clear that he was inspired by one thing: size. And above all, the desire to build the largest pyramid that would ever stand. Learning from his father's mistakes on the bent pyramid, and likely inheriting some of his architects, Khufu elected to build his tomb some 15 kilometers to the northwest of Saqqara, on a shelf of strong limestone just outside Memphis, at a place called Giza. When construction began on the Great Pyramid, there must have been some uncertainty about whether it would even be possible. It was built using an estimated 2.3 million large stone blocks, weighing a total of 6 million tons. And when its first layer was completed, it was the size of more than 10 football pitches. Its builders used predominantly local limestone, quarried from nearby on the Giza Plateau, to build the pyramid's interior structure, and these were bound together with lime mortar, packed with straw and charcoal. Luckily, these organic remains in the pyramid mortar can be carbon dated, allowing archaeologists to date the pyramids with scientific certainty to this period. But while rough stone would do for the main body, the king's burial chamber at its heart was made of blocks of hard granite brought from Aswan, since it needed to resist the crushing weight of millions of tons of stone above it. The fine limestone blocks of its outer shell were quarried at a place called Tura, on the other side of the river. The stone from these quarries was of exceptional quality, a pale white in colour, almost like marble. For this reason, it was highly prized for use on the interiors of tombs, and the perfect casing for a pyramid. This limestone was cut out of underground tunnels in these quarries and dragged down to the banks of the Nile, where it was loaded onto barges to be carried downstream. In order to ease the transportation of these stones, the Egyptians dug a series of canals and artificial harbours that came right up to the base of the pyramids, one of which was known as Shey Khufu, or the Pool of Khufu. One papyrus has been uncovered, the oldest ever found, that is the work journal of an overseer named Merer. In it, he records the process of this perhaps less than exhilarating task.
Day 25. Inspector Merer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 26. Inspector Merer casts off from Tora loaded with stone. Spends the night at the Pool of Khufu. Day 27. Set sail loaded with stone. Spends the night at the pyramid. Day 28. Casts off from the pyramid in the morning. Sails upriver to Tora South. Day 29. Inspector Merer spends the day hauling stones in Tora South. Spends the night at Tora. Day 30. Inspector Merer Spends the day hauling stones in Torah South. Spends the night at Torah.
Remarkably, the pyramid was oriented perfectly to true north, with one of its faces at each point of the compass, suggesting that the Egyptians must have used measurements of the stars in order to align it, the only method by which they could have achieved such accuracy. And with the kingdom's now exceptional organization, it's been estimated that it took only about 23 years to build, with the final stones being placed around 2560 BC. Upon its completion, the Great Pyramid of Giza would stand 147 meters high, or nearly 40 stories. It was the tallest man-made structure in the world, and would remain so for nearly 4,000 years. The building that eventually surpassed it, the wooden spire of Lincoln Cathedral in England, completed in 1311, would stand for little more than 2 centuries before it collapsed in a storm. Today, Khufu has cemented his name into history with the construction of these monuments. But other than his ambitious pyramid, little else is known about him. The only representation of him ever found is a single statuette carved from ivory. And, ironically for a man so obsessed with grand scale, this statue is only 7 centimeters, or less than 3 inches tall. When Khufu died around 2525 BC, his son Jedefre would take the throne, but his reign was short, and when he died, another of Khufu's sons became pharaoh. His name was Khafre. The pharaoh Khafre would follow in his father's and grandfather's footsteps, and build a grand pyramid of his own. He would place it right beside his father's, but for some reason he declined to build it any higher. It could be that his builders, perhaps tiring of this mania for ever bigger and better pyramids, simply told him that it wouldn't be possible to build any bigger. It may be that Khafre worried that it would have appeared unseemly to one-up his dead father quite so ostentatiously. Perhaps for this reason, Khafre's pyramid would be a deferential 3.5 meters shorter than his father's, although he was sure to place it on a slightly higher shelf of limestone, meaning that from many angles it appears taller. Coupled with slightly steeper angled sides, this meant Khafre was also able to build his pyramid with perhaps 350,000 fewer stone blocks, a saving that his teams of labourers and stonemasons no doubt appreciated. Today, the Pyramid of Khafre is the only pyramid at Giza to retain any of its original casing stones of smooth white Tura limestone, which still cling to the top third of the structure, perhaps since its steeper sides made it more difficult for stone thieves to extract the very top of its masonry. This allows us to picture how these monuments would have looked in their golden age. The smooth white sides that must have gleamed blindingly in the desert sun, and at night shone in the light of the moon. These pyramids were also likely capped with a stone known as a pyramidion, usually carved of diorite or granite, and carved with hieroglyphs. Some examples of these pyramidions have been found with distinctive grooves that suggest that they were encased in a decorative metal, either copper or shining electrum, an alloy of gold and silver. Since the pyramidions for the Giza pyramids have never been found, it's unknown whether their tops were encased in metal. But if they were, it would have made them an even more impressive sight, a gleaming pinnacle reaching up to the heavens. Within only 100 years or so of the construction of Djoser's first stepped pyramid, all of Egypt's largest pyramids had already been built, all by only 3 generations of the same family. But almost from the moment the final capstone was placed on Khafre's massive monument, enthusiasm for enormous pyramids began to wane. The pharaoh Menkaure, the son of Khafre and grandson of Khufu, also built his pyramid at Giza around 2510 BC, but his would be significantly smaller. It's not even a tenth the size of the Great Pyramid, and only 2/3 the size of even Djoser's stepped pyramid. One explanation for this was that Menkaure didn't expect to live long enough to build such a grand construction as his predecessors. Herodotus records one piece of tradition about the pharaoh Menkaure, which recounts how an oracle told him that his reign would be short. As a result, he determined to make the best of the time he had, and perhaps this left him little time for pyramid building.
The king deemed this unjust and sent back to the oracle a message of reproach, blaming the god. Why must he die so soon, whereas his father and his uncle had lived long? He caused many lamps to be made, and would light these at nightfall and drink and make merry. By day or night he never ceased from reveling, roaming to the marsh country and the groves, and whenever he heard of the likeliest places of pleasure.
Whether there's any truth to this or not, it's clear Menkaure had different priorities to Khufu and Khafre, and his more modest pyramid seems to have broken the spell of his family's one-upmanship. For the next 1,000 years, pharaohs would continue to build pyramid tombs, but they would be mostly at a much reduced scale, and they would cut bigger and bigger corners in their construction. Instead of a solid limestone structure, these later monuments would often be a simple limestone shell, encasing a core of mud brick, or simply earth and sand. For this reason, little remains of these later pyramids, other than melancholy heaps, alone in the desert. Slowly, the practice would begin to die out altogether. The reason Egyptians stopped building pyramids was partly due to changes in religious attitudes towards burial, but it also seems to have stemmed from concern over tomb robbers. After all, a pyramid was essentially an enormous sign, announcing to the world that the richest man in Egypt was buried there. From the earliest days, people were drawn to the tombs of long-dead kings to attempt to steal their treasures. One tomb inscription of a royal architect named Ineni gives us a clue about these changing priorities. He writes that he constructed his king's tomb not in an ostentatious declaration of power, but in total secrecy.
I supervised the excavation of the cliff tomb of His Majesty alone. No one seeing, no one hearing.
Even with these secret tombs, grave robbers were still a constant concern. One pharaoh of the later New Kingdom would order an inspection of his predecessors' tombs, and his inspectors brought back troubling news.
The tomb of the king. It was found that the evildoers have damaged it by forcing an opening into the main chamber of his tomb, through the passage wall of the sanctuary of Nebamed, superintendent of the grain stores of the king. In the funerary place, the body of the king had been removed, and the tomb of his royal spouse, the royal lady of Mubshas, was empty. The robbers had laid violent hands on them.
It wasn't just the precious treasures inside that were stolen. As the overseer Merer had found, cutting the limestone blocks from the quarries of Tura was one of the most time-consuming parts of construction. For this reason, pharaohs who felt more pressed for time sometimes despoiled previous pyramids of their cut stone in order to speed along their own monuments. One Middle Kingdom text, known as the Instruction of Merikare, advises kings against this shameful practice.
Do not despoil the monument of another, but quarry stone in Tura, Do not build your tomb out of ruins, using what has been made for what is to be made.
In place of constructing their own pyramids at Saqqara or Giza, the later pharaohs would be buried at a place near Thebes that the Egyptians called the Great and Majestic Necropolis of the millions of years of the pharaoh, or sometimes the Great Field, but today it is known as the Valley of the Kings. Here, a natural rock formation known as El Qurn, or the Horn, rises above a series of dramatic red cliffs. When viewed from the entrance to the tombs here, this pointed peak somewhat resembles a natural pyramid. It's possible that this convenient landform may have relieved some of the pressure on Egypt's pharaohs, and allowed them an equally prestigious place to be buried, while freeing up an untold amount of energy and manpower in the kingdom. Egypt's manual laborers could perhaps breathe a sigh of relief. Slowly, the age of the pyramids came to an end. Still, that was a long time in the future, and throughout the 4th and 5th dynasties of Egypt, royal monument construction continued confidently. But in the 6th dynasty, around the 23rd century BC, construction began to decline. Part of the reason for this was an increasing decentralization of the empire and a gradual weakening of the power of the king. The final pharaoh of the Old Kingdom was named Pepi II. He came to the throne at the age of 6 and ruled for more than 60 years. Pepi was an excitable and enthusiastic child, as we can see from one tomb inscription by one of his officials named Harkuf. Harkuf had a long and illustrious career. He served as the mayor of one of Egypt's southern provinces in the region of the Nile Cataract of Aswan, the narrow gate to the south. The highlight of his life was the 4 journeys of exploration he undertook on behalf of his pharaoh, following the Nile down into the heart of Central Africa, into what the Egyptians called the Horizon Lands. He wrote a full account of one of these expeditions on the walls of his tomb.
I accomplished it in 7 months. I brought back from there all sorts of beautiful, exotic produce and was praised for it very greatly. I came back with 300 donkeys laden with incense, ebony, precious oil, grain, leopard skins and elephant tusks.
The boy pharaoh Pepi was so delighted with Harkuf's trip that he wrote a letter directly to him. The letter was likely written on fragile papyrus and has not survived. But luckily, Harkuf was so proud of this sign of royal favour that he had the letter copied out word for word on the wall of his tomb, his proudest moment etched into stone for eternity. In it, we get a sense for the voice of this excitable young king.
You know how to do what your Lord loves and favours. You wake and you sleep, planning to do what your Lord loves, favours and commands. Unique friend Harkuf.
Pepi was especially excited by a small man that Harkuf had come across in East Africa and had brought back with him. Perhaps either a man with dwarfism or a member of the so-called pygmy tribes of Central Africa.
You have further said in this message that you have brought a dwarf of the gods' dances from the land of the horizon dwellers. Come downstream to the residence at once. Hurry and bring with you this dwarf that you have brought, alive, prosperous and healthy, for the king. When he goes down with you into the boat, have excellent people around him on deck, lest he fall in the water. My Majesty wishes to see this particular dwarf more than the produce of the lands.
However, as a pharaoh, Pepi was relatively ineffectual. During his childhood, his mother and grand viziers seem to have done much of the ruling, and as an adult he continued a relatively hands-off approach to the kingdom. For much of its history, Egypt had been governed by regional administrators known as nomarchs, who were appointed by the pharaoh to rule over their regions on his behalf. Pepi's long reign saw an increasing amount of power passing to these regional governors. Gradually, their positions became hereditary rather than appointed, so that single families began to amass large amounts of power, and their tombs became larger and more elaborate with every passing year. These nomarchs were soon beginning to look a lot like feudal lords, or even petty kings, and even began fighting amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the once boy king Pepi was now entering his 70s, frail and increasingly detached from the business of ruling. This might not have been a death blow for the kingdom, but it was around this time that a record drought descended over Egypt and the entire eastern Mediterranean, starting around the year 2200 BC. This climate shift we have encountered before. It is known as the 4.2 kiloyear event and has been implicated in the collapse of the Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia, and perhaps even the Indus Valley civilization in India and Pakistan. In Egypt, the result of this event was a series of years in which the Nile floods were much reduced and agriculture came under immense pressure. The drought was so severe and long-lasting that the verdant lake at Fayoum, that once stood 65 meters deep, completely dried up over the next 50 years, and crop yields would have plummeted. The long reign of a pharaoh was usually good news for the kingdom. It tended to generate a period of stability and often prosperity. But when a king's rule went on too long, it had the tendency to create what we might call the old king problem. The long reign of the pharaoh Pepi, along with his multiple wives, meant that he had countless children, many of them now old men themselves, with children and grandchildren of their own. And they were all impatient to see this old king pass on, so that they would get their chance to rule. When Pepi finally died around 2175 BC, what followed was a succession crisis of immense proportions. The chaos serpent of Isfat now wound its way around all the lands of Egypt. In the 2 decades that followed, the kingdom would see no fewer than 17 pharaohs come and go, some perhaps dying of old age, and others no doubt killed by their rivals. The only one of these kings to survive more than a year on the throne was a man named Ibi, who even somewhat optimistically tried his hand at building a pyramid at the royal burial ground of Saqqara. But this monument was a testament to the now much reduced state of the empire. Standing at little more than 30 meters high, it was smaller than the pyramids of some of the earlier kings' wives. On top of that, it was lazily constructed around a core of mud and limestone chips. King Ibi, the man who was to be buried under this sad monument, ruled for only 2 years, 1 month and a day, and likely did not control all of Egypt. Now, local nomarch governors declared independence and ruled their provinces alone. Their tombs around this time stopped referring to the reign of a pharaoh and are full of boasts and elaborate titles that they seem to have invented for themselves. One tomb inscription for a powerful nomarch named Anktifi demonstrates how the centralized power of the king was declining.
I am the vanguard of the men, the rear guard of the men, a leader of the land through active conduct, strong in speech, collected in thought. For I am without peer, who spoke out when people were silent, on the day of fear, when Upper Egypt was silent.
Ankh-Tifi recalls the time of famine that swept over the land, as crisis after crisis rocked the struggling Old Kingdom.
All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that everyone had come to eating his children. But I managed that no one died of hunger in this province. The entire country had become like a starved grasshopper, with people going to the north and to the south in search of grain.
Egypt was now fracturing into something like the shape it had been before King Narmer had fused it into a stable, centralized state nearly 800 years before. Refugees were flooding the roads. Another later Egyptian writer called Ipuwer, who lived in the period following this chaos, describes people resorting to theft to survive and violence spreading.
The guardians of the house say, "Let us go and steal." The snarers of birds have formed themselves into armed bands. The peasants of the Delta have provided themselves with shields. A man regards his son as his enemy. The wrongdoer is in every place. The inundation of the Nile comes, yet no one goes out to plow.
Ipuwer describes a widespread economic collapse, during which trade from foreign lands dried up.
The skilled masons who built pyramids now labor on farms, and those who tended the boat of the gods are yoked together in plowing. Men do not go on voyages today. What shall we do for cedar wood for our mummies, in coffins in which priests are buried, and with the oil of which men are embalmed? They come no longer. Everything is in ruins. Laughter is dead. If I only knew where God was, I would make offerings to him.
Throughout this period of about 200 years, some at least must have dreamed of a better time awaiting them in the future. Another text written after this time, known as the Prophecy of Neferti, contains a prediction that a ruler would come who would end this time of strife.
A king will come. He will take the white crown. He will wear the red crown. He will unite the two mighty lands. Rejoice, ye people of his time. The Asiatics will fall to his sword, and the Libyans will fall to his flame. The rebels belong to his wrath, and the treacherous in heart belong to the awe of him.
The man who would fulfill this prophecy, or rather, the man in whose reign the prophecy was more likely written, would reunite Egypt and usher in a new age of stability. His name was Nebepetre Mentuhotep II. Mentuhotep was a king in the city of Thebes in Upper Egypt. Sitting on the eastern bank of the Nile, about 800 kilometers from the Mediterranean, Thebes is one of the sunniest and driest cities in the world. It had been the capital of its own province throughout the Old Kingdom, but had always been something of a backwater, and somewhat influenced by the African culture of Nubia. But during the more than a century of chaos that surrounded the collapse of the Old Kingdom, Thebes slowly grew to become the capital of the south, and its kings began referring to themselves as the Great Overlord of Upper Egypt. It was a city where tightly packed rows of houses, granaries and workshops clustered around the central temple to the god Amun, and its people clearly sought a break from the suffocating influence of the kings in Memphis. But in the north, near the traditional center of Egyptian power, an ambitious and ruthless rival was also amassing its forces. This was centered around the city of Henen Nesut in Lower Egypt, in the verdant region between the River Nile and the Great Lake at Fayoum, a region that the desert Thebans dismissively called the marshlands. This city would later be known as Heracleopolis, or the City of Hercules. For about 100 years during this time of dissolution, Thebes and Henen Nesut had fought bitter wars over small border regions, forts and roads, but neither side could ever gain the upper hand. That was until the reign of the king of Thebes, Mentuhotep. He was named after the Theban god of war and came from a line of warlike kings. He clearly desired to bring this series of conflicts to a decisive conclusion and reunite the fractured kingdom of old. The final confrontation between north and south would be sparked by a rebellion in the city of Thinis, once home to King Narmer, and which was now one of the vassals of Thebes. Delighted by this development, the northern power of Henen Nesut seized the opportunity and marched south into the desert to capture the town. War soon raged across all Egypt. At one point, the northerners pushed south and captured the ancient sacred city of Abydos, and there unleashed a wave of destruction against its temples and palaces. One later text, known as the Instruction to Merikare, purports to be written by a king of northern Henen Nesut, who is racked with guilt for the destruction of this sacred city.
Lo, a shameful deed occurred in my time. The province of Thebes was ravaged. Though it happened through my doing, I learned it after it was done. There was retribution for what I had done, for it is evil to destroy. Beware of it. A blow is repaid by its like. To every action, there is a response.
This response would come in the form of a thundering reprisal by the king of Thebes, Mentuhotep. He would march into the north and defeat the armies of Henen Nesut. Next, he rounded on the northern capital. When he captured it, all of the funerary monuments of its kings were defaced and destroyed, perhaps suggesting a sacking of the city. Whatever the northerners had done to the sacred center of Abydos, it was clearly visited upon them and their city tenfold. Mentuhotep now swept through northern Egypt, and the provincial governors saw the writing on the wall and swore fealty to him. After nearly 2 centuries of dissolution, the two halves of Egypt were once again united. The period that followed, known as the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, would last for around 300 years, but it has not left an impressive archaeological record. Compared to the towering pyramids of the Old Kingdom and the architectural magnificence of the later New Kingdom, it stands out as something of a dull time for grand monument construction. But it did experience a flourishing in another area, that is, in the realm of Egyptian literature. One famous story written around this time is called the Tale of Sinuhe. It narrates the life of a man who travelled north into Palestine and beyond, but who eventually becomes homesick and decides to return to Egypt. Another collection of stories was written around this time, a kind of ancient Arabian Nights, known as the Tales of Wonder. It relates a number of fantastical stories, imagining that they were told to the great pharaoh Khufu of the Old Kingdom by his 3 sons. Another story written during the Middle Kingdom is known as the tale of the shipwrecked sailor, a kind of ancient Gulliver's Travels. It is remarkable for its innovative structure, a tale within a tale about a sailor shipwrecked in the Mediterranean who finds himself on an island ruled by a gigantic serpent.
Ib sen ermau sersem ja en iit neshni en fibrit f ja.
A storm came up, with us on the open sea, and no chance for us to reach harbour. The wind grew sharp and made a constant moaning, and there were hungry 14-foot-high waves. A piece of wood of some sort hit me, and then the ship was dead. Of all those fine men, not a one survived. Then I was carried to a desert island by a swell of the great green sea. The man speaks with the great serpent, who tells him a sad story of his own, that his whole family was killed when a star fell to earth. The serpent tells the man not to fear, that a ship will eventually pass by the island and rescue him, and reassures him that he will soon have a great story to tell. Now, you are going to spend 1 month, and then another, until you finish 4 months on this island. Then a ship will come from Egypt, with sailors in it whom you know, that you may go with them toward home, and die in your own city. What joy for one who lives, to tell the things he has been through, when the suffering is over. Finally, the predicted ship arrives, and the man is rescued.
يساي تشبسس شاعس مزدمت سدو نو ماما مريري ع مك.
At last the ship arrived, just as he had foretold. I climbed a lofty tree and recognized the sailors in the ship, and went running to report it. Then I descended to the shore near where the ship was. I hailed the crew and offered thanks beside the sea to the Lord of the Isle, and those on board did likewise.
محك كني ام غردو رنبي
We have examples of myths and legends written before this time, and religious texts. But this is not the story of some bygone king or the actions of the gods. It's a story about an ordinary man in a fantastical situation, told seemingly just for the entertainment value of telling a story. And for that reason, it is possibly the first true piece of literature. It was likely written around the year 1900 BC, and is therefore nearly 4,000 years old. The lives of Egypt's pharaohs take up so much of the usual discussion of its history, partly because they are the ones who commissioned the inscriptions, the monuments, and the statues. But as the Middle Kingdom's flourishing of literature continued, we get more and more of a sense of what life was like for ordinary people in the Nile Valley. One text of this period, known as the Papyrus Lansing, gives a fascinating insight into the lives of Egypt's common people. It is written as a piece of rhetoric by a master scribe to one of his pupils, attempting to convince him to become a scribe in turn. And from this, we get a wonderful impression of all the ways that people could make their living in the land of Egypt.
Young fellow, writing, to him who knows it, is more profitable than any profession. It is pleasanter than bread and beer, than clothing, than oil. Yes, it is more precious than an inheritance in Egypt, than a tomb in the West. Look for thyself with your own eye. Here all the professions are set before you.
The washerman spends the whole day going up and down. Every limb of his is a-weary, whitening the clothes of his neighbors every day.
The potter is smeared with mud, like a man in mourning. His hands and feet are full of clay. He is like one who lives in the bog.
The cobbler mixes tanning lotions. His odor is marked. His hands are red with dye, like one who is smeared with his blood.
The florist makes bouquets and makes the wine jar stands beautiful. He spends a night of toil, sweating, like one on whose body the sun is shining.
The merchants fare downstream and upstream, and are as busy as can be, carrying wares from one town to another, and supplying him that hath not.
If thou hast any sense, be a scribe.
Whether or not daily life was truly that bad for all these other workers, we can't tell. Because, of course, none of them wrote down how they felt. Most of Egypt's people were peasant farmers, and even when they practiced these other professions, they likely engaged in some farming too. These peasants did not own the land they worked, and were required to give most of the food they produced to the crown, or to their local temple. To supplement their diets, most houses kept private kitchen gardens too, which the women would tend while the men went out to the fields. Egyptian women were also responsible for baking the bread they ate every day. Bread in Egypt was made primarily with emmer wheat. Dough was often pressed into clay molds and baked, and at times people got creative, baking bread in spirals like a cinnamon swirl, and using shaped molds to bake loaves in the form of animals. Those who could afford it also baked cakes and pastries out of the finest flour, sweetened with dates and honey. Alongside their bread, Egyptians ate a varied diet, including garlic and spring onions, lettuce, celery, cucumbers, gourds, and melons. They supplemented these with high-protein beans and pulses, like lentils and chickpeas, and a kind of edible tuber known as a tiger nut that grows at the base of wetland sedges. All of this was cooked in olive oil, at least from the time the pyramids were built. At times, they would also eat meat, primarily beef, lamb, pork, and goat, as well as quail, pigeon, duck, geese, and partridge. Mice were even eaten at times, and even hedgehogs. The Egyptians cooked these spiky creatures by wrapping them in wet clay and baking them in it. And when the clay was cracked open afterwards, it took the hedgehog's spines with it. The Egyptians also made cheese, and even foie gras, made from force-feeding geese. One text written by a scribe to the Queen Nefertari urges people to share with others the food they have.
Do not eat bread while another stands by without extending your hand to him. As to food, it is here always. It is man who does not last. One man is rich, another is poor, but food remains for him who shares it.
Beer was exceptionally popular in Egypt, and people consumed it daily. As a result, breweries were important centers of industry. Beer was thought to have been given to Egypt by the goddess Hathor, the goddess of beauty, music, and dancing, and breweries were watched over by the goddess Tenenet. So fittingly, many beer factories were run by women. Some of these were enormous and were capable of brewing more than 1 million litres a year. They used large pottery vats propped up on mud bricks over crackling fires, and inside these they heated barley and water, then left the mixture to ferment before flavouring the brew with honey and syrups made of dates and other fruit. There was even one annual festival called the Tech Festival that would become known as the Festival of Drunkenness. During this fiesta, Egyptians would drink as much beer as they could, and then fall asleep together in a large hall. They would then be awoken all together by the loud beating of drums. It was said that in the moment just after waking, some of them would meet the goddess Hathor herself. Egypt was one of the most stable and prosperous agricultural societies in the ancient world, but it was a society built entirely on the collection and storage of grain. As a result, there was one ever-present danger. That was the presence of mice and rats. Grain was stored in large circular granaries within the towns, shaped like beehives, and freshly harvested wheat or barley was poured in through a hole in the top to be preserved in the hot, dry air. When grain was needed for bread making or beer brewing, it was taken from a small door in the bottom of these granaries. But if mice got into this storage, or even ate the grain while it was still in the fields, then thousands of hours of work could be wasted, and people might even starve. But thankfully, Egyptians were able to rely on one particular set of allies. That was the domestic cat. There were two major breeds of wild cat native to Egypt: the jungle cat, or Felis chaus, and the African wild cat, Felis sylvestris libica. Of these, the African wildcat had something of a calmer temperament, and so was most commonly bred as a pet, with evidence of their domestication in Egypt from at least 5,000 years ago. These cats were kept around Egyptian settlements for their obvious utility, both in controlling mice and with their almost supernatural reflexes for their ability to kill venomous snakes. But it's clear that the Egyptians also enjoyed their company and even loved them. Some particularly beloved pets were buried with tiny offerings, intended to serve them well in the cat afterlife. The Greek writer Diodorus of Sicily recalls seeing Egyptians performing burial ceremonies for their cats.
When one of these animals dies, they wrap it in fine linen, and then, wailing and beating their breasts, carry it off to be embalmed. And after it has been treated with seed oil, and such spices as have the quality of imparting a pleasant odour, and of preserving the body for a long time, they lay it away in a consecrated tomb.
While the earliest domestication of the house cat took place elsewhere in the Fertile Crescent, it was in Egypt that it accelerated dramatically. As cats got used to their new survival niche, they in turn began to adapt. They largely lost their original camouflage coatings, became smaller, and even developed new ways of signaling to their human patrons with soft, insistent cries, modulated to similar frequencies as a human baby. Fittingly, the Egyptian word for cat was mew. Over time, this adoration of their feline companions seems to have become a religious reverence too. With their ease and grace, cats in Egypt were associated with femininity, and paintings in tombs often show the household dog sitting below a man's chair, while a cat sits under the woman's chair. One goddess named Bastet would soon become revered, and she manifested as a woman with the head of a house cat. Bastet became a god of fertility, and women would appeal to her during times of childbirth and pregnancy. Diodorus later records seeing an Egyptian festival during which cats were ritually fed.
For the cats, they break up bread into milk, and calling them with a clucking sound set it before them, or else they cut up fish caught in the Nile and feed the flesh to them raw. All who meet these animals fall down before them and render them with honor.
The Egyptians were also fiercely protective of their feline companions, as Diodorus recounts.
Whoever kills a cat, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he is certainly put to death. For common people gather in crowds and deal with the perpetrator most cruelly, sometimes doing this without waiting for a trial.
The worship and veneration of cats would continue throughout all the thousands of years of ancient Egyptian history, and for the cats, it is perhaps something that they have never quite forgotten. The Middle Kingdom was not just a time of entertainment and pleasure. With the mania for pyramid building somewhat subsided, certain pharaohs engaged in large-scale construction projects to strengthen and develop the empire. One king spent much of his life on a vast irrigation project around the oasis at Fayum, determined to turn it into a productive swathe of farmland. Another built a large series of defensive walls in the Nile Delta, hemming Egypt off from the people of the wider Middle East, whom the Egyptians called Asiatics. These people were often depicted in their paintings with lighter, more yellowish skin than the Egyptians, and were held in general contempt as uncivilized barbarians. The Egyptians soon began pushing their sphere of influence into this area, expanding their territory north along the Mediterranean coast and into Palestine. They crossed the Sinai Desert and subjugated the Phoenician city of Byblos. Then they turned their attention south to eastern Africa, what the Egyptians called the Horizon Lands, the lands of the Nubians. Like the light-skinned Asiatics in the north, the Egyptians considered the southern Nubians different to them, and usually depicted them with darker skin than Egyptians, and more typically African features. At this time, these kingdoms were relatively underdeveloped, and were easy prey for an aggressive and expansionist Egypt. We've already seen that the first cataract of the Nile was at Aswan, where the granite bedrock forced the water into a series of rushing whitewater rapids. If an ancient Egyptian travelled upriver beyond Aswan and into the Horizon Lands, they would encounter 5 more major cataracts of the Nile. These are each places where the river becomes shallow and travel by boat becomes difficult. And so they were natural stops along any journey upriver. They were also the obvious place to draw borders. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt marched into the Horizon Lands multiple times and pushed its southern border as far as the Second Cataract. Around the 1860s BC, one Middle Kingdom king, named Senusret III, marched even further south into the Nubian kingdoms of Kush and Punt. He remembers this brutal campaign in one inscription.
The Nubians are wretches, craven-hearted. My majesty has seen it, it is not an untruth. I have captured their women, I have carried off their subjects, poisoned their wells, killed their cattle, cut down their grain, set fire to it.
In this remorseless fashion, Senusret marched beyond the Second Cataract and built a powerful set of fortresses. We get a sense for their purpose from the names the Egyptians gave to them. One of them, at Askut, was named Crushing the Nubians, while another at Shalfak was named Subduing the Foreign Lands. In another imposing fortress at Semna, now more than 400 kilometers upstream from the former border of Aswan, Senusret left a stone monument with the following triumphant inscription.
Year 16, third month of winter. The king made his southern boundary. I have made my boundary further south than my father's. I have added to what was bequeathed me. As for any son of mine, who shall maintain this border which my majesty has made, he is my son. But he who abandons it, who fails to fight for it, he is not my son. He was not born to me.
These forts were manned by powerful units of Egyptian soldiers, tasked with keeping order among the newly colonized Nubians. To this end, they engaged in a paranoid surveillance regime of the local people. To the pharaoh Senusret, they sent back constant updates on papyrus scrolls about the movements of even the most minute groups of Nubians, some of which have survived.
The patrol who went forth to patrol the desert edge from the fortress Kesef Majal in year 3, month 3 of the growing season, have come to report to me saying, "We have found the tracks of 32 men and 3 donkeys."
All these dispatches end in the same way, with the same comforting offer of reassurance to the king.
All the affairs of the king's domain are safe and sound. All the affairs of the master are safe and sound.
But we have reason to believe that King Senusret was not entirely reassured. He is famous for the numerous sculptures he had made of himself, statues carved from black diorite that depict him in strangely realistic fashion, unlike any depictions of a pharaoh that had come before. In these statues, his ears are extended to enormous proportions, like a bat, perhaps projecting the image of a king who heard every movement in his kingdom, relayed by his extensive system of spies. 3 of these statues in particular show the king first as a boy, then as a man, and finally in old age. In this final statue, we get a sense for the mental toll it took on a man to sit at the top of this paranoid system. The pharaoh's weary, sunken eyes, his haggard face contorted in an expression of eternal worry. Today, these 3 statues stand as a kind of metaphor for the state the Egyptian Middle Kingdom had sunk into during its final decades. Senusret's son, Amenemhat III, did just as his father's inscriptions had urged, and held the southern border against the Nubians. But following his reign, Egypt was once more plunged into a succession crisis. The crisis was so severe that their next king was something that had until then been almost unthinkable: a woman. Her name was Sobek Nefru, possibly the daughter, sister, or wife of the previous pharaoh. She was probably not the first woman to hold power in Egypt, but she was the first one to attain the full official title of a king. Sobek Nefru used masculine titles in her inscriptions, and one statue of her even shows her wearing an unconventional mixture of male and female clothing. However, she did not succeed in slowing the dynasty's decline. She died after ruling for only 4 years, and did not leave any heirs. After that, the serpent Isfet uncoiled once more, and Egypt slid into chaos.
Pay it off faster with the low-rate Platinum card. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
What's so special about Shake Shack's cooking?
It's actual cooking.
Today's special, the K-Shack fried chicken sandwich.
During the time that followed, known as the Second Intermediate Period, there were 150 years, during which at least 50 kings ruled. Egypt once again split in two, and local governors stopped mentioning the king in their tomb inscriptions. The pyramids of this period had already become small and meagre, mostly built from mud brick, but now their construction stopped altogether. Some kings were even buried in simple shaft tombs, little better than commoners. Much of the Nile Delta of Lower Egypt had already broken away from the empire, and now in the south the people of Nubia were in open rebellion. One by one, the Egyptians were forced to let go of their southern forts, abandoning them to the Nubians. Once a symbol of the empire's confidence, these powerful fortresses now became unprecedented military assets for their enemies, and bases from which powerful raiding parties ranged ever farther into Egypt. The cruelty that the Egyptians had shown to their Nubian neighbours was now being paid back in full. With the northern and southern borders convulsed in conflict, Egypt's trade links with the rest of the world were severely disrupted. It was also during this time, or perhaps later, that the entire Mediterranean, in fact most of the world, witnessed one of the largest natural disasters in human history. That is, the eruption of the volcano Thera, now known as the Greek island of Santorini, only 700 kilometers from the Egyptian coast. It's likely that the Egyptians would have heard the deep boom of this explosion, which went off with the force of several hundred atomic bombs. When the Indonesian volcano Krakatoa erupted in 1883, the explosion was heard more than 3,000 kilometers away, and it's thought that the Thera explosion was at least 4 times more powerful. Today, the crater left by the eruption is more than 10. This event may have ejected more than 40 cubic kilometers of rock into the atmosphere. The black plume would have been riven with volcanic lightning, and it would have triggered tsunamis 10 meters high that would have devastated coastal regions, as well as causing a volcanic winter. The eruption may have wiped out the Minoan civilization on Crete in one blow, perhaps inspiring part of the Atlantis myth, and chronicles as far away as China record a period when the sky turned a strange yellow color and crop yields fell. One Egyptian inscription, known as the Tempest Stele, may record some memory of this terrifying event.
The gods expressed their discontent. The gods made the sky come with a tempest. It caused darkness in the western region. The sky was unleashed, more powerful on the mountains than the turbulence of the cataract at Aswan. Each house, each shelter that they reached were floating in the water like the barks of papyrus outside the royal residence for days.
Volcanic ash, or tephra, would have begun to rain down on the whole region, and today can be detected at virtually every site in the eastern Mediterranean. Spurred by this natural disaster, and exacerbated by the collapse of the Egyptian administration. Soon famine once more descended on the land. Among all of this, a powerful and mysterious force of outsiders must have been watching. They came from the eastern Mediterranean region, from across the Sinai Desert, and they intended to conquer Egypt and rule it for themselves. These people were known as the Hyksos. The word Hyksos comes from the Egyptian phrase Hekau Kesut, meaning rulers of foreign lands. Where exactly the Hyksos were from is unknown, but it's thought they may have originated in the region of Syria. And one thing seems to have been behind their great military success, and that was the chariot. At this point, some form of chariot had been used by various societies for many centuries. Vehicles like a kind of war cart with 4 solid wooden wheels, pulled by donkeys, are depicted on the Sumerian standard of Ur, which was created around the time that the pyramids of Giza were being built. But Egypt had never experimented with this kind of vehicle, and over the preceding millennium, the technology had taken huge leaps forward. The chariots that the Hyksos brought into Egypt for the first time had 2 wheels with spokes, light and fast, and they were each pulled by 2 powerful animals that had been recently introduced to the region, the horse. These chariots were strong and mobile battle platforms that could break enemy battle lines, while onboard archers with powerful bows could pelt enemies with missiles. Whether the Hyksos arrived in Egypt as a violent invasion or a more peaceful migration is somewhat up for debate. People from the north had been settling in the Nile Delta for centuries, and much of the population there was already what the Egyptians would consider foreign by the time the Hyksos rulers arrived. But the Hyksos were clearly not pacifists. They set up their own kingdom in the Nile Delta, with its capital at Avaris, and in a devastating blow to Egyptian morale, even swept south to capture the ancient capital of Memphis. One much later source, named Manetho, records the arrival of the Hyksos.
By main force, they easily seized the country without striking a blow. And having overpowered the rulers of the land, they then burned our cities ruthlessly, razed to the ground the temples of the gods. Finally, they appointed us king one of the number. He had his seat at Memphis, levying tribute from Upper and Lower Egypt, and always leaving garrisons behind in the most advantageous positions.
The pyramids, that great symbol of Egyptian prestige, were now in foreign hands. Egyptian kings would now retreat back to their former capital in Upper Egypt, the city of Thebes. With the Nubians increasingly powerful in the south, and now the new threat of these Hyksos kings looming from the north, the weakened Egyptians increasingly felt like they were being crushed in a vice. For a time, it must have seemed like the age of an independent Egypt was over. One king named Kamoza, who came to the throne of Thebes around 1555 BC, would put this intolerable situation in the following terms.
I should like to know what serves this strength of mine when a chieftain is in Avaris and another in Kush, and I sit united with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each in possession of his slice of Egypt, and I cannot pass by him as far as Memphis. No man can settle down when despoiled by the taxes of the Asiatics. I will grapple with him, that I may rip open his belly. My wish is to save Egypt and to smite the Asiatic.
King Kamoza may have had a very personal reason to hate the Hyksos. The mummified remains of the previous pharaoh, his father, have been uncovered, and modern analysis shows that he suffered brutal wounds to the head from a heavy bladed weapon. These blows must have sliced his cheek and fractured his jaw and skull, leading many to conclude that he died on the battlefield. The king's body was then rushed back to Thebes, where it was hastily mummified. If Prince Kamoza saw his father's body in this state, as it was carried back into the city, we can only imagine the kind of hatred that must have burned in his heart towards the Hyksos invaders in the north. But many in Kamoza's court were clearly afraid of what a war with the Hyksos would do to the fragile state of the country. One text, known as the Carnarvon Tablet, describes how they appealed to their king to maintain the peace.
We are tranquil in our part of Egypt. Aswan at the first cataract is strong, and the middle part of the land is with us. Men till for us the finest of their lands. They allow our cattle to pasture in the papyrus marshes. Corn is sent for our swine. Our cattle are not taken away. He holds the land of the Asiatics. We hold Egypt. Only when one comes against us should we act against him.
But Kamoza refused. He wanted to strike a blow at the Hyksos, but he knew that he would have to secure the southern border first and recapture the old fortress of Buhen, just before the second cataract of the Nile. Buhen was one of the strong-walled bastions built by Senusret III, and it was one of the only forts the Egyptians built from stone rather than brick. But since the collapse of the Middle Kingdom, its garrison had served a Nubian lord from the kingdom of Kush. If the southern border was to hold while Kamoza expelled the Hyksos in the north, he would need to recapture the fort of Buhen. Kamoza marched south, preparing to assault the fort, but it seems that upon sighting the enormous Egyptian army on the horizon, the citizens of the fortress got the message and decided to swear allegiance to the pharaoh without a fight. With this powerful fort now holding the south, Kamoza marched back to Thebes and prepared for the next campaign season, when he would seek to bring war to the Hyksos and unite Egypt once more. In the third year of his reign, Kamoza struck.
I sailed north in my might to repel the Asiatics through the command of Amun, with my brave army before me like a flame of fire and the archers atop our fighting decks.
Kamoza's fleet descended swiftly on the Hyksos, in what appears to have been something of a surprise attack. Caught off guard, the foreigners were defeated, and the vengeance of Kamoza was terrible.
When day dawned, I was upon him as if it were a hawk. When breakfast time came, I overthrew him, having destroyed his walls and slaughtered his people, and made his wife descend to the river bank. My army acted like lions with their spoil, chattels, cattle, fat, honey, dividing their things, their hearts joyful. As for Avaris on the two rivers, I laid it waste without inhabitants. I destroyed their towns and burned their homes to reddened ruin heaps forever. Because of the destruction they had wrought in the midst of Egypt, they who had allowed themselves to hearken to the call of the Asiatics had forsaken Egypt, their mistress.
The king of the Hyksos immediately appealed to his Nubian ally, the king of Kush, for help. At one point, the Egyptians intercepted a secret message traveling south along the desert roads, the contents of which they recorded.
Have you noticed what Egypt has done against me? The ruler who is there, Kamose, penetrates my territory even though I have not attacked him as he has you. He chooses these two lands in order to afflict them. My land and yours, and he has ravaged them. Come northward, do not flinch. Then we shall divide up the towns of Egypt.
When this messenger returned to the embattled Hyksos king, shamefaced and with the letter undelivered, he must have known that all was lost. The war came to a swift end, and Camoso recounts, with perhaps some exaggeration, his heroic return to Thebes.
What a happy home trip for the ruler. Life, prosperity, happiness. With his army ahead of him. They had no casualties, nor did anyone blame his fellow, nor did their hearts weep. I moored on home soil during the season of inundation. The riverbank was resplendent. Thebes was festive. Women and men had come to see me. Every woman hugged her neighbor. No one was tearful.
His son Ahmosa would press this advantage, and in an even more devastating campaign, seized the ancient capital of Memphis. Ahmosa would be the first pharaoh in at least 100 years to recapture the Great Pyramids of Giza, and we can imagine his feelings as he gazed up at the monuments of his ancestors, Khufu and Khafre, by now already more than 1,000 years old. It's clear that the site inspired him, and he would even build a pyramid of his own in Upper Egypt, at the site of Abydos. This was one of the first pyramids built for an Egyptian pharaoh since the fall of the Middle Kingdom, and it was clearly designed as a symbol of renewal of the empire's great legacy. But it would also be the last ever pyramid built by an Egyptian ruler. After securing the Nile Delta, Ahmosa marched north and even crossed the Sinai, smashing through the traditional heartland of the Hyksos people and seizing territory in Palestine, in the region of modern Gaza. After that, he returned to the southern people of Kush and pushed the empire's borders farther south than they had ever been, beyond the Second Cataract to the river island of Sai, now in northern Sudan. From its lowest ebb, Egypt had suddenly re-emerged as a major regional power. This was the age of the New Kingdom. During the 5 centuries of the New Kingdom, Egypt would reach its greatest territorial extent and construct some of its most impressive monuments and artifacts. Despite recapturing Memphis, its kings saw no reason to move the capital again, and so they now once again ruled from the city of Thebes, far up the river in Upper Egypt. By now, Egypt had also adopted the technology of the horse-drawn chariot from their Hyksos foes, and its armies were now made up of powerful contingents of these vehicles. During these centuries, Egypt saw the rule of its first great woman pharaoh, Hatshepsut, who was one of its most prolific builders. She constructed the towering temple complex at Karnak and the stately mortuary temple known as the Holy of Holies. She also undertook a voyage in 5 ships to the land of Punt, somewhere in Africa, and brought back incense trees and other goods to Egypt, which she celebrated in one inscription.
The ships returned with the marvels of the land of Punt, and with all the good woods of Tanuta, with heaps of incense, with trees producing green fragrance, with ebony and pure ivory, with gold and green agates found in the land of the Amu, with hides of the panthers of the south. Never since the beginning of the world have the like of these wonders been brought by any king.
The New Kingdom would also see some of the most striking dramas emerge in the royal courts of Egypt. Of these, none have drawn so much attention as the story of one pharaoh. He has been described by some as a revolutionary, by others as a visionary, and by others still as simply insane. He was a ruler named Amenhotep IV. Amenhotep came to the throne around 1350 BC. He had inherited his name from his father, who had ruled as Amenhotep III. Like most Egyptian names, it included the name of a god, Amun, and it meant Amun is satisfied. Amun had long been the god of the city of Thebes, and was considered the god of fertility and of the wind. But when the Hyksos were expelled from Egypt, and Thebes became the capital once more, this god Amun was given something of a promotion. He was unified with the sun god Ra to create a compound deity now known as Amun-Ra, the perfect symbol of the power of a new, united Egypt. Amun-Ra was depicted as a man bearing a golden staff and wearing a high crown, and later would be shown with blue skin. This new deity was placed at the head of all the various gods that the Egyptians worshipped, the king of the gods and creator of the universe. One hymn to Amun-Ra describes the primacy of his position.
Lord of truth, father of the gods, maker of men, creator of all animals, Lord of things that are, creator of the staff of life.
The pharaoh Amenhotep IV would keep his name for the first 4 years of his rule, but around his 5th year on the throne, he made the unprecedented decision to change his royal name. That's because he had a vision of a new system of belief that he wanted to spread over all of Egypt. He wanted to do away with the messiness of Egyptian religion and the system of different gods in different cities, different temples and cults and priests. He devised a new system of worship that focused not on any god, but on the sun itself, which he seems to have believed was his true father. This new god would be depicted as a bare, impersonal disk, showering the earth with beams of light. It would be called simply the Orb, or in Egyptian, the Aten. One surviving hymn to the Aten, perhaps even written by the pharaoh himself, shows the enormous power this new god was supposed to have.
سخبر مايون حموت ارمو امرمت سعنخسا امرت موتف سجرح السوق.
O sole God, like whom there is no other, thou didst create the world according to thy desire. You are in my heart. There is no other who knows you. Every land chatters at his rising every day.
الثايم سوحت بدون انر ديك ان الثاو.
Around year 5 of his reign, the pharaoh Amenhotep abandoned his old name that paid respect to the god Amun and changed it to a new name for his new god. This new name meant effective spirit for the Aten. He was now the pharaoh Akhenaten. Akhenaten is the first recorded person in history to have started a new religion by himself. He was also the first monotheist. In Akhenaten's kingdom, only the Aten could be worshipped. Temples to Amun were eventually shut down, and all worship of the former god was banned. The king even sent out workmen and soldiers to all corners of Egypt, where they burst into temples with hammers and chisels and chipped the name of Amun off the walls. His determination to rid his kingdom of Amun was so great that he even sent workmen climbing to the top of the Red Pyramid of Snefru to chip the name of Amun from the pyramid's topmost capstone. To the Egyptians, used as they were to placating a whole host of deities with prayers and offerings, this radical shift must have seemed like a frightening and risky gamble. Many must have feared to turn their backs on their old trusted gods, and consort with this new and untested ideology. But the king's word was the king's word, and for the most part, they seem to have fallen into line. At first, Akhenaten converted old temples in Thebes to the Aten, and even began constructing some new ones, but he soon went off the idea. Thebes' old temples were covered with carvings and hieroglyphs praising the other gods, and the depth of their history couldn't be erased overnight. Thebes was also home to a powerful priestly class that resisted his reforms. In answer to this problem, Akhenaten took the remarkable decision to build an entirely new capital. He would build it out in the middle of the desert, at a completely uninhabited location, halfway between Memphis and Thebes. He would call this city the Horizon of the Aten, or in Egyptian, Akhetaten. Standing out on the bare and level plain where he hoped to build his new city, the pharaoh Akhenaten gave the following proclamation to his courtiers.
The Aten desires that there be made for him a monument with an eternal and everlasting name. It is Aten, my father, who gave me counsel concerning it. No official has ever given me counsel, not any of the people who are in the entire land. At Akhetaten, I shall make the house of Aten.
This new city would be furnished with everything a royal capital needed. Palaces for Akhenaten and his chief wife Nefertiti, along with his 4 other wives, gardens, tombs, administrative buildings and workshops, and of course a vast temple complex to the new god Aten. Construction of this city would take at least 8 years, and when it was finished, in the 12th year of his reign, Akhenaten held a magnificent ceremony. The year was 1342 BC. At his new capital, Akhenaten received delegations from all over the region, from the Hittites, from Syria and islands in the Mediterranean like Cyprus and Crete, as well as from the Nubian lands of Punt and Kush in the south, all here to bear witness to the glory of his new city and his successful conversion of his empire. The priests may have grumbled, the common people may have fretted, but he had finally done it. The ceremony must have been grand, full of celebration and pomp, musicians and dancers, the burning of incense and feasts of fine foods. We can imagine the foreign guests listening to the singing of hymns like the following to the new god Aten.
Thou didst create the world according to thy desire. All men, cattle, and wild beasts, whatever is on earth going upon its feet, and what is on high, flying with its wings. The countries of Syria and Nubia, the land of Egypt. Thou settest every man in his place. Thou suppliest their necessities. Their tongues are separate in speech, and their natures as well. Everyone has his food, and his time of life is reckoned.
But the consequences of this piece of royal pageantry were dire. A plague had been spreading around the Middle East for some time now, affecting lands in Syria and the Hittite Empire in what is now Turkey. One group of texts written around this time, known as the Hittite Plague Prayers, invoke the gods to deliver them from this disaster.
For 20 years now, people have been dying in Hatti. Will the plague never be removed from Hatti? I cannot control the worry in my heart. I can no longer control the anguish of my soul.
With foreign dignitaries coming from all over the region, with large entourages and doubtless groups of slaves in tow, a deadly dose of this disease arrived that year in the heart of Egypt, and from there would have spread all up and down the Nile. If Akhenaten had hoped that this ceremony would secure his people's confidence in his new god, then it couldn't have backfired more dramatically. In the pandemic that followed, no one was safe. Numerous deaths may even have occurred within Akhenaten's family, perhaps including his mother, his wife, and 3 of his daughters. And if the situation was so severe, even in the relatively protected royal court, we can assume that in the population at large, the effects were even more devastating. For the people of Egypt, this incomprehensible disaster must have seemed like the judgment of the old gods on the man who had so arrogantly turned his back on them. Akhenaten died only a few years later, around 1335 BC, after 17 years of rule. After his death, some members of his family attempted to maintain the cult of the Aten in the now plague-ravaged new capital of Akhetaten. They would take turns to rule for the next 4 years, but seemingly without much success. Now the whole empire seemed like it was teetering on the brink of collapse. But eventually, one of Akhenaten's sons, a boy of only 8 years old, came to the throne. His father had given him the hopeful name Tutankhaten, or living image of the Aten, but he would not rule under it for long. Turning his back on his father's new faith and to enormous celebration around the empire, in the 3rd year of his rule, he changed his name to the one we now remember him by. The living image not of Aten, but of the old god Amun, now triumphantly welcomed back by the people of Egypt. His name was Tutankhamun. As symbolized by his change of name, the boy king Tutankhamun rode back a great number of his father's attempted reforms. He ended all worship of the god Aten and reinstated Amun to supremacy in Thebes. Tutankhamun lifted the ban on the cults of other gods and restored the traditional privileges of the priesthood. Many temples to the Aten in Thebes and elsewhere were torn down, and their painted bricks were used as filler in the walls of other temples. Everyone seemed to be in agreement. The whole sorry business of Akhenaten was better off forgotten. Today the boy king Tutankhamun is perhaps the most famous of all the Egyptian pharaohs, more famous than the great Khufu and Khafre of Giza, or the pharaohs Djoser and Snefru, who perfected the pyramid form. He's more famous than Kamosa or Ahmosa, who reunited the kingdom and expelled the Hyksos, more famous than his colourful father Akhenaten Hatshepsut. But there's nothing in his reign that really warrants that level of recognition. In fact, this boy king died while still a teenager, after only 9 years of rule. He does seem to have been a good king, and popular, and set Egypt back on course after his father's erratic reign. But the source of his fame was really one of absolute historical accident. When he died in 1323 BC, the boy king Tutankhamun was buried in a tomb in the Valley of the Kings. It was not a particularly resplendent royal tomb, and a far cry from the glorious pyramids of the Old Kingdom. But shortly after it was sealed, there was a chance flash flood in this portion of the necropolis, and the doorway to the tomb was buried in sand and rock. This left it completely concealed. For the next 3,300 years, tomb robbers would scour the Valley of the Kings, stealing from nearly every one of the great pharaohs' tombs, making away with their treasures, removing their mummies, and despoiling their decorations. But buried in the sand, Tutankhamun's tomb remained sealed. For this reason, it was completely untouched until the year 1922, when it was uncovered by the Egyptologist Howard Carter, and all its artifacts were recovered to international astonishment. Today, the most glorious of these, the golden burial mask of Tutankhamun, is one of the most famous objects from the ancient world, a resplendent image of royal wealth and power. At times, it can be hard to remember that this golden image is also a portrait of a boy who had power thrust upon him in a time of upheaval and strife, looking up at us from the dark depths of the ages.
When they're counting on you to take the big shot, shouldn't your phone coach you through it?
Oh wow, that looks good.
Sore nose? Soften the blows with the #1 lotion tissue, Puffs.
WGU has a ton of resources. That really allowed for flexibility for me. I had a bunch of credits and they transferred over, and because we can accelerate, I finished very quickly. With WGU, you can start whenever.
Learn more today.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 live support, they moved us. Better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for Dad?
Think again, Bruce.
Yeah.
Teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you're Verbo.
The new kingdom of Egypt would reach its highest point around 50 years after the reign of Tutankhamun. It would come during the rule of perhaps the greatest Egyptian pharaoh. He came to the throne under the name Ramses II, but he would go down in history as Ramses the Great. Ramses came to the throne at the age of 14 in 1279 BC. At the time, Egypt's Mediterranean coast was being ravaged by groups of pirates, and he spent much of his early rule dealing with this nuisance. But he is most famous for pushing the boundaries of Egypt far to the north, into the region of Syria. Over the preceding centuries, a powerful rival had grown up in the mountains of what is today Turkey, and was steadily spreading its influence in all directions. This was the powerful Hittite Empire, centered on their hill fortress capital of Hattusha. The Hittites were a relatively new power in the region, but their territory was wealthy and extensive. They had mastered the use of chariots in warfare, turning them from light hit-and-run vehicles into heavy armored shock troops. And for the last 2 centuries, Egypt had been fighting increasingly bitter wars with them over who would control the region of Palestine. In the 4th year of his reign, Ramses II gathered an expeditionary force and marched across the Sinai Desert to Gaza, and from there marched north. One epic poem written about this expedition exults in the enormous force that Ramses brought.
His Majesty journeyed northward, his infantry and chariotry with him. He began to march on the good way. Every foreign country was trembling before him. Their chiefs were bringing their tribute, and all the rebels were coming, bowing down to a dread of the personality of His Majesty.
Ramses' aim was to capture the strong fortress city of Kadesh, situated along the sandy banks on a fork of the Orontes River. For years now, Kadesh had been playing the Hittites and Egypt off against one another, allying first with one, then the other. Now, Ramses was determined to finally seize Kadesh for Egypt. He marched north with 4 of his divisions, named after the gods Amun, Ra, Seth, and Ptah. With him, he brought thousands of chariots, and 1 unit of elite chariot riders he sent by sea, telling them to land on the coast and ride inland to meet him on the day that he arrived at Kadesh. At first, everything seemed to be going well. On his way, the pharaoh's scouts captured a pair of tribesmen from the Shasu people, who told him that the Hittite king was cowering further to the north. He was afraid of the might of Egypt, they said. He had left Kadesh defenseless. Excited by this news, Ramesses threw all caution to the wind and hastened northward to seize the city with only 1 of his 4 divisions, his prided Amun troops. But this would prove to be a fatal mistake. Ramesses didn't know it yet, but these Shasu tribesmen were actually agents of the Hittite king, sent to lure him into a trap. When he arrived at Kadesh, Ramesses set up his camp beside a stony brook, and his scouts set out into the surrounding landscape to detect any threats. Some of these scouts ran into a pair of Hittite soldiers who had been lying low in the undergrowth, watching them. They skirmished, and the Egyptians managed to capture the Hittites. After perhaps a stern beating, these men revealed what lay waiting for the Egyptians nearby: the full might of the Hittite armies amassed in an ambush, hidden behind the looming fortress of Kadesh. The Kadesh poem records this imposing force.
Now the wretched foe of Hatti had come, having gathered all foreign countries to the very ends of the sea, the land of Hatti in its entirety. They covered the mountains and the valleys like the grasshoppers with their multitudes. He left neither silver nor gold in his land, but despoiled it of all its possessions and gave them to all foreign countries to bring them with him to combat.
Ramesses flew into a rage with his generals for allowing this to happen. He had hurried ahead with his Amun division, and now he was critically overstretched, with his reinforcements in the Ra division still on the road. The Hittites would not allow the Egyptians to regroup. Before the Ra division could arrive, a terrifying force of 2,500 Hittite chariots burst out of hiding and swept across the river plain. Hittite chariots were the tanks of their day, heavy and armoured, their riders covered in chainmail down to their toes. These chariots rolled in and smashed into the Ra regiment, who frantically tried to form a shield wall. The Hittites scattered this division completely, and then rounded on the Egyptians' camp. Ramesses was surrounded, cut off from his reinforcements and now outnumbered. But in this dire situation, he recounts how he rallied his men and led them in a desperate charge against the enemy.
I found the 2,500 spans of chariotry, in whose midst I was, becoming heaps of corpses before my horses. Not one of them found his hand to fight, for their hearts quailed in their bodies from terror of me. And all their arms were powerless, so they could not shoot nor find their courage to seize their javelins.
Whether or not this self-aggrandizing account is an accurate depiction of that day, it's clear that the tide did begin to turn. The Egyptian soldiers were elite fighters, and many of the Hittite forces may have been mercenaries or conscripts. After destroying the Ra division and sweeping into the Egyptians' camp, the chariots became bogged down, and many of the Hittite soldiers, believing the battle to be already over, began looting rather than press their advantage. More Egyptian reinforcements were soon arriving from the south, and as the bloody afternoon wore on, That contingent of elite charioteers that had been sailing up the coast also arrived on the scene. The arrival of this cavalry on the horizon was enough to steel the resolve of the Egyptian troops and break the will of the Hittites. Ramses gives a florid rendition of what happened next.
I made them plunge into the water as crocodiles plunge, for they were falling upon their faces one on another as I slew among them whom I desired. Neither could one look behind him, nor could another turn about, and whoever of them fell, he could not raise himself.
The Hittite army withdrew, with many of their soldiers pushed into the Orontes River. When the next day dawned, the two sides clashed again, but both had been fatally weakened by the previous day's fighting. After a few hours of bloody slaughter, Ramses withdrew, and the Hittite king sent him a peace offer. The pharaoh's hands were tied. The Egyptians lacked any siege equipment to breach the strong walls of Kadesh, and the only option to take the city would have been a lengthy siege, during which Ramses would have found his forces exposed to attack, poorly supplied and prone to encirclement. Instead, he decided to declare victory and march back to Egypt. The Hittites in turn also declared victory, and the city of Kadesh would slip out of Ramses's grasp. Despite the overflowing praise of Ramses and his glorious victory in the Kadesh poem, the war actually ended with a stalemate, and the question of the city remained unresolved. But it's clear that Ramses thought back to his role during the battle with no small amount of pride, and he would decorate the walls of his temple at Abu Simbel with a vast low-relief carving of every one of the battle's twists and turns. The war with the Hittites would drag on for a further 15 years, and during this time, Egypt would often capture territory along the Mediterranean coast, only to lose it again the very next year. Before long, both sides grew weary of this grinding conflict. The war was finally brought to an end with what has gone down in history as the first written peace treaty, the text of which has survived.
Behold, Hattusili, the ruler of the Hittites, binds himself by treaty to Ramesses, chosen one of Ra, the great ruler of Egypt, beginning today, so that perfect peace and brotherhood may be created between us forever. He being in brotherhood and peace with me, and I being in brotherhood and peace with him forever.
The treaty was written on silver tablets, with both the Hittites and the Egyptians being given a copy. Its text was written in both hieroglyphics and Hittite cuneiform, but the two translations do have slightly different wordings. In a diplomatic stroke of genius, the Egyptian version claims that the Hittites had come begging Egypt for peace, which the Egyptians graciously accepted, while in the Hittite version, it is the Egyptians who asked to end the war. With both sides thus able to save face, the destructive conflict was allowed to come to an end, and nearly a century of relative peace ensued. Despite the pride Ramses took in his battles, today it is this peace treaty that we most remember, and a replica of it hangs on the walls of the United Nations headquarters in New York. After what seemed like a lucky escape at Kadesh, Ramses would turn his attention away from war and towards construction. He spent the next decades of his rule building temples and monuments up and down Egypt, and today his name is the one that appears on the most surviving monuments of any pharaoh. This is partly due to his prolific building campaign, but also due to the fact that he ensured His name was inscribed more deeply in the stone than any other pharaoh, so deep that it could never be erased. Ramesses II would rule for a total of 66 years and would be remembered as perhaps Egypt's greatest pharaoh. His full Egyptian name was Usermatre Setepenre Ramses, which the Greeks would later render into a name they found easier to pronounce. They would call him Ozymandias. More than 1,000 years later, the Greek writer Diodorus of Sicily would visit Egypt and write an account of visiting one monument to Ramesses II.
At its entrance there is a pylon, constructed of variegated stone, 2 plethora in breadth and 45 cubits high. The inscription upon it runs, "King of Kings am I, Ozymandias. If anyone would know how great I am and where I lie, let him surpass one of my works."
Ramesses would also build a new capital for his empire, and with his military ambitions lying in the north, he decided to place it in the northeast of the Nile Delta, and in characteristic fashion, he named it after himself, calling it Per Ramses, or the House of Ramesses. One Egyptian poem would celebrate the beauty of this new city.
The residence is pleasant in life. Its field is full of everything good. It is full of supplies and food every day, its ponds with fish and its lakes with birds. Its meadows are verdant with grass. Its banks bear dates. Its melons are abundant on the sands. Its granaries are so full of barley and emmer wheat that they come near to the sky. Red wedge fish swim in the canal of the resident city, which live on lotus flowers.
This city of Per Ramses has long been associated with the city of Ramses, referred to in the Hebrew book of Exodus, the second book of the Hebrew Bible. Exodus describes a population of enslaved Hebrews forced to work on the construction of the city. The reality of the Exodus story has long been debated, and most historians now consider it to be a piece of ancient literature. There is no evidence for a large population of Hebrew slaves ever living in Egypt, or that the city of Per Ramses was built by slaves at all. More likely it was built using the Egyptians' usual combination of skilled artisans and seasonal peasant laborers. But with the proximity of the Nile Delta to the Levantine coast, it's certainly not impossible that some of these laborers were Hebrew people who had traveled across the Sinai to sell their labor in Egypt. If that were the case, then for one reason or another, they left no impression in the archaeological record, but perhaps printed an indelible mark on our collective imaginations. When Ramses finally died in 1213 BC, he was probably nearly 90 years old. His reign had been one of Egypt's golden ages, but his long rule had once again created that old king problem. All of his heirs were now also old men. By the time of his death, 12 of his oldest sons had already died, and now his 13th son took the throne at the age of about 70. He was the pharaoh Mer-Nekhtar. But only a few years into this man's reign, Egypt was attacked by a devastating new enemy. These were the Libyan people to the west of the Nile Delta. The king of Libya, a man named Merire, had seemingly planned his attack for some time. All of a sudden, a large Libyan army flooded through Egypt's northwestern border, and they were reinforced with groups of people from all over the Mediterranean, perhaps from Greece, Sardinia, Sicily, and elsewhere across the sea. These were a diverse group of peoples that had suddenly begun to appear in increasing numbers across the eastern Mediterranean. They would later become known as the Sea Peoples. The pharaoh Merneptah remembers this event on one carved stele.
The wretched fallen chief of Libya, Maria, son of Dead, has fallen upon the country of Tehunu with his bowmen, Sheridan, Shekelesh, Ekwesh, Lukka, Teresh, taking the best of every warrior and every man of war of his country. He has brought his wife and his children, leaders of the camp, and he has reached the western boundary in the fields of Perea.
The pharaoh Merneptah defeated this invasion, and as a warning to any others who would try such a surprise attack, he had many of the invading soldiers impaled along the road into Memphis.
The princes are prostrate, saying, "Mercy!" Not one raises his head among the 9 bows. Desolation is for Tehenu. Hatti is pacified, plundered is the Canaan with every evil. Her eyes become a widow. All lands together they are pacified.
But these lands would not stay pacified for long. After the death of the pharaoh Merneptah around 1204 BC, Egypt entered a period of civil strife, with the descendants of Ramesses fighting over who would take the crown. Against this backdrop, the entire region also once again began to experience a series of record droughts. What caused this climate shift is uncertain. As we saw in our second episode on the Bronze Age collapse, the cause may have been volcanic, with a large eruption taking place in the Icelandic volcano of Hekla around this time. Others have proposed that an eruption in Sicily around 1300 BC may have been to blame, or that the supervolcano Thera in Santorini may have resumed some activity, some 500 years after its last enormous eruption. The cause may not have been volcanic at all, and could have been due to variations in the sun's activity, or weather systems in the Atlantic depriving the Mediterranean of moisture. The reality was much as it is today. The planet's climate system is fragile, interconnected and chaotic, and even relatively small changes in its equilibrium can have devastating effects. During this time, formerly green lands became dry and arid, and more plants suited to desert landscapes flourished. Analysis of sediment cores and oxygen isotopes in cave mineral deposits have all shown that the 13th and 12th centuries BC saw much less rain than the preceding centuries. Alongside this scientific evidence, we can see marks of severe drought in the region's written records too. Egypt's great rivals, the Hittites, in their stony mountains, were hit particularly hard by the drought. One Hittite text has come down to us that seems to capture the spirit of this age, and it is known as the myth of Telepinu. It comes from a poetic convention known as the vanishing god myth, which describes how a certain deity is so offended by the misdeeds of humanity that he flies into a fit of sorrow and abandons his duties. Telepinu was a god of farming, fertility, and the weather. The beginning of the text has been lost, so we don't know what it was humanity did to provoke his rage, but the poem describes its deadly consequences.
Thereupon soot beset the windows, smoke beset the house, the ashes lay crammed on the hearth. Off stalked Telepinu. Grain and abundance he took away from field and meadow. Off to the copses stalked Telepinu. and in a copse he buried himself. Forthwith, the seed ceased to yield produce. Oxen, sheep, and men ceased to breed, while even those that had conceived did not bear. Hillsides were bare, trees were bare, and put forth no new branches. Pastures were bare, springs ran dry. A famine arose in the land. Men and gods alike were about to perish of hunger.
While the Egyptians may have celebrated this weakening of their great rival, in Egypt the situation was hardly any better. One text, dated to around the year 1200 BC, is called the Lament to Amun, and it stands as a wail of sorrow in a darkening age.
Come to me, Father Amun. Protect me in this bitter year of confrontation. God shines in the sun, yet he will not shine. Winter crowds hard upon summer. Months happen backwards. Disheveled hours lurch drunken by. Those cut down in high places cry out to you, Amun. These words came on the poisoned air, spoken by herdsmen in fields and marshes, by those who beat clothes on the banks of the river, by district police deserting their precincts, by horned beasts on our burning deserts.
From this period of unrest and the chaos in Egypt's royal court, which lasted for about a century, a military strongman named Setnakhte would eventually rise to power. He would rule for only 3 years, before dying and passing the throne on to his young son. This boy was the empire's last hope to turn around its floundering fortunes. And if such a hope was to be sustained, there was only one name he could possibly rule under. His parents would name him after his great predecessor, who had ruled nearly a century before and fought at the Battle of Kadesh. And so this boy would rule as Ramesses III. This new boy king Ramesses was a determined and tenacious ruler, and it's clear that he openly admired and sought to emulate the legendary pharaoh of old. He even went so far as to name all his own sons after the sons of Ramesses II, and also gave them all the same positions in his court. It was clear he wanted to do everything he could to recreate the glory days that had slipped out of Egypt's grasp, as he writes in one of his inscriptions.
Rejoice ye, O Egypt, to the height of heaven, for I am ruler of the south and north upon the throne of Adon. The gods have appointed me to be king over Egypt, to be victor, to expel them for her from the countries. They decreed to me the kingdom while I was a child, and my reign is full of plenty.
Under other circumstances, Ramesses might have been one of Egypt's great rulers, but the entire region was soon to be convulsed in a series of bitter wars. One of the great drivers of these conflicts was the loose collection of peoples that had first appeared in the reign of the pharaoh Merneptah, and who are known as the Sea Peoples. These invaders were now descending on the entire region in ever greater numbers, apparently spurred by widespread crop failures in northern and western Europe. Already powerful trading cities like the port town of Ugarit had been attacked by sea, seemingly by complete surprise, and they were destroyed so thoroughly that they were never reoccupied. The Egyptians' great rivals, the Hittites, were now on the brink of collapse, as trade networks around the region went into freefall. Ramesses remembers this time of strife as these northern invaders descended on the coast.
The northerners in their isles were disturbed. Swept away in battle, not one stood before their lands. From Kepa, Karkemish, Arba, Alasa, they were wasted. They set up a camp in one place in Amor. They desolated his people and his land like that which is not.
When news of the Sea People's attacks came to Ramses, he would have been pharaoh for about 8 years. He had already repelled 2 further invasions from Libya and must have been rising in confidence. But the news troubled him, and soon he got word that the fleet of the Sea Peoples was on the move and were heading to Egypt, as he recounts in the inscription on his mortuary temple at Medinet Habu.
They came with fire prepared before them forward to Egypt. Their main support was Peleset, Theken, Shekelesh, Denyen, and Weshesh. Their lands were united, and they laid their hands upon the land as far as the circle of the earth. Their hearts were confident, full of their plans.
Ramses knew that these attackers would have to be stopped, and he decided that he would make his stand at the mouth of the Nile, the lush, fertile delta. He would have to play to what strengths the Egyptian army still had in this challenging terrain. He decided to lay an ambush and give the Sea Peoples a surprise attack of their own.
Now, it happened through this god, the Lord of gods, that I was prepared and armed to trap them like wild fowl. I equipped my frontier at Zaï, prepared before them. The chiefs, the captains of infantry, the nobles, I caused to equip the harbor mouths like a strong wall, with warships, galleys, and barges. They were manned completely from bow to stern with valiant warriors bearing their arms, soldiers of all the choicest of Egypt, being like lions roaring upon the mountain tops. Their horses were quivering in their every limb, ready to crush the countries under their feet.
As the enemy's ships amassed, Ramses gathered archers on the banks, supported by spearmen and cavalry in their thousands, all concealed in the reeds. The tension must have been tremendous. All the soldiers of the Egyptian army holding their breath and waiting for that first sign of an enemy ship. Then, at last, a sail was sighted. After that came another and another, until the whole fleet of the Sea Peoples was in sight. The Egyptians must have been able to hear the creak of 10,000 oars, the beating of the drums, the shouts of the helmsmen and soldiers. Then, once the Sea People's ships were within range, Ramses struck. Arrows flew out of the reeds and rained down on the ships. Panicked, the invaders attempted to land on the banks, but as they did, the Egyptian spearmen appeared out of the tree line and met them with a shield wall. While the enemy was held at bay, the Egyptian navy sailed in down the river.
Those who reached my boundary, their heart and their soul are finished forever and ever. As for those who had assembled before them on the sea, the full flame was in their front, before the harbour mouths, and a wall of metal upon the shore surrounded them. They were dragged, overturned, and laid low upon the beach, slain, and made heaps from stern to bow of their galleys, while all their things were cast upon the water. Thus I turned back the waters to remember Egypt, and when they even mentioned my name in their land, may it consume them with fear.
The pharaoh's plan had worked. The Egyptians were the first people to turn back these seagoing invaders and stop their campaign of destruction. Ramses's inscription at Medinet Habu ends on the following triumphant note.
Rejoice ye, O Egypt. I have expelled your mourning, which was in your heart, and I have made you dwell in peace. Those whom I have overthrown shall not return.
But despite their victory, the land of the pharaohs now stood alone in a devastated region. Virtually every other society around them had been gutted and reduced to ash. Numerous long-established civilizations, the Mycenaean Greeks, the Hittites, Ugarit, and Babylon, had collapsed, and civil order had given way to chaos. The precarious trade routes on which they had all relied to supply them with bronze and other commodities were now broken, and Egypt's economy went into a steep and unstoppable decline. By the end of this period, which has become known as the Late Bronze Age collapse, Egypt was a shadow of its former self. As other enemies encroached on its borders, Egypt was able to fight them off, but its treasury became so depleted that it never fully recovered its imperial power. The first workers' strike in recorded history happened during the 29th year of Ramses III's reign, when Egypt could no longer provide food rations for its elite artisans, who were constructing the king's tomb in the village of Deir el-Medina. The lack of rations went on so long that the workers eventually marched through the town, shouting the following chant.
We're hungry. There's no more clothing, no more oil, no more fish, no more vegetables. Send word to the pharaoh.
If food was not reaching these crucial workers, we can only imagine the dire situation in the wider kingdom. The dispute dragged on for weeks, with one leader of the protest even threatening to damage a royal monument if they were not paid. It was a threat that they would never have dared to make unless the authority of the pharaoh was beginning to be seriously undermined. Ramses III ruled for another 2 decades after his battle with the Sea Peoples, for a total reign of 31 years. But by the year 1156 BC, some members of his family were beginning to get impatient. In the Egyptian court, all of the women, the king's wives and mother, and other consorts, all lived together in a large palace complex with its own land. This was convenient for the king, but it could also encourage courtly intrigue. There was a strict hierarchy to the pharaoh's queens, and everyone knew that the children of his main wife were to be his heirs before any others. Some of the women who were lower down on this ladder could at times resort to plotting to improve their stations, and perhaps get their own sons on the throne instead. One of these women was a queen named Tiye. Tiye was a secondary wife of Ramses, and her son Pentawer was not in line for the throne. In order to remedy this situation, she began a plot that would go down in history as the Harem Conspiracy. Soon, she brought in other members of the king's household, and even high-ranking members of the government, as one later papyrus records.
They are the abomination of the land. The great criminal, who was then chief of the chamber, was in collusion with Taye and the women of the harem. He had made common cause with them. He had begun to bring out their words to their mothers and their brothers who were there, saying, "Stir up the people, incite rebellion against their lord."
Alarmingly, one of the palace women had written to her brother named Khaem Waset, a commander of Nubian troops in the south, and gained his support for their plot. Others had even turned to supernatural methods, making wax effigies of the king's bodyguards and laying curses on them to help their scheme. Their plan was clear: to kill Ramesses and install Queen Tiye's son Pentawer as pharaoh. The date they chose to strike was during the annual ceremony known as the Beautiful Festival of the Valley, which was held in Thebes every year at the new moon of the second month of the harvesting season of Shemu. During this festival, which was one of the biggest of the year, the pharaoh would go down to the river in a grand and colourful procession, carrying the statues of the three gods of Thebes, Amun, Mut, and Khonsu. He would then board his royal barge and sail with the statues down to the Theban necropolis to visit his grand temple, as one inscription by a Theban priest describes.
We go, giving praise to Amun, kissing the ground before the lords of the gods on his festivals, the first day of Shemu shining, on the day of voyaging to the valley.
Here the citizens would give offerings of food and drink and flowers, as the boats sailed on the river with the three statues. As the riotous, days-long festival progressed, the plotters took advantage of the disruption to make a strike at the king. It was day 15 of Shemu, when the pharaoh was relaxing in the royal harem in the western tower of Medinet Habu, perhaps thinking ahead to his role in the coming festivities, when a group of assassins crept up on him with knives. Their attack was swift and brutal. Modern scanning of Ramesses III's mummy reveals that his throat was cut right to the bone with a sharp weapon, severing the trachea, esophagus, and major blood vessels. Death would have followed within seconds. Ramesses has no defensive wounds, suggesting that he was caught completely unawares. But curiously, his big toe was severed at the time of the attack. This seems like an unlikely injury to sustain during a struggle, and studies of his mummy have shown that the embalmers fashioned him a prosthetic toe to take with him into the afterlife. This suggests that the original toe was never recovered, perhaps indicating that someone took it as proof that he was dead, or as a grisly trophy. Ramesses III had saved Egypt from the Sea Peoples, but now he lay dying in a pool of his own blood, betrayed by his own family. But the conspirators' plot would not go as planned. In the aftermath of the bloody assassination, the son of Ramesses III was able to crush the coup and seize the throne. The plotters were all put on trial, as well as any who had heard about the conspiracy but failed to report it. In all, 28 people were executed, and as a final punishment, they were even cruelly renamed after their deaths. The brother of one of the plotters, who had commanded his Nubian troops in the south, was originally named Khaem Waset, a name which meant came from Thebes. But after his execution, he was renamed Binem Waset, or evil in Thebes. Another's name, Meri Ra, meant beloved of Ra, but he was given the somewhat spiteful new name Mesedzu Ra, or Ra hates him. Although order had been restored to the royal succession, Egypt was in a much reduced state. The death of Ramses was followed by years of bickering among his heirs. 3 of his sons would become king at different times, each feeling the need to memorialize him and shore up their own legitimacy by reigning as Ramses IV, 6th, and 8th. In fact, the next 8 pharaohs in a row would all be named Ramses after the slain king. But many of these rulers were ineffectual and reigned for only a few years each. Meanwhile, Egypt was increasingly beset by continuing droughts, lack of seasonal floodwaters, famines, civil unrest, and official corruption. Against this backdrop, by the rule of Ramses XI, a new power had begun to fill the vacuum left by royal authority. These were the high priests of Amun in Thebes. This priesthood had become not only very powerful, but exceedingly wealthy. Through a centuries-long game of acquisition, the Amun priests now controlled 2/3 of all the temple lands in Egypt and 90% of all Egypt's ships, along with mountains of gold. On top of that, they were the chief prophets and interpreters of the god Amun-Ra's will, wielding a great deal of influence over the kings and their decisions. Over the last centuries, they had changed the rules of the priesthood so that they could pass their positions on to their sons, essentially becoming a kind of feudal royalty in the baking hot lands of Upper Egypt. One inscription on the tomb of a high priest named Nebwen-Eneth describes the power of this new hereditary role.
You are now High Priest of Amun. His treasury and his granary are under your seal. You are chief executive of his temple, and every foundation of his is under your authority. The house of Hathor, Lady of Dendera, shall now be under the authority of your son, as heir to the offices of your forefathers, the position which you have occupied hitherto.
Soon the high priests in Thebes became the de facto rulers of Upper Egypt, even having themselves buried in grand tombs and commanding their own armies. In many ways, the pharaoh had become something of an irrelevance. And perhaps for that reason, there would not be a Ramses XII. With the death of Ramses XI, the Egyptian New Kingdom finally fractured, less than 80 years after the victorious battle with the Sea Peoples. Egypt would never regain its former power. For the next 4 centuries, Egypt's influence would undergo a steady but unstoppable decline. One text written around this time is called The Tale of Wenamun. It describes an Egyptian diplomat who travels to the north to collect some cedar wood as tribute from the Phoenician city of Byblos. But while there, he finds that the name of the pharaoh no longer holds the kind of sway it used to. Wenamun is robbed on his journey and appeals to the ruler of Byblos for help.
That morning when I had risen, I went to where the prince was and said to him, "I've been robbed in your harbor. Now you are the prince of this land. You're the one who controls it. Search for my money." Indeed, the money belongs to Amun-Ra, king of gods, lord of the lands. He said to me, "Are you serious? Are you joking?" "Indeed, I do not understand the demand you make to me."
To make matters worse, the king of Byblos refuses to pay the tribute of cedar wood that the pharaoh demands. Whether this story relates a true event or is simply a piece of literature, historians aren't sure. But either way, it points to the much reduced state of Egypt's standing in the world, something that had clearly become common knowledge. The 21st dynasty that ruled from the northern Nile Delta through much of the 8th century BC were even descended from Libyan invaders, peoples from along the North African coast to the west. While the earliest of these Libyan pharaohs adopted classical Egyptian names, by the 22nd and 23rd dynasties, they reverted to giving their children more ethnically Libyan names, and even wearing Libyan feathered headdresses to underline their identity. Still, these Libyan kings were an unruly bunch, who held close to their old tribal loyalties and were frequently distracted by warring amongst themselves and their own lords and generals. Meanwhile, the high priests of Amun continued to rule southern Egypt from Thebes. But even further to the south, in the lands of Nubia, another power was rising. This was the Nubian kingdom of Kush. As one of the two main African kingdoms to the south of Egypt, Kush was located at the fourth cataract of the Nile, around the region of Sudan today. For centuries now, this Nubian kingdom had been crushed beneath the boot of Egypt. Repeated expeditions up the Nile had seen Egyptian armies stamp out any sign of a powerful rival appearing in East Africa. But now, with the new kingdom of Egypt fractured, and the Libyan kings ruling it in the north fighting amongst themselves, the Kushites were free to build their own power base. During Egypt's many attempts to invade and hold on to the lands in Nubia, Egypt had left a number of powerful fortresses to the Kushites. One of these had even become the capital of Kush, the city of Napata. But the Egyptians had also left behind something else, that is, their religion. The upper classes in Kush had long adopted Egyptian gods and forms of worship. Kushite rulers even referred to themselves as the son of Amun. When Herodotus travelled down the Nile in the following centuries, he described this region, which he knew as Ethiopia.
Above Elephantine, the country now begins to be inhabited by Ethiopians, and half the people of the island are Ethiopians and half Egyptians. Near to the island is a great lake, on the shores of which dwell nomad Ethiopians. The people of the place worship no other gods but Amun and Osiris. These they greatly honor, and they have a place of divination sacred to Amun.
While Egypt had stopped building pyramids more than 1,000 years earlier, Kushite kings had taken up the building of pyramids of their own in classic Egyptian style. In some ways, Kush had become more Egyptian than the Egyptians. The kingdom was becoming wealthy too, its economy boosted by the Nubian gold mines it controlled and trade with sub-Saharan Africa. This wealth soon led to a powerful army. One king of Kush, named Kashta, would seize upon the opportunity that the situation afforded. While the Libyan kings of Egypt squabbled and fought among themselves, Kashta worked to gain influence over the high priests of Thebes. Eventually, he had his own daughter appointed to the powerful title of God's wife of Amun in the great temple of Thebes. Once she was in that position, she moved to consolidate her power and claimed Thebes and all Upper Egypt for her father's kingdom of Kush. The Libyan kings in the Nile Delta, distracted by their civil wars, did nothing to stop them. Upper Egypt was now ruled by Nubians. When the Kushite king Kashta died, his son Piye inherited what was now the Kushite Empire. Sometime around the 720s BC, King Piye marched his Nubian armies down the Nile and conquered the fractious states of Lower Egypt. Piye was clearly pragmatic in his approach and allowed any local governors to stay in their positions, so long as they swore allegiance to him. A victory stele that he carved records his victories, which he dedicates to the old Egyptian gods.
Hear what I have done in exceeding the ancestors. I am the king, the representation of God, who issued from the womb marked as ruler, who is feared by those greater than he, whose father knew, and whose mother perceived even in the egg that he would be ruler. Beloved of the gods, the son of Ra, beloved of Amun.
His son Shebitku solidified these conquests and united Egypt once more. For the next century, Egypt would be ruled by the 25th dynasty, the Nubian pharaohs. Over the decades that followed, these Nubian rulers showed an enthusiastic adoption of Egyptian culture. They used the Egyptian language, gave each other Egyptian names, and worshipped the Egyptian gods with apparent devotion. They even embarked on an enthusiastic program of pyramid building in Nubia, the first that the region had seen in centuries, if nothing quite like on the grand scale of the Old Kingdom. But this flourishing of Egyptian culture would not last long. That's because to the north, a power had finally risen that would eclipse the Egyptian empire for good. That was the empire of Assyria.
La Roche-Posay Double Repair, more than just a moisturizer. Helps repair skin barrier in just 1 hour.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and you'll get round-the-clock protection.
A little on the nose, don't you think?
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Now, when you get a Jimmy John's sandwich, you can have any bag of chips and a drink for only $1. You know, 4 quarters, 10 dimes, or 1 jillion pennies if you love counting. Whatever, $1. You get it. Jimmy John's. Oh, that's good.
Try Formula 44 from Vicks, the cough silencer. Vicks scientists refine the formula 44 times to attack your cough at the source, providing powerful cough relief for up to 8 hours. Formula 44 from Vicks, the cough silencer.
As we saw in our 13th episode, Assyria had arisen in the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Mesopotamia, and by the 7th century BC was perhaps the most powerful empire on earth. They routinely amassed armies of more than 100,000 soldiers, and under the reign of the paranoid king Esarhaddon, they were now pressing their power far along the Mediterranean coast, and soon they dreamed of bringing it to the banks of the Nile itself. The Nubian pharaoh who would face them was a man named Taharka. Taharka was the 5th king of the Nubian 25th dynasty, and he was clearly proud of his heritage and his skin color. He made sure that statues he commissioned were carved from hard black granite, polished smooth. He had come to Egypt as a young prince and had been chosen to rule after the death of the previous pharaoh, as he writes in one inscription.
I was brought from Nubia among the royal brothers that His Majesty had brought. As I was with him, he liked me more than all his brothers and his children, so that he distinguished me. I won the heart of all the nobles and was loved by all. It was only after the royal hawk had flown to heaven that I received the crown in Memphis.
Curiously, Taharka was also a believer in the benefits of long-distance running, and insisted that all his soldiers engaged in nighttime marathon practices.
The king himself was on horseback to see his army running when he exercised with them on the desert behind Memphis in the 9th hour of the night. They reached the Great Lake at the hour of sunrise, and they returned to the residence in the 3rd hour of the day.
This extreme stamina would serve them well, and he would engage in successful assaults on Libyan positions across the desert and capture territory in Palestine. Throughout his reign, Taharka was lucky. A series of exceptional Nile floods led to a period of abundant crops. Funds were clearly so forthcoming that he donated large amounts of gold to the Temple of Amun and restored several religious centers, as one of his inscriptions boasts.
As His Majesty is the one who loves the god, he spends the day and lies by night seeking what is useful to the gods, building their temples fallen into decay, giving birth to their structures as in the primeval times, building their storehouses, endowing altars, presenting them with offerings of fine gold, silver, copper. Now, the heart of His Majesty is satisfied with doing what is beneficent to them every day. This land is inundated in his time, as it was in the time of the Lord of all. Every man sleeping until dawn, and never saying, "Oh, I wish I had."
Egypt was now of a size and stability that it hadn't seen since the collapse of the New Kingdom, almost 400 years earlier. It must have looked like the dawn of a new era of prosperity, but this luck was not to last. In the year 674 BC, in Taharka's 17th year on the throne, news came of a terrifying army approaching from the north. This horde belonged to King Esarhaddon of Assyria. Few foes had ever beaten the Assyrians on the battlefield, and fear must have spread up and down the Nile. But somehow, against the odds, Taharka was able to repel this force. The later Greek historian Herodotus records a fantastical story in which the invading Assyrian army was attacked by a horde of nighttime pests.
When the road comes into Egypt, their enemies came, and during the night were overrun by a horde of field mice that gnawed quivers and bows and the handles of shields, with the result that many were killed, fleeing unarmed the next day. For this reason, to this day, a statue to the Egyptian king stands in a temple, with a mouse in his hand.
What exactly this account records is difficult to tell. Perhaps it was an outbreak of plague among the Assyrian army that forced them to return home. Perhaps it was even a daring nighttime ambush by Taharka's men, conditioned as they were to run long distances in the middle of the night, strike, and then disappear into the darkness. With their camps smashed and their army in disarray, the Assyrian army would have been pursued by Egyptian chariots right back to their borders. But we may never know. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Assyrian sources make no mention of what must have been a humiliating defeat. The sting of this embarrassment was clearly sufficient that 3 years later, King Esarhaddon amassed an even larger Assyrian army and marched back to Egypt. This time, there was no standing in its way. The Assyrians flooded into the Nile Delta, and Taharka fled from Memphis and into the south. The Assyrian advance was so speedy that the pharaoh was not able to evacuate his family when he left the city. Esarhaddon's troops took Memphis, and the Assyrian king wrote the following gloating inscription about his victory.
I slew multitudes of his men, and I smote him 5 times with the point of my javelin, with wounds from which there were no recovery. Memphis, his royal city, in half a day, with mines, tunnels, assaults, I besieged, I captured, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. His queen, his harem, his heir, and the rest of his sons and daughters, his property and his goods, his horses, his cattle, his sheep, in countless numbers, I carried off to Assyria. The root of Cush I tore up out of Egypt, and not one therein escaped to submit to me. Over all of Egypt I appointed new kings, viceroys, governors, commandants, overseers, and scribes. My royal tribute and tax, yearly without ceasing, I imposed upon them.
But if Esarhaddon had hoped to easily absorb Egypt into his empire, he was mistaken. Just a year later, the Nubian king Taharqa reappeared in the south, reinforced with troops from the kingdom of Kush. Numerous governors that Esarhaddon had installed immediately reverted their loyalties, and the whole Assyrian conquest looked like it might be undone. Enraged, King Esarhaddon marched back to Egypt to crush this rebel king. But his health failed on the journey, and he died in the city of Haran without reaching Egypt. Esarhaddon's son who took the throne was the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. Virtually his first act as king was to gather an army and march to the rebellious province of Egypt to finish what his father had started. Ashurbanipal easily overwhelmed the now weakened Egyptian forces, recaptured Memphis, and in 663 BC returned again to crush another round of rebellions. This time he marched south up the Nile River and bore down on the ancient capital of Thebes. By that time, the Nubian king Taharqa had died, and his nephew Tantamani sat on the precarious throne of Egypt. Tantamani met the Assyrians in battle, but he was defeated, and with him the last of Egypt's hope would die. The Assyrian army now rounded on the defenseless city of Thebes. Ashurbanipal records what happened next on one carved cylinder.
This city, the whole of it, I conquered it with the help of Ashur and Ishtar. Silver, gold, precious stones, all the wealth of the palace, rich cloth, precious linen, great horses, supervising men and women, 2 obelisks of splendid electrum weighing 2,500 talents. The doors of the temples I tore from their bases and carried them off to Assyria. With this weighty booty, I left Thebes. Against Egypt and Kush, I have lifted my spear and shown my power.
The Assyrian sack of Thebes was the symbolic end of Egyptian power. Though Assyria would not hold Egypt for long, and would itself collapse within only about 50 years, Egyptian esteem would never truly recover. A century later, Egypt was conquered by the Persian Achaemenid Empire, and in 343 BC, it was conquered again by the Macedonian forces of Alexander the Great. When Alexander's empire collapsed, Egypt would be left in the hands of one of his ex-generals, Ptolemy Soter. For the next 3 centuries, Egypt would be ruled by his Greek Ptolemaic dynasty, who spoke Greek and mostly refused to learn the native Egyptian language. These Ptolemies were still in power when the tide of Roman expansion swept across North Africa and finally over Egypt. The last independent ruler of Ptolemaic Egypt had a name that in Greek meant glory of her father, from kleos meaning glory and patra meaning father. Her name was Cleopatra. It's unclear if Cleopatra had any Egyptian ancestry, as her mother is unknown, but she did at least make an effort to learn Egyptian, as Plutarch remembers.
It was a pleasure merely to hear the sound of her voice, with which, like an instrument of many strings, she could pass from one language to another, so that there were few of the barbarian nations that she answered by an interpreter. To most of them she spoke herself, as to the Ethiopians, Hebrews, Arabians, Syrians, Parthians, and many others, whose language she had learned, which was all the more surprising because most of the kings, her predecessors, scarcely gave themselves the trouble to acquire the Egyptian tongue.
When Rome finally invaded and occupied Egypt, Cleopatra apparently committed suicide most likely by drinking poison or scratching herself with a needle dipped in toxin. The more florid and famous rendition of her using a venomous snake to kill herself was suggested by some ancient writers, and whether true or not, has proved irresistible to generations of poets, including, most famously, William Shakespeare. With her death in August of the year 30 BC, the final vestige of independent Egyptian power died too. On the day of her death, Cleopatra stood at the height of more than 3,000 years of Egyptian history. To her, the Great Pyramid of Giza was now more than 2,500 years old, meaning that Cleopatra lived closer to our time than she did to the building of the Great Pyramid, by more than 500 years. As Egypt came under ever more foreign influence, its ancient culture gradually underwent a transformation. Over the following centuries, as the Greek alphabet became more prominent, the knowledge of how to read hieroglyphics was slowly lost, as one medieval Arab visitor records.
I asked why the inscriptions which cover the pyramids and the temples were indecipherable. He answered, since the learned men and those who used this writing have disappeared, and Egypt has been occupied by a succession of foreign peoples, the Greek alphabet and writing have prevailed, and thus they lost the understanding of the writing of their ancestors.
The last known hieroglyphic inscription was written in the year 394 AD at the Temple of Philae, built on an island near the cataract of the Nile at Aswan. By then, the now Christianized Roman Empire had banned the worship of pagan gods in Egypt's temples. But this religious site was just outside of Rome's borders, and so worship of the ancient gods continued here, in the last of Egypt's great temples. Here the names of Ra and Ptah, Anubis and Hathor, Amun and Bastet, Seth and Horus would still be spoken and sung, the incense still burned, the cats still fed, the offerings still given. But this island temple was increasingly isolated, surrounded by the crashing waters of a fast-changing world. The last hieroglyphic inscription records the mournful wish of one scribe named Nesmet-er-Akem, wishing that his inscription would endure forever, just like the carvings of his long-dead ancestors.
Before Mandulis, son of Horus, by the hand of Nesmet-er-Akem, son of Nesmita, the second priest of Isis, for all time and eternity. Words spoken by Mandulis, Lord of the Abaton, great god.
As the last ever inscription of its kind, in some ways he got his wish. But it's likely that by the time he chipped this message into the temple wall, few people alive would know how to read it. As far as we know, the art of the hieroglyph died with him. The temple was finally closed at some point in the 530s by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, and it was converted into a Christian church to St. Stephen. The age of ancient Egypt had well and truly come to an end. Some 1400 years later, in the year 1818, the Romantic poet Percy Bysshe Shelley would enter into a friendly competition with his friend, the poet Horace Smith. They had both read in a London newspaper about the coming arrival in the British Museum of a remarkable fragment of a statue brought by ship from the Ramesseum mortuary temple in Thebes in Upper Egypt. It was the head and torso of a statue of Egypt's greatest pharaoh, the hero of the Battle of Kadesh, Ramesses II. The statue was one of a pair that had stood at the doorway of his temple. European colonial powers had long been hungering after that fragment of statue. Napoleon Bonaparte had even tried to remove it during his time in Egypt in 1798, but he found its bulk of black diorite too heavy to shift. Now, with wooden rollers and hundreds of workmen pulling ropes, the British team hauled the statue to the banks of the Nile, where it was transported down the river and on to London. After reading about this statue, Smith and Shelley agreed to a wager. They would each write a poem inspired by it, and they would base their work on an extract from the writings of the Greek historian Diodorus of Sicily, who had once visited Ramses II's temple in Thebes. Unfortunately for Horace Smith, history has decisively concluded their competition, as his poem is little remembered. But Shelley's poem has become a classic, one of the greatest and most well-known sonnets in the English language. Titled Ozymandias, it is a poem that has come to stand as an emblem of the vainglorious pride of rulers, the inevitable downfall of tyrants, the awe-inspiring power of time, and the transience of all things.
I met a traveller from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive stamped on those lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear, My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
On the tomb wall of a pharaoh Intef of the Middle Kingdom is a piece of literature known as the Harper's Song, written in Egyptian hieroglyphics. It was a song designed to be sung at funerals and is more than 4,200 years old. At the time of writing his poem Ozymandias, Percy Bysshe Shelley could not have known about this piece of ancient literature, since hieroglyphics would not be conclusively deciphered for several more years. But across the gulf of 4 millennia, he and the unknown author of this song both describe a human emotion that is all too familiar, the deep sense of awe and melancholy we feel when we look at ruined places, at the crumbling palaces of long-fallen emperors, at the tombs of kings whose age has passed into dust. As you listen, imagine the vast gulf of time that separates our world from theirs. Imagine the sadness of watching your language forgotten and your cities crumbled. Imagine the tombs of ancient kings lying opened and robbed, the fallen pillars of emptied temples, half buried in the sand, which shifts and rolls over the stones, as the great disk of the sun sets red and blazing for a final time on the empire of Egypt.
انتي انباح باحسو انبنت واجبو سريب نفر شاو نفر حجي فتح رزبت.
One generation passes, another stays behind. Such has it been since the men of ancient times. The gods of long ago rest in their pyramids. and yet the great and blessed likewise lie buried in their tombs. Yet those who built great mansions, their places are no more. What has become of them all? I have heard their words retold time and again. But where are their dwellings now? Their walls are in ruins, and their places are no more, like something that has never been. There is no return for them, to explain their present state of being, to say how it is with them, to gentle our hearts, until we make our journey to the place where they have gone. So follow your heart and your happiness. Conduct your affairs on earth as your heart dictates. For that day of mourning will surely come for you. So spend your days joyfully, and do not grow weary of living. No man takes his things with him, and none who go can ever come back again.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Alexandra Bolton, Lachlan Lucas, Michael Hadjiantonis, Tom Marshall Lee, Nick Denton, Peter Walters, Ree Brignall, and Paul Cassell. Readings in Arabic were performed by Nassim El Boujufi. Readings in Ancient Egyptian were performed by Seknenra, Mohammed Habib. I'd also like to thank my historical advisor for this episode, the Egyptologist Dr. Chris Naunton. A full list of sources can be found in the description below and are publicly available on the show's Patreon page. As some of you may be aware, Fall of Civilizations will soon be available in book form around the world. The book is called Fall of Civilizations: Stories of Greatness and Decline by me, Paul Cooper. It offers the definitive version of the show, updated, expanded, and with maps and images attached. The book is coming in April of 2024 for UK readers, and later in the year for listeners in the United States. Please head to fallofcivilizations.com to find out more information and for pre-order links. Every pre-order helps boost the book's rankings and supports the show. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon, to contribute something and help keep the podcast running. For now, all the best, and thanks for listening.
If you know, you know. It's not a grilled cheese without a slice of melted goodness. Kraft Singles, every single time.
In the early years of the 3rd century, around the year 207 AD, a Chinese poet by the name Cao Che made a journey back to the place of his birth, a city called Luoyang. At this time, the lands of China were in chaos. The armies of rival warlords were now tearing the country apart, and so his journey can't have been an easy one. Cao Che was the son of a powerful warlord in the central plains of China, but he was also a notorious drunk. He had embarrassed his family to such an extent that he was exiled, and he now returned to the only other place he knew, his hometown of Luoyang. Luoyang had once been a prosperous place. For centuries, poets had written about its bustling life and its leafy avenues full of blossom, leading up to grand palaces and temples, decorated with thousands of bronze statues. It had been the capital of China in the golden age of the emperors, which had lasted for more than 400 years. But Cao had heard that Luoyang had suffered in the recent wars. Still, when he came over the crest of the Beimang Mountains to the north, nothing could have prepared him for what he saw stretching out beneath him. The entire city of Luoyang was a blackened ruin. Later, he wrote a poem about what he saw.
不登北邙坂，遥望洛阳山。
I climbed to the ridge of Beimang Mountain and looked down on the city of Luoyang. In Luoyang, how still it is. Palaces and houses all burnt to ashes, walls and fences all broken and gaping, thorns and brambles shooting up to the sky.
For Cao Che, the blackened ruins of Luoyang became an emblem of the golden age that had now passed. Only decades before, China had been ruled by a single emperor from a dynasty known as the Han, and a period of prosperity had reigned. The Han were the first lasting dynasty to unite China under a single banner, and people believed that this golden age would never end. But now the poet Cao Che walked among the ruins and ravaged fields of the former capital and felt his memories rise up from the soot-stained stones.
荆棘上参天，不见旧其老。
I do not see elders from former days, I only see young men. I turn aside, for the straight road is lost. The fields are overgrown and will never be ploughed again. I have been away such a long time that I do not know which street is which. How sad and ugly the empty fields are, 1,000 miles without the smoke of a chimney. I think of the house I lived in all those years. My breath catches, and I cannot speak.
细节不能言。
As he walked through those ruins, Cao Che must have asked himself, how had the first great age of imperial China come to such a devastating end? Why had the people of Luoyang left this city to burn and crumble into the earth? And in all the centuries to come, would the golden age of the emperors ever return? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at the fascinating story of China's Han Dynasty, an Iron Age kingdom that forged the first true imperial power in China. I want to tell the story of how this remarkable society rose out of the warring states of China's Bronze Age, and how it reached out its first tentative hands to make contact with the empires of the West. Finally, I want to explore what happened to bring the ornate palaces and towering temples of China's first emperors crashing down in ash and flame. If you've ever seen footage of a car crash in slow motion, you'll have some idea of what that looks like. The two cars inching towards each other, frame by frame. The crash test dummies with their blank stares, strapped securely into their seatbelts. When the collision happens, both cars crumple together, solid metal rippling and buckling. Our story starts with a car crash taking place in the slowest motion you can imagine. Up until about 180 million years ago, India was part of an immense supercontinent called Gondwana, which covered much of the southern hemisphere. But between about 180 million and 160 million years ago, deep in the Earth's liquid mantle, an enormous plume of magma rose up and began to shift the plates of the Earth's crust above it. Gondwana broke apart, and the landmass that is now India tore away from it and out into the ocean. India moved north, slowly at first, about 5 centimeters a year. But then, around 80 million years ago, it sped up. Part of the reason for this is that the Indian plate is believed to be only about 70 to 100 kilometers thick, about half as thick as the other plates that made up Gondwana. Powered by the vast currents of molten rock beneath it, this lighter plate now ploughed northwards at a rate of 15 centimeters every year. This is about the same rate as your hair grows, but in terms of continental plates, it was a speeding juggernaut. Right in the path of this runaway plate was the continent of what is now Asia. These two landmasses hurtled together with the same inevitable force as those speeding cars. And somewhere between 70 to 35 million years ago, the impact occurred. Over millions of years, inch by inch, the Indian plate made contact with the mainland of Asia. Across an impact zone stretching for 2,000 kilometers, the rock of the Asian plate began to crumple. As the Indian plate was crushed beneath it, Asia rocked and buckled, and a great mountain range rose up, the highest in the world. These are the Himalayas. This crash is still going on, and behind the impact zone, marked by the dramatic snow-capped peaks of the world's tallest mountains, the Earth's crust has been pushed up like soil before a plough. The result is a vast arid steppe, a table of land broken by salty lakes and glaciers, and with an average altitude of over 4,500 meters. The Tibetan Plateau. The formation of this plateau had a number of enormous effects for the climate of this region. Rain clouds from the Indian Ocean find it impossible to cross the Himalayas, and so to the south, the mountains create an enormous reservoir of cloud, bringing the yearly monsoon rains to India and Southeast Asia. But behind the mountains to the north, the situation is quite different. Here, the Himalayas have created what's called a rain shadow. This is where barely any rain falls, and where vast deserts have formed. But it's to the east of this plateau that our story really takes place, and where another unique landscape has been formed. On its eastern edge, the Tibetan Plateau drops off dramatically into a rolling mass of mountains and valleys, and finally into an enormous stretch of wide, silty plains. These stretch for nearly 2,000 kilometers, between the snowy walls of the plateau in the west and the Pacific Ocean in the east. These plains are home to a number of enormous rivers. The tens of thousands of glaciers in the highlands of the Tibetan Plateau act as a kind of water tower, releasing a steady flow of meltwater that cuts its way through the rocky mountain passes before spilling out into the plains in long, meandering routes. Among these great watercourses, two of the most impressive are the Yellow River and the Yangtze. The Yangtze is the longest river in Asia and the third longest in the world, after the Nile and the Amazon. It flows for 6,300 kilometers from the mountains to the sea, from an altitude of 5 kilometers, right through the center of what is today modern China. The Yangtze meanders through deep, dramatic valleys and stone gorges, and it's a relatively peaceful and stable river. The Yangtze has maintained a steady course for much of its history, and has discharged into the sea at the same point for the last 11 million years. But to the north of the Yangtze is its sister, the Yellow River, and this waterway is far more changeable and deadly. In its upper reaches, the Yellow River passes through a region known as the Huangtu, or the Yellow Earth Plateau, a landscape made up of some of the most easily eroded soil in the world. As a result, the Yellow River contains the highest amount of silt and sand of any river on Earth, and this colours it the distinctive yellow-brown that gives the river its name. This huge quantity of silt gives the soil of the northern Chinese plains an enormous fertility, but it also creates a number of challenges. As the river flows, this silt constantly builds up at its bottom, and the riverbed slowly rises. At times, it can even rise to be higher than the land around it. When this happens, the river bursts its banks and floods vast areas of the countryside around it. In the most dramatic cases, the river can change its course entirely, sometimes sweeping across the landscape for hundreds of kilometers and washing away everything in its path. Historically, this kind of devastating event has occurred about once every 100 years. Human activity has been verified in this region as far back as 27,000 years ago. Rice first began to be cultivated along the Yangtze River around the year 8000 BC, while wheat, barley and millet were best suited to the drier lands in the north. Farming of these calorie-rich foods gave rise to an advanced culture known as the Jiahu, who experimented with written symbols on the walls of caves as early as 7000 BC. The first true villages were founded in the 4th and 5th millennia, and the population of this region began to boom. The Bronze Age brought the smelting of bronze from copper and tin, and it began here around the year 3000 BC. A culture known as the Longshan domesticated the water buffalo for use in fieldwork, and they also developed the plough and sophisticated irrigation techniques, boosting the productivity of this already fertile land. In the 3rd and 2nd millennia BC, China's first villages grew into towns, and these towns into its first major cities. In ancient Chinese conceptions of the world, the lands between the Yangtze and the Yellow River were the heart of all goodness. This was conveyed using the word huaxie, a word that contains a sense of grandness and beauty. One ancient writer, Yan Yu, spells this out quite clearly.
Inside is the Chinese Empire, and outside are the barbarous nations. The barbarians are covetous and greedy of gain. Their hair hangs down over their bodies, and their coats are buttoned on the left side. They have human faces, but the hearts of beasts.
The ancient Chinese believed that the further you moved away from this center, the more the good qualities of the people faded. One text called the Book of Documents, dated around 500 BC, contains a particularly precise version of this worldview. It describes how the virtue of the land's inhabitants reduces in steady increments of 500 li, or about 400 kilometers, the further you get from the center.
The central 500 li is the imperial domain. 500 li beyond is the domain of the nobles. Beyond that, the domain of peace, where they cultivate the lessons of learning and moral duties.
But as you move away from the capital in these increments of 400 kilometers, things start to look a little different.
500 li more remote is the domain of restraints. The first 300 is occupied by the tribes, the other 200 by criminals who have been banished. The most remote 500 li is the wild domain.
In the south, these wild domains were the hilly lands south of the Yangtze, and the people there were what the early Chinese called the southern barbarians. To the west, the wild domain was the icy plateau where few could survive, and in the north, it was the Gobi Desert, and beyond that, the wide grassy steppes of Mongolia and Siberia. A 5th century Mongolian poet named Altun would later write a description of this bare and level land.
Under the dark mountains, where the sky is like the sides of a tent, stretched down over the great steppe, the sky is grey, grey, and the steppe wide, wide. Over the grass that the wind has battered low, sheep and oxen roam.
So this is where the people of early China found themselves, hemmed in by the mountains to the west, the jungle and the sea to the south and east, and the harsh deserts to the north. But within their fertile square of land, their early civilizations flourished. The first millennium BC in China was a time of rapid change and feverish invention. The land's large population had led to the swift development of complicated society, and advanced technologies soon followed. The people here learned to coat bronze in chromium to increase its resistance to corrosion, and inventions like the blast furnace and bellows later led to the production of cast iron, replacing bronze as a cheaper alternative. In agriculture, iron tools and mechanical devices like the multiple seed drill led to a production boom. The invention of complicated pulley systems and differential gears allowed the use of water wheels and other mechanical devices to power everything from flour mills to furnaces. And they also allowed the invention of ingenious mechanical toys. One early emperor was buried with an entire mechanical orchestra that could play their instruments and sing through pipes in their mouths, all powered by running water. One kind of vehicle was even invented, known as a south-pointing chariot. It had a mechanical gear system on board, powering a device that always pointed south, without the use of magnets. The crossbow was invented during this time too, and it was in widespread use in Chinese armies, nearly 2,000 years before it became a fixture on European battlefields. Examples have even been found of repeating crossbows, which used delicate mechanisms to fire multiple bolts in quick succession without the need for reloading. One Chinese inventor even invented an early form of pinhole camera in order to view solar eclipses. This era of development and ingenuity is known as the Spring and Autumn period. But with the rapid development of technology, upheavals soon followed. The spreading use of iron meant that production of weapons and armor had become cheap and easy. Large armies could now be supplied by anyone with the wealth to do so. And this ushered in an age quite fittingly known as the Warring States period. The period of the Warring States saw countless feudal kingdoms fighting and conquering one another, coalescing together like beads of mercury on a table. The historian Sima Qian recalls this as a dark time in Chinese history.
The land was torn by the strife of the warring kingdoms. Men honored deceit and power, and scoffed at benevolence and righteousness. They put wealth and possessions first, and courtesy and humility last. Some commoners became so rich that their wealth was counted in the hundreds of millions, while among the poor there were those who could not even get enough dregs and chaff to fill their bellies.
Soon they had settled into 7 large kingdoms, locked in constant competition. Among these, the 2 that matter most to our story are the kingdoms of Han and the kingdom of Qin. For some, it must have seemed like the wars would never end. But out of the violence of this time, one of the 7 warring states, the state of Qin, rose to eclipse all the others. Qin was the furthest west of these kingdoms, with its back to the steep walls of the Tibetan plateau. The king of Qin, a man named Qin Shi Huang, was an enthusiastic reformer who revolutionized his kingdom's society and administration. He moved to reduce the power of aristocrats and landowners and strengthened the central government of Qin to collect taxes directly from the peasantry. The Qin also used the latest military tactics, making an unprecedented use of cavalry, still a relative rarity in Chinese armies, to mount guerrilla raids on their enemies' supply lines and river crossings. For years, Qin Shi Huang bided his time and increased his power, and when all his preparations were ready, he struck with lightning speed. He first attacked the Han, the Qin's much smaller neighbor directly to the east, and he took their capital of Xinjiang in the year 230 BC. Next, Qin Shi Huang struck northward at the state of Zhao, who surrendered 2 years later, and he took the northernmost state of Yan 2 years after that. In less than a decade after setting out on his campaign, Qin Shi Huang had conquered all the lands between the mountains and the sea. For the first time in its history, one man would now rule over all the kingdoms of China. Qin Shi Huang crowned himself as China's first emperor. He declared that he held his position through a kind of divine authority, the Tianming, or the mandate of heaven. And it's thought that the name of the Qin dynasty is what has given us the word for China today. For the most part, Qin Shi Huang ruled his empire just as he had ruled his kingdom. It was a reign of ambitious reforms and territorial expansion that saw the young empire of China grow even further. But the Emperor Qin's reign was also not without its troubles. He suffered 3 separate assassination attempts, narrowly escaping each time, but these attacks filled him with paranoia. He became terrified of death and soon began to tour the whole empire, talking to all the wise men he could find and trying to discover some secret, some medicine or magic spell that would allow him to live forever. As his life wore on and his health got worse, his search became desperate. He began to execute scholars whose potions and elixirs had no effect on him. At one point, he even sent a fleet of ships out into the ocean, carrying hundreds of young men and women in search of the legendary Panglai mountain, which was supposed to lie somewhere out in the southern sea, and where he believed a 1,000-year-old magician might live. These people never returned, perhaps wisely, considering how Qin Shi Huang treated those who failed him. During these later years, the emperor became mortally afraid of evil spirits, and he had workers build a series of tunnels and passageways between each of his more than 200 palaces, believing that if he traveled unseen, they would find it more difficult to target him. Soon, this paranoia turned into tyranny. He turned his rage against the scholars who were unable to unlock the secrets of eternal life. At one point, it's even recorded that he burned the books kept in the libraries of the capital, as the historian Sima Qian recalls with bitterness.
The Confucian scholars loathed the Qin for having burned the Book of Odes and the Book of Documents and mercilessly put to death the scholars who expounded them, while the common people hated its harsh laws, so that the whole world rose up in rebellion. At this time, everyone began to speak ill of the Qin.
During his 4th tour of eastern China, the emperor became seriously ill. It's thought that his court physicians had been giving him pills full of the liquid metal mercury, believing that it would extend his life. Of course, mercury is actually highly poisonous. Prolonged exposure can damage the entire nervous system, causing depression and bodily tremors, as well as delirium and hallucinations. If Qin Shi Huang was taking mercury, this might explain some of his strange preoccupations towards the end of his life. When the emperor fell ill, it seems likely that his doctors would have increased his dosage. The first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, died in the year 210 BC, and his dynasty died with him. For all of its immense historical significance, the Qin dynasty barely lasted more than 15 years.
That's rough, but hey, with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want.
It's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want with SafeLight. SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Big journeys begin with a single step, like switching to Progressive and saving hundreds.
What's so special about Shake Shack's cooking?
It's actual cooking.
Today's special, the K-Shack Fried Chicken Sandwich.
Watch the Winter Olympics, February 6th through 22nd. With NBC Universal's coverage on YouTube TV. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
The first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, left very specific requests for his burial, and to this day they stand as a testament to his greatness, but also to the madness that plagued him in later life. He was buried in a vast mausoleum, one of the most remarkable constructions of the ancient world. It was built in the form of an enormous underground palace, an exact replica of the one he lived in during his life. This buried palace was filled with life-size models of the courtiers and bureaucrats who had served the king, fashioned with meticulous detail in terracotta, their lifeless eyes open and staring forever. The buried palace was also guarded by an army of thousands of terracotta soldiers, each with a slightly different face. In total, it's estimated that Qin Shi Huang was buried with 8,000 soldiers, 130 chariots with 520 horses, and 150 soldiers on horseback. A full retinue of royal bodyguards to protect their king in the next life. There was even a replica of the imperial stables, where the bodies of real horses were buried with terracotta figures of grooms kneeling beside them. Nearby, a mass burial ground has been found for the countless slave laborers who died while being forced to build this complex. At the center of the underground palace was the emperor's burial chamber. The historian Sima Qian describes how the floor was painted to look like the lands of China, with its rivers represented by flowing streams of mercury.
The tomb was filled with rare artifacts and wonderful treasure. Craftsmen were ordered to make crossbows and arrows primed to shoot at anybody who enters the tomb. Mercury was used to simulate the 100 rivers, the Yangtze, the Yellow River, and the Great Sea, and set to flow mechanically. Above were representations of the heavenly constellations, below the features of the land.
While the tomb of Qin Shi Huang has never been opened, studies have shown that the soil of the mound that covers it does contain an unusually high concentration of mercury. One study even claims to show that the distribution of the mercury in the mound corresponds to the position of China's rivers. The Empire of China was still a very new idea, and during Qin Shi Huang's life, it had been a thin veneer over a still very divided land. With the death of the first emperor, the empire looked as if it might come crashing down. The Qin state began to fall apart, and China fissured into 18 kingdoms, who once again began to war among themselves. It looked like the old age of chaos was about to return. But history had other plans, and this is due to a rather unassuming character, a common man named Liu Bang. There's not much to distinguish Liu Bang during his early life. He was born in the kingdom of Han, and it's recorded that he liked to drink. Nevertheless, he rose to the position of a local sheriff. After the death of Qin Shi Huang, he was ordered to bring a group of slaves to the enormous construction site where the old emperor's tomb was being built. But along the way, some of these slaves escaped. Liu Bang knew that when he arrived, he would likely be punished for this mistake, and so he made a remarkable decision. He broke the chains of all the remaining slaves and declared that he would rather fight as a rebel against the empire than deliver them up to toil on the emperor's tomb. Many of the slaves were so grateful that they took up arms and joined him. Liu Bang and his followers took refuge at a place called Mount Mangdan, setting up camp in the crumbling ruins of an old fortress. From there, they watched the empire of the Qin fall apart around them. They soon entered the service of a rebel king, fighting what remained of the Qin Empire, and Liu Bang showed extraordinary skill on the battlefield. So much so that the ancient historian Sima Qian attributes his military success to supernatural causes.
When Liu Bang was still a commoner, he once killed a great snake, whereupon a spirit appeared and announced, "This snake was the son of the White Emperor, and he who killed him is the son of the Red Emperor." When he first began his uprising, he offered prayers at the altar of the soil at the city of Feng. He sacrificed to the warrior god Qi Yu and anointed his drums and flags with the blood of the sacrifice.
Whatever it was that set him apart, Liu Bang managed to capture the Qin city of Xianyang for the rebellion, and he was crowned its king as a reward. The civil wars raged on, full of complicated alliances and rivalries, until finally it was only Liu Bang and his rival of the Chu family remaining. Two great warlords, dividing all the lands of China between them, along the great watercourse of the Hong Canal. In China to this day, the two sides of a chessboard are referred to not as black and white, but as Chu and Han. A few months of peace passed by as the players of this great chess game considered their moves, and then Liu Bang marched across the Hong Canal and attacked the Chu. He was victorious, and against all the odds, after 8 years of bitter fighting, China was once more united. In the year 202 BC, the commoner Liu Bang, once a lowly sheriff from a small town, declared himself the next emperor of China. He would return to his small hometown in the state of Han only once, and when he did, he wrote the following piece of poetry.
大风起兮云飞扬
A great wind came forth, the clouds rose on high.
归家海内兮归故乡
Now that my might rules all within the seas, I have returned to my old village.
安得猛士兮守四方
Where will I find brave men to guard the four corners of my land?
On his coronation, Liu Bang took the name Han. He set up his court in the city of Chang'an and took the new imperial name, Han Kao Tzu. The age of the Han had begun. I'll take just a moment here to discuss the sources we have available on this era of Chinese history. The Chinese of the Han period were exceptionally literate. It's thought that even in these early years, at least one person from every family would have been familiar with at least a few hundred characters, enough to get by with everyday things like calendars, simple letters, and official announcements. At this point, paper had yet to be invented, and so books of this period were written on strips of flattened bamboo, joined together with thread into long, clattering rows that could be rolled up into cylinders and wrapped in cloth. These books of bamboo slats are part of the reason that Chinese was traditionally written from top to bottom. From the earliest days, colleges were set up for the nobility and charitable schools for the poor. And the emperors supported scribes and scholars in writing grand historical chronicles. As a result, even these early periods of Chinese history are very well documented. One of the most remarkable of these documents was written in the 1st century BC by the chief astrologer to the imperial court, a man named Sima Qian, who we've heard from a few times already. This book is known as the Records of the Grand Historian. It's a vast chronicle documenting Chinese history over a period of 2,000 years. It begins in the age of the Yellow Emperor, the legendary ancestral father of all Chinese people. Sima Qian is a lively and colourful storyteller, and he loves to put direct speeches into the mouths of his characters. But it's worth introducing a note of caution when reading his work and the other works of Chinese history. Sima Qian wrote his records mostly during the reign of the Emperor Wu, and so he presents a typically flattering account of that emperor, acting as a kind of official propaganda. But he was also a shrewd judge of human nature, and employed one interesting trick to allow some criticism of various official personalities to seep through. Each of his chapters was named after a particular person, and he knew that the various lords and ladies, and even the emperor himself, were unlikely to read any chapter of his work other than the ones dedicated to themselves. Sima Qian would fill these chapters with praise and flattery, and he would leave any criticism to other chapters. But it's clear this didn't always work. There's only one chapter of the records that has not survived to this day. That's the one focusing on the Emperor Wu himself. It's impossible to know whether Sima Qian never wrote this section out of fear of his ruler, or if the emperor read something in those pages that he didn't like and had the document destroyed. Another incredibly useful document is the Han Shu, or the Book of Han. This was written in the 1st century AD by a court official named Ban Gu and his sister Ban Zhao, who is the first known female historian of China. Like virtually all histories that followed, the Han Shu was modelled on Sima Qian's work. It records Chinese history from the reign of the first Han Emperor, Han Kaotsu, up to the year 23 AD. It's usually the best source, and sometimes the only source, for events during this period. And a final major text is the one written by Fan Ye, a historian and politician of the 5th century. This is the Hu Han Shu, or the Book of Later Han, and it covers the remainder of the Han period, up until the year 220 AD. While the previous Book of Han was written by contemporaries who witnessed at least some of the events described, Fan Ye wrote the Book of Later Han from a distance of nearly 200 years. He used a number of earlier histories and documents as sources, but we should always bear this in mind, that he was about as distant from these events as we are from the Napoleonic War. So, alongside a number of other smaller sources, these are the texts we have to work with. As we'll find out, these scholars were supervised and sometimes terrorized by their emperors, meaning that their accounts have to be supported with archaeological and other evidence. But thanks to their diligent scholarship, a clear picture does begin to emerge of what happened to bring China's first great dynasty crashing down. When the Han dynasty came into possession of the newly united China in the year 206 BC, it inherited from the Qin not just the young empire, but also the empire's problems. Sima Qian writes about this in the records of the Grand Historian.
When the Han dynasty came to power, it inherited the evils left by the Qin. The able-bodied men were all away with the army, while the old and underaged busily transported supplies for them. There was much hard work and little wealth. The Son of Heaven himself could not find 4 horses of the same color to draw his carriage, and many of his generals were reduced to riding around in ox carts.
The empire's economy was on its knees, with prices spiraling out of control, and in the midst of all the chaos, rich merchants were taking advantage of the high prices of grain.
Who were intent on making a profit by underhanded means began to hoard their wealth, buying up the commodities on the market so that the price of goods shot up.
But easily the most pressing problem was the constant looming threat of China's fearsome neighbors to the north. These were a people known as the Xiongnu, a word that is sometimes translated into English as Han. Around the year 6000 BC, the people of the Eurasian steppes had learned how to tame wild horses, and in the intervening millennia had developed a symbiotic relationship with that powerful animal. They lived nomadic lifestyles, traveling on horseback in vast populations, moving from grazing land to grazing land, and living without the need for agriculture. By at least the first millennium BC, these nomadic groups of horse riders had become a military threat to the settled societies of the Chinese plains. The records of the Grand Historian gives one description of the Xiongnu people.
The Xiongnu are mountain barbarians. They move about in search of water and pasture, and have no walled cities or fixed dwellings, nor do they engage in any kind of agriculture. They wear clothes of hide or wraps made of felt or fur. They have no writing, and even their promises and agreements are only verbal. The little boys start out by learning to ride sheep and shoot birds and rats with a bow. Thus, all the young men are able to act as armed cavalry in time of war.
It's clear that the settled armies of the Chinese, despite all their technological advantages, found these nomadic armies incredibly difficult to fight. The records of the Grand Historian speaks with particular contempt about the battle tactics of these nomadic warriors.
The battle's going well for them, they will advance. But if not, they'll retreat, for they do not consider it a disgrace to run away. Their only concern is self-advantage, and they know nothing of propriety or righteousness.
The kingdoms that bordered the lands of the Xiongnu were under constant threat of raids and invasions. Faced with this danger, the Chinese had for centuries resorted to desperate measures. From as early as the 7th century BC, they began building walls to defend the valleys and plains of the north. During his reign, the first emperor Qin Shi Huang had approached this problem with a characteristic boldness. He ordered that these scattered fragments of wall be joined together, closing any gaps. By the time he died, in the year 210 BC, a single defensive barrier now ran the whole length of the empire's northern border. For a time, this offered some measure of protection. But at the same time that the Han dynasty was being formed, all the disparate tribes of the Xiongnu were also coming together. They joined forces under the rule of a single ruler, who took the title of Shan Yu. This word Shan Yu would change over the centuries to one day become the title of Khan, the title that would be taken by the fearsome Genghis Khan. Taken together, the vast wastes that the Xiongnu ruled over were the largest empire in terms of landmass on Earth at the time. And as the new empire of China rose in the river plains, this Shan Yu was preparing for war. After the death of Qin Shi Huang and the civil war that followed, the Shan Yu spotted his chance. Xiongnu horsemen poured into any Chinese territory that lay to the north of the border wall. With every Chinese army tied down, they met with no resistance. When the empire was restored under Han Kao-tzu, the Shan Yu became more cautious for a time, but it was only 5 years into the reign of the Han that he struck again. The Emperor Han Kao-tzu was nearing the age of 60 when the armies of Xiongnu horsemen thundered into the province of Shanxi, looting and burning cities as they went. Han Kao-tzu was a confident military leader, and rightly so. He had defeated all his rivals in the civil war, and he knew how to command an army. But he was about to find out that fighting the swift and mobile cavalry hordes of the Xiongnu was a very different kind of challenge. Han Kao-tzu marched out to meet the Shan Yu, but in the rocky mountain passes, he was struck with an ambush. With no warning, Xiongnu cavalry poured down the valley sides with the thundering of thousands of hooves and tore into the Chinese army on all sides. The ancient Chinese poet Chu Yuan, writing in the 3rd century BC, records what a battle during this time must have felt like.
操无歌兮，披犀甲，车错扑兮。
The enemy roll up like clouds. Arrows fall thick. The warriors press forward. They menace our ranks. They break our line. The horse on the left is dead. The one on the right is smitten. The fallen horses block our wheels. They beat the sounding drums. The warriors are all dead. They lie on the field. Their swords lie beside them, their black bows in their hand.
气远也，出不入兮，往不返。平原乎兮，路超远。
The Emperor Han Kao-tzu was utterly defeated. He retreated back to the walled city of Baideng, locked the gates, and peered fearfully from the city's ramparts. The Xiongnu encircled the city and besieged it. We can imagine the dust that the thousands of horses would have thrown up, and the low drumming of their hooves sounding through the earth. Han Kao-tzu had only a limited supply of food, and it looked in that moment like the Han dynasty was about to be an even shorter reign than even the Qin before them. But after 7 days of the siege, some creative diplomacy at the Chinese court came through. Spies had been sent to bribe the wife of the Shan Yu and bring him to the negotiating table. The siege was lifted, and the Emperor Han Kao-tzu was allowed to return to his capital, a much humbled man. From this point on, he abandoned the idea of a military solution to the barbarian problem. Instead, he pursued a policy of diplomacy and appeasement. This policy was known as Hojian, or the Marriage Alliance. It saw Imperial China pay vast amounts of tribute to the Xiongnu in the form of what they called imperial gifts. These were fixed amounts of silk, wine, rice, and other kinds of food that the Xiongnu couldn't grow in their barren lands. But the treaty also carried with it a more humiliating condition. The Han Emperor was forced to send his eldest daughter to marry the Shan Yu. And every time a new Shan Yu came to power in the barbarian kingdoms, the treaty stated that he would be given a Chinese princess as a wife. For the next 100 years or so, this would be the policy of the Han Empire. In exchange, the Xiongnu agreed to stop their raids on the borders of the empire, and for a time, an uneasy peace set in. But for a number of reasons, that peace wasn't to last. The peace brought about by this compromise ushered in some measure of stability, and Imperial China began to take on a more stable and prosperous form, even with the exorbitant tributes it paid to the Xiongnu. As the year 130 BC approached, China had become a wealthy land. The historian Sima Qian recalls this time of plenty.
The granaries in the cities and the countryside were full, and the government treasuries were running over with wealth. In the capital, the strings of coins had been stacked up by the hundreds of millions until the cords that bound them had rotted away, and they could no longer be counted. In the central granary, the grain overflowed and piled up outside, where it spoiled and became unfit to eat.
But Sima Qian also writes, with something of a melancholy note, that trouble was already approaching on the horizon.
It has ever been the law of change that when things reach their period of greatest flourishing, they must begin to decay.
Part of the reason for this is that Han Kaotsu's policy of appeasing the Xiongnu was no longer protecting the empire. Large armies of horsemen were now regularly raiding deep into the northern provinces, at one point even coming as close as 160 kilometers from the imperial capital. During the reign of Emperor Jing, more than 10,000 citizens living in the border regions were abducted and taken away to live as slaves. One poet and politician of the time, named Jia Yi, wrote with bitterness about what he saw as the empire's humiliation.
The situation of the empire may be described just like a person hanging upside down. The Son of Heaven is the head of the empire. The barbarians are the feet of the empire. But the Xiongnu are arrogant and insolent on the one hand, and invade and plunder us on the other hand. Yet each year we provide them with money, silk, floss, and fabrics. And so the feet are put on top and the head at the bottom. Hanging upside down like this is something beyond comprehension.
Jia Yi and others like him were largely ignored by the rest of the Chinese court. Many nobles still remembered the ambush and defeat of the Emperor Han Kaotsu and his narrow escape at Baideng. They feared the Xiongnu and preferred to continue the policy of appeasement. Despite this, there was a small but vocal faction beginning to form at court who wanted to see China fight. But it wasn't until the reign of an emperor named Wu that they began to get people's attention. In his later life, the Emperor Wu cut an imposing figure. Traditional portraits show him as a broad man, built like a barrel and wrapped in swathes of imperial blue silk. He's painted with a furrowed brow and a delicate moustache framing a thick black beard. But when he came to the throne in the year 141 BC, Wu was only 16 years old. What he lacked in age, he made up for in tenacity. Wu sat on the imperial throne for 54 years, a record that would remain unbroken in China for nearly 2 millennia. Over this time, he led Han China through a period of rapid centralizing reform. He founded an imperial university to train young scholars, and even developed an organization known as the Imperial Music Bureau. which was in charge of cultural matters relating to music and poetry. But all of this would be useless if he couldn't solve the problem of the Xiongnu threat. In the year 133 BC, at the age of 24, the Emperor Wu summoned a council to decide what should be done. For the first time, the words of the pro-war faction at court resonated with the young ruler. Wu decided on a bold and aggressive new strategy. The Han Empire would no longer cower behind its walls. Instead, it would confront the Xiongnu head-on. Wu's plan was to lure the ruling Shan Yu south with his army and into a carefully laid trap. It was an incredibly risky plan, and it relied on total secrecy. The bait in this trap would be a city called Ma Yi, a wealthy frontier town that acted as a trading post between China and the northern deserts. To help with the deception, the Chinese hired the services of a local trader and smuggler. He crossed over into the Xiongnu lands and asked for an audience with the fearsome Shan Yu. We can imagine the Shan Yu sitting on his throne in a large tent made of stretched yak skin, surrounded by crackling braziers, twirling his long moustache. The smuggler would have bowed deeply and delivered the speech he must have been rehearsing on the whole journey. He said that he had killed the town magistrate of Ma Yi and taken over its government. He said he was willing to offer the whole city up to become part of the Xiongnu Empire if the Shan Yu would only come and take it. The Shan Yu was ecstatic. He agreed to ride out immediately and claim the city of Ma Yi. It seemed like the Chinese plan was going perfectly. But the further the Shan Yu marched into the Chinese lands, the more he began to feel that something wasn't right. His horsemen met with little resistance, and as he got closer to Ma Yi, he began to notice how empty the roads were. In the fields outside the city, he saw herds of cattle, but no herdsmen guarding them. The Shan Yu ordered his men to halt and sent out scouts. They managed to capture a Han soldier, and under interrogation, this man told them what waited nearby. The massed force of the entire Han Empire, 300,000 infantry and chariots, concealed and waiting for him to step into their trap. The Shan Yu immediately ordered a retreat. With the ambush betrayed, the Han forces burst out of hiding and tried to chase him. But the infantry could never keep pace with the Xiongnu horses, and the Shan Yu fled back to his lands without losing a single man. He must have been shaking with rage when he crossed back into the desert, and he resolved to get his revenge. He immediately ordered a devastating series of raids on Chinese border towns. Pillars of black smoke must have risen over the horizon for weeks. The Chinese ambush had failed. The mood at the imperial court darkened, and the pro-war faction was blamed for the failure. But the Chinese now had no other option. With their intentions revealed, they would have to go to war. The records of the Grand Historian recalls what happened next.
After the unsuccessful attempt to ambush the Xiongnu at Mai, peaceful relations came to an end, and the barbarians began to invade and plunder at the northern border. Armies had to be dispatched time and again and could not be disbanded, causing extreme hardship to the empire.
In order to fight this war, the Han knew that they would have to change their tactics. The armies of infantry and chariots, effective in the civil wars fought in the river plains, were now all but abandoned. The war chariot was next to useless in the rocky terrain of the far north, and infantry moved too slowly in the wide open deserts. Instead, the Chinese shifted their focus to cavalry. They would now develop large armored horse units to match their Xiongnu enemies. The Emperor Wu recognized that the horse was the weapon of this new age of warfare, and so he made securing a reliable supply of trained war horses a major focus of his government. He would eventually maintain a supply of 300,000 horses, but even these were not enough. The government began loaning breeding horses to farmers for a period of 3 years in exchange for a portion of some of the foals they gave birth to. They even introduced a policy that allowed a family to excuse up to 3 of their male members from military service if they presented 1 horse to the government. Soon, this policy began to pay off, as the records of the Grand Historian recalls.
The Han generals every year led forces of 20 or 30,000 cavalry in attacks on the barbarians.
The war for the north raged on for decades, but for a number of reasons, the Han slowly began to gain the upper hand. For one thing, the desert country behind the wall had only a strategic importance to the Han, but it had great economic importance to the Xiongnu, as shown by one imperial edict celebrating the victories of a cavalry commander in the north.
The general of the swift cavalry led forth the troops. At Mount Kuyuan, ascending the hills and gazing out across the sea of sand, he executed the enemy leader, cutting down his pennants and seizing his war drums. He seized a great multitude of the enemy, taking 70,000 captives, snatched the food supplies of the enemy, and penetrated deep into their territory.
The Xiongnu Empire was built out of trade, taxes and tribute, paid to them by weaker kingdoms. And as the war dragged on, they began to suffer a downturn in all 3. They had to raise taxes on the regions that remained under their control, and their population grew resentful. Soon, more and more of the smaller tribes in the Xiongnu coalition began to question whether they had backed the losing side. As the years of war dragged on, marginal kingdoms began to peel away, and the trajectory of the war became clear. It's at this point that a narrow strip of land between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert began to become an important part of this story. This place is known as the He Corridor. Today, the He Corridor is the site of China's G30 highway in Gansu province. Standing on this long and lonely stretch of motorway today, with cars zipping along it through the desert, it's hard to imagine that this was once a major battlefield in a war for the very existence of the Chinese state. If you were a Chinese trader who wanted to make the lucrative journey to the west, you had a very limited number of options. The Tibetan Plateau was an impassable barrier along the whole length of the empire, while in the south there were heavily forested mountains and impassable, unmapped jungles. To the north there was the desert, which would spell certain death to any travelers foolish enough to try to cross it. But there was one way through. This was a narrow stretch of land where the Tibetan Plateau finally drops off to the north and looks out over the Gobi Desert. Water running down from the hills has created a number of fertile oases at the foot of the mountains, providing fresh water and rest for travelers on this dangerous journey. The Hershey Corridor, stretching for 1,200 kilometers, is the only possible route to the west in the north of China. And so anyone who controlled the corridor controlled the flow of trade from one side of the mountains to the other. For centuries now, the Xiongnu and other nomadic tribes had grown rich from taxing this trade, but now the Hershey Corridor was the battlefront of the bitter and grinding war for the north. For the Chinese, the logistical challenges of conducting a war across this desert landscape were enormous. This letter, sent to a later emperor by one of his counselors, describes in detail the difficulty of supplying an army in the barren Xiongnu lands.
The land is for the most part sandy and salt, with scarcity of water and plant life, and before the army has been out 100 days, the oxen will all die out, while the quantity of provisions still left will be more than the men can carry. The country is very cold in the autumn and winter, and exposed to high winds in the spring and summer, which would necessitate a vast amount of pots and boilers, firewood and charcoal, a weight that would be utterly unmanageable. There would be a want of dried food and water to drink, and the cares consequent on sickness and epidemics among the troops.
The Xiongnu were also masters of hit-and-run tactics, and would attack Chinese supply lines whenever they could. And so, as they pushed the Xiongnu back along the Hershey Corridor, the Han did what they did best. They built walls. The Han extended the existing segments of their Great Wall so that it now ran the whole length of the corridor, creating a fortified highway between the wall and the mountains, guarded by garrisoned forts. The Book of Han recalls the construction of this enormous defensive work.
The roads were skirted with lookout towers, cities were built outside the wall, and military colonies were established for protection.
These sections of wall weren't the elegant, snaking lines of stone walls that you're probably imagining when you think of the words Great Wall of China. The most famous sections that always appear in photographs were built much later, after the 14th century. The Han-era walls were rough and ready constructions made of rammed earth. They were built using frames of rose willow and layers of rushes filled with desert clay and gravel, packed together and left to dry in the sun. But they were immensely effective. These walls have also withstood over 2,000 years of erosion in the elements of the Gobi Desert, and many of them still stand, magnificent against the barren desert. Every 5 kilometers along the wall, a beacon tower stood, usually about 7 meters high. If enemy troops were sighted, the men in the beacon towers would light a fire designed to produce smoke by day or light by night. This cry for help would be passed on in both directions along the wall, and a Han cavalry army would soon be dispatched to meet the threat. These walls completely neutralized the Xiongnu's fast, mobile tactics and restricted their ability to move around the landscape. This final move by the Han slowly choked the life from the Xiongnu war machine. In the early decades of the 1st century BC, the Xiongnu truly began to fall apart. Former members declared independence and joined the Han in carving up its territories. By 60 BC, they had split into 5 groups that engaged in a series of suicidal civil wars. In 53 BC, the Shan Yu sent his son to China as a hostage, and 2 years later, he went in person to the Chinese court to deliver his surrender. It had taken more than 80 years since the Emperor Wu's failed ambush at Ma Yi, but the war against the Xiongnu had been a remarkable success. If you were a Chinese merchant around this time, you could now travel along a secure and well-maintained road along the whole length of the Heshi corridor. Eventually, you would reach the end of the Han fortifications, which ended at a wide portal known as the Yumen Pass, or the Jade Gate. This was the exit gate to the lands of China, and beyond it lay the wide, unknown world. If you stepped through the Jade Gate, you would see a vast desert of shifting sands stretching out ahead of you. This is the Taklamakan Desert, which fills an enormous geographical feature known as the Tarim Basin. The Tarim Basin is easily visible from space. It's an enormous flat oval cut out of the Tibetan plateau, a great sandy eye in the very center of the Asian continent. Today, this desert is in the very west of modern China, in the province of Xinjiang, on its border with Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Kashmir. Today, half the people of the Tarim Basin and the province of Xinjiang belong to the Uyghur ethnicity, who are still a persecuted ethnic minority. The music you're hearing now is a traditional song of the Uyghur people, recorded in the ancient oasis town of Turpan. For millennia, this kind of music has drifted over the shifting sands of this desert, while trade caravans passed by in their thousands. But for the Chinese of the time, this wild area beyond their walls was known only as the Western regions. The Taklamakan Desert is the world's second largest shifting sands desert, with over 85% of it made up of dramatic sand dunes. Crossing the desert itself is very difficult, so trade caravans, often made up of Bactrian camels, would skirt along its edges in the shadow of the snowy mountains that make up the rim of the basin. All of these caravans met on the far side of the desert, in the ancient trading city of Kashgar, where a famous stone tower stood. Here, Chinese merchants would reach the end of their journey. They would sell their goods here to merchants who came from the other side of the mountains, from the exotic and distant land to the west, and who knew the routes through the dangerous paths into Pakistan and Afghanistan. Many goods originating in China passed west in this way, even before any diplomatic contact was made. Tea was one of these products, as well as fine items of carved jade, and the newly developed technology of porcelain. But by far the most valued of Chinese exports was a miracle material that was of immense value to all the people of the world. That material was silk. Silk is a natural protein fiber produced by the larva of a particular kind of moth. During their larval stage, these moths are called silkworms. They like nothing better than to chew on the green leaves of a tree known as the white mulberry. People as early as the year 3600 BC have recognized the potential for this remarkable material. At first, people would go out into the forest and harvest wild silk from the trees. But soon, more purposeful cultivation of silkworms began. Over the centuries of breeding by humans, the silkworm has become a domesticated species. Compared to its wild cousins, domesticated silkworms have increased in size, digest more efficiently than wild silkworms, They lay more eggs and spin larger silk cocoons, and have become more tolerant of handling by humans. All of this means that they've increased their silk production capacity tenfold. But unfortunately for the silkworm larvae, they will never reach adulthood. When they enter the cocoon phase of their life cycle, they are killed, either lowered into boiling water or pierced with a needle. The whole cocoon is then painstakingly unraveled, generating a single unbroken thread that can be spun and turned into fabric. It can take up to 2,000 cocoons to make one silk dress. But silk was so soft and smooth, shimmering in the light and holding resplendent colors, that it was immediately in enormous demand all over the world. Outside of China, silk was worth many times its weight in gold. The Han Chinese may have been surprised to know just how far their textiles traveled. Julius Caesar famously wore a silk cloak to the theater and began a fashion craze among the Roman nobility. The Egyptian queen Cleopatra was an avid collector of silk items, and silk has also been found in Viking graves. We've even found traces of silk in the hair of an Egyptian mummy of the 21st dynasty, dating to around 1070 BC. After taking the He corridor, the Han chased the Xiongnu out of the western regions. They soon absorbed these sandy cities into their empire, these towns clinging to the edge of this vast desert basin. Soon the whole of the western regions was under Han control, and for the first time, China was in charge of its own trade routes to the west. By the end of the 1st century BC, the territory of Han China had taken on a strange shape. It now comprised the large central plains around the Yangtze and Yellow River, but it also included the western regions in the Tarim Basin. And these two areas were joined by the narrow chain of the He corridor. It was an unusual shape for an empire, but the size of the Han territories had now more than doubled. The Han had also ground down those people who they called the Southern Barbarians, who lived in the hilly country south of the Yangtze. The Han now occupied lands right up to the borders of modern Vietnam. Han China was now one of the largest empires on Earth, and the other great powers of the world were beginning to pay attention, as the records of the Grand Historian recalls.
All the barbarians of the distant west craned their necks to the east and longed to catch a glimpse of China.
The Emperor Wu had transformed the empire from a frightened and unstable entity into a confident imperial state. But in his old age, he became plagued with the same kind of paranoia as the Emperor Qin, nearly 100 years before. He began doling out excessive punishments to members of the court who he believed were spreading rumors about him. The most tragic case is the punishment of Sima Qian, the old historian who spent his life writing his text, The Records of the Grand Historian, which we've already heard so much from in this episode. One of Sima Qian's friends, a general fighting in the north, was captured in battle with the Xiongnu, and he was denounced as a coward by the emperor. Only one man stood up to defend him in the imperial court. That man was Sima Qian. The Emperor Wu was enraged by this, and he sentenced the old historian to death. It was expected that any member of the court would take their own life before the sentence was carried out. But Sima Qian refused. He wanted to finish his great historical work before he died. In the end, the emperor commuted his sentence to only the second most severe punishment, to be castrated and turned into a eunuch. After the cruel sentence was carried out, Sima Qian was given a role as a palace secretary, and it's here that he finished the work that stands as the only great record of the reign of Emperor Wu. As the emperor's mental state deteriorated, more similarities with the Emperor Qin began to arise. He also toured the country, talking to wise men and searching fruitlessly for the secret to eternal life. Whether he also started taking mercury pills is unknown, but in the year 88 BC, the Emperor Wu fell suddenly ill. He died a year later at the age of 69. One ancient poem, called The Dew on the Garlic Leaf, was often sung at the burial of the kings and princes of China, and we can imagine that it may have been sung at the funeral of Emperor Wu.
How swiftly it dries, the dew on the garlic leaf, the dew that dries so fast, tomorrow will fall again. But he whom we carry to the grave will never more return.
The palace women would have wept, and the court held a solemn wake. The king was first placed in a bath of ice to help preserve his body, and then he was wrapped in fine silks. Pearls were put into his mouth, and his body was completely covered in a suit made of small plates of the precious stone jade, sewn together with gold thread. He was placed in a great coffin carved from catalpa wood, painted crimson red and adorned with ivory, covered with designs of dragons, tigers, and the sun and moon, while eunuchs stood by, guarding his body with weapons. The Emperor Wu had turned the Empire of Han into one of the largest and most powerful societies on Earth, but he had fallen to the same curse of paranoia and tyranny. He wasn't the first Chinese emperor to fall prey to this fate, and as we'll see, he was also far from the last. As is so often the case after the long rule of a successful king, the reign of Emperor Wu was followed by a series of relatively inept successors. But it was under the Emperor Cheng that the empire would experience its first slide into real disintegration, and for the first time, it looked like the Han dynasty was coming to its end. Cheng was a type of emperor that you'll soon start to find familiar. He was lazy and incompetent, and he was more interested in cockfighting and chasing after beautiful palace women than administering his government. He left much of the affairs of state to his relatives, who belonged to the Wang clan. They wasted no time in gathering large amounts of personal power and wealth, and meanwhile, corrupt and greedy officials continued to plague the government. As a result, rebellions broke out throughout the country. Emperor Cheng died in the year 7 BC. His young nephew took the throne, but by this time the Wang family had become too powerful. And among these, one man had been going on a personal propaganda campaign to amass a vast body of support among the common people. This was a man named Wang Mang. Wang Mang is a remarkable character. He was a Confucian scholar and a great speaker, and by all accounts was immensely popular among the peasants. At one point, the imperial palace even received a petition written on 500,000 rolls of bamboo, demanding that Wang Mang be given the highest political offices in the land. The source of Wang Mang's popularity isn't hard to see. Disillusioned by the corrupt politics of the imperial court, The peasants of China were desperate for something to change, and Wang Mang offered them that change. He believed that all the modern reforms of the last few hundred years had led the empire astray, and he was convinced that if the empire were run exactly according to the principles of the ancient philosopher Confucius, then peace and prosperity would naturally follow. At the age of 50, buoyed up by this groundswell of popular support, Wang Mang toppled the young boy emperor and seized the throne for himself. Wang Mang was not from the dynasty of Han. He was the first non-Han emperor to rule China in 200 years. At the time, it must have seemed like the time of the Han had ended for good, crippled by the corruption of its officials and the mismanagement of its politicians. But the rule of Wang Mang was an unmitigated disaster. Part of the problem was that since he himself had usurped the throne, he was terrified of giving his advisors any power, in case someone else did the same to him. As a result, he tried to make all of the countless decisions of state himself, which completely paralyzed the government. And when it actually came to putting his bold ideas into practice, Wang Mang ran into further problems. It turned out that there was more to administering an empire than choosing the proper music to play at court and the proper ceremonies to perform in the temples. One Qing dynasty historian, writing in the 16th century, described his reign in the following terms.
After he usurped the throne, he did not know how to comfort and guide the people, and felt that he could ceaselessly deceive everyone. Therefore, he caused both the Chinese and the foreigners to hate him. The entire empire was already collapsing, but Wang Mang did not care, but rather buried his head in what is old, believing that once he returned the government structure to the old days, the empire will be peaceful. He only sought to establish proper ceremony and music day and night, without spending time on the important affairs of state.
Wang Mang also attempted some radical reforms. He banned the private ownership of land, and this was enough to cause significant unrest on its own. But his real undoing would come from one of China's deadliest and most unpredictable natural forces, the great watercourse of the north of China, the Yellow River. As we've already seen, the Yellow River was the most deadly and dangerous of China's rivers. Every 100 years or so, it would change its course, bursting its banks and washing away every town and village in its path. As fate would have it, this once-in-a-century disaster occurred right at the time when Wang Mang was sitting on the imperial throne. The new emperor was completely unprepared for this natural disaster. Peasants who lost their homes in the floods felt that the emperor had done nothing to help them, and their resentment reached a fever pitch. It wasn't long before peasant revolts rose up around the country. The most powerful of these were known as the Red Eyebrows, since they smeared their foreheads in red paint before going into battle. The widespread chaos and loss of imperial control meant that the empire's borders began to come apart. The nomadic Xiongnu began to once again gain power and confidence in the north, and Wang Mang's lack of diplomatic skill caused trouble to erupt in the western regions, as the Book of Later Han recalls.
The principalities of the western regions split up and formed 55 kingdoms. Wang Mang, after he usurped the throne, demoted their kings. Following this, the western regions became resentful and rebelled. They therefore broke off all relations with China and altogether submitted to the Xiongnu once more.
The Xiongnu, subdued by the Han Empire for nearly a century, now sensed weakness. They launched a surprise attack on the Empire's outposts and seized the entire region of the Tarim Basin right up to the Jade Gate. From there, they poured along the Great Wall into the Hershey Corridor. In just a matter of years, all the gains of the great Emperor Wu were undone, as the Book of Later Han recalls.
The northern savages forced several countries to help them plunder the commanderies and districts of Hershey. The gates of the town stayed shut in broad daylight.
Meanwhile, the Red Eyebrow Rebellion seized vast swathes of the countryside. Soon the nobles of China were joining the peasants in revolt, and one goal was now on all of their lips. They wanted to topple the Emperor Wang Mang and restore the dynasty of the Han. Eventually, the people of the imperial capital of Chang'an also rose up in the streets. They overcame Wang Mang's guard, stormed the palace, and beheaded the emperor. The imperial palaces were burned to the ground. Wang Mang's body was cut into pieces, and his head was delivered to the temporary Han capital of Wancheng to be hung on the city wall. There, the people's anger was so fierce that they dragged the head down from the wall and kicked it about the streets like a football. The capital of Chang'an was now occupied by the Red Eyebrows. Their leaders tried their best to keep order, but before long the city's food ran out, and the rebels began to riot and steal. They burned many of Chang'an's palaces and pillaged the city for days. By the year 25, the Han dynasty was restored, under a new emperor called Guan Wu. But the capital of Chang'an was a smoking ruin, and its palaces were just blackened skeletons. One anonymous Chinese poet, who stumbled on the ruins of an old palace, wrote the following poem of mourning at the site. And although we don't know for sure which ruin he stood by, it may well have been the ancient imperial capital, as it stood then in ashes.
The wind howls in the pines. The rats fly at my approach and hide under the old tiles. What monarch once had this palace built, of which there only remain ruins on a mountainside? The owner of this palace had beautiful dancers, who are today one with the cold dust. Of all this pomp, of all this glory, what remains? A marble horse lying in the grass. I should like to express my great sadness in an enduring poem, but I weep, and my pencil trembles.
The restored Emperor Guan Wu decided that he would move his capital from Chang'an to the east, to the city of Luoyang. These two phases of Han history are sometimes called the Western and the Eastern Han, or more simply, the former Han and the later Han. Guan Wu's reign was a new dawn for the empire, and another chance for the dream of a stable imperial China that would stand the challenge of time. A number of tests would now arrive that would determine whether the lessons of the fall of former Han had been learned. These tests would determine whether this new incarnation of the empire would survive, or whether it too would end in ash and flame. The new capital city of Luoyang was a beautiful place. The shallow Gu River flowed right past its walls and diverted into a moat that encircled the city, while the Luo River flowed 2 kilometers or so to the south, crossed by a floating bridge of boats. In the distance, the blue peaks of the Beimang Hills looked out over the city. One Chinese poem from the Han period, in the 2nd century, described the bustling streets of Luoyang full of life beneath the shade of its leafy trees.
洛阳城东路，桃李深路旁，呱呱。
On the eastern way at the city of Luoyang, at the edge of the road, peach trees and plum trees grow. Flower matched by flower, leaf touching leaf. The spring wind rises from the northeast. Flowers and leaves gently nod and sway. Up the road, somebody's daughter comes, carrying a basket to gather silkworm's food.
比诸子，何为见损伤？
Luoyang had been an important holy city for centuries. It was smaller than Chang'an, about a third of its size, but its position on the rivers and at the crossing point of various major canals made it better connected economically. It was also further from the frontiers of the empire, making it a little safer than the smoking ruin that was the former capital. Once the new capital was established, much of the 1st century in China was spent rebuilding after the fall of the former Han and the destruction left by Wang Mang's disastrous leadership. Vast construction works took place to dredge the bottom of the Yellow River, dig drainage canals, and to avoid any more devastating floods. New palaces were built at Luoyang to accommodate the imperial court, as well as religious institutions. Guangwu ordered the construction of an altar to the gods of the soils and grains, and he also ordered the entire imperial library be moved to Luoyang. It took 2,000 carts to transport all the books that were contained in these libraries across the country to the new capital. One poem written by the poet and historian Ban Gu around the year 65 AD celebrates the new Han Emperor's achievement in transforming the old city.
He refurbished Luoyang city, enhancing its imposing grandeur, making resplendent its order and proportion. He made the Han capital shine through the empire, controlling all 8 directions. And then, within the imperial city, the palaces were glittering and bright. The hall courtyards were divinely beautiful.
By the year 36 AD, Guangwu had crushed the Red Eyebrow Rebellion, as well as any lords who still resisted. He announced that the imperial colour would from there on be the colour red, and he would govern under the element of fire. He had restored the Han dynasty to power, but the empire was now a much weakened state. The long period of chaos had sapped its wealth, and in the north the Xiongnu had resurged as a power to be reckoned with. The Chinese general Ban Chao was put in charge of reclaiming the Heshi corridor and securing the western regions once more. This struggle once again took decades. Ban Chao painstakingly beat the Xiongnu back along the Heshi corridor, reclaiming the old crumbling walls as he went. And by the year 91, the Han Empire was once again in control of the deserts and the trade routes that ran through them. This reopening of the route to the west came at a uniquely interesting time in world history. In the decades since the Han had last controlled the western regions, a new power had risen up in Central Asia, known as the Kushan Empire. In the mid-1st century, this Buddhist empire had grown to cover much of Pakistan, Afghanistan, and northern India. This is significant because it created a stable and unified territory that stretched across Central Asia. Touching the Kushan Empire on the west was the Parthian Empire, which stretched across Iran much of the Middle East and into Turkey. And even further to the west, the Han Chinese had heard of an even greater power that rivaled even their own, a mysterious empire of enormous wealth, centered on a vast inland sea. This was the first time in history that 4 large empires formed an unbroken chain from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic. And the General Ban Chao recognized the potential that this unique moment in history could hold. In the year 97, he summoned one of his most trusted men, a man called Gan Ying. He told Gan Ying to journey as far west as he could and to find out more about this great faraway empire on the other side of the continent, which they knew only by the name Da Qin. Gan Ying travelled for what must have been many months, down the Hershey corridor, through the Gate of Jade and across the shifting sands of the Taklamakan Desert. From there he crossed the mountains, through the dangerous snowy passes, and into the high valleys of the Kushan Empire. He would have traversed the arid lands of Pakistan and passed the snow-capped peaks of Iran, then crossed over the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where the city of Babylon still stood, and where the ruins of Sumerian and Assyrian civilizations were still crumbling into the sands. Finally, he reached the frontiers of the great empire of Da Qin, an empire that we know by the more familiar name of Rome. Later, Gan Ying wrote down everything he had learned about this exotic empire.
Its territory extends for several thousands of li. It has more than 400 walled towns. There are several tens of smaller dependent kingdoms. The walls of the town are made of stone. They have postal relays of entries, which are all plastered and whitewashed. There are pines and cypresses, as well as trees and plants of all kinds.
Gan Ying made detailed notes about the customs and ways of the Romans, which seem to have greatly impressed him.
They shave their heads, and their clothes are embroidered. They have screened coaches for the women, and small, white-roofed one-horse carts. When carriages come and go, drums are beaten, and flags and standards are raised.
He was also amazed to hear about the system for appointing Roman emperors, although it does seem that the Romans gave him a slightly sanitized version of their political system.
Their kings are not permanent. They select and appoint the most worthy man. If there are unexpected calamities in the kingdom, he is unceremoniously rejected and replaced. The one who has been dismissed quietly accepts his demotion and is not angry.
But Gan Ying never actually made it to the city of Rome. He reached the shores of a sea that may have been either the Mediterranean or the Persian Gulf. There, some Parthian sailors discouraged him from continuing his journey. They gave him this dire warning.
If you encounter winds that delay you, it can take 2 years. That is why all the men who go by sea take stores for 3 years. The vast ocean urges men to think of their country and get homesick, and some of them die.
It's possible that these Parthians wanted to continue to control the lucrative trade running between Rome and China, and they didn't want any Chinese ambassador cutting out the middleman. But it's also possible that Gan Ying made this story up. Perhaps he was simply tired of his journey and wanted to go home. At the sight of the lapping waves of the Mediterranean, he may simply have decided that he would make something up and head back to his family. After all, who back home would ever know? At this time, Rome and Han faced each other from opposite sides of the Eurasian landmass. They were roughly comparable in size, population, and complexity, While Rome governed an area of about 5 million square kilometers, Han at its height commanded 6 million. While Rome governed nearly 56 million people, Han governed over 60 million. Around the time that Gan Ying made his epic journey across the continent, it's thought that half of all humans on Earth lived in either the Roman or Han empires. Gan Ying was perhaps the first recorded man to travel the entire length of a route that would be of enormous importance for the history of the world. This would become known as the Silk Road, named after the Chinese silk that poured along it in such vast quantities. It became a highway connecting the East and the West, and would later spread inventions like gunpowder, paper, porcelain, and the compass right around the world. The opening of the Silk Road was one of Han China's enduring achievements. But already the storm clouds were gathering. The days of the Han Empire were numbered, and the reason for this would be found not in the barren wastes of the north, but in the very heart of the empire. In fact, within the capital and the imperial palace itself. The imperial court of Han China was a place of elegance, refinement, and beauty. Wealthy people in beautiful clothes would mill about its outer court, while fine music and incense would have drifted on the air. But this was also a battleground, just as deadly as any in the desert lands to the north. It was well known that anyone who had access to the emperor, and who the emperor trusted, could use their influence to amass a great amount of personal power and wealth. And so people would stop at nothing to gain this kind of influence for themselves. The imperial palace was one of the most heavily guarded places on Earth. Very few were ever allowed to even set foot in it, and no men were allowed to remain there after dark. There were only two kinds of people who were allowed regular inside access to the emperor, and throughout the 2nd century AD, they were locked in a bitter struggle over who would control him. These two factions were the palace eunuchs and the palace women. The first of these factions, the eunuchs, were despised and mistrusted by society, but held in an immense amount of trust by the emperor. A eunuch, simply speaking, is a man who has been castrated. In ancient China, this was typically carried out as a punishment for adultery or other promiscuous behaviors. If he survived his punishment, the newly castrated man was then taken to the imperial palace and forced to work there as what was called a special attendant, essentially a form of high-class slavery. In less common cases, a man volunteered to become a eunuch in exchange for the secure position in the palace staff. There were a number of reasons why eunuchs were prized as imperial servants. One reason was the sexual jealousy of the emperors. With multiple wives and consorts, it was considered too risky to have uncastrated male guards and attendants in their vicinity. But another reason was the paranoia of the emperors. It was commonly believed that since a eunuch couldn't produce a son and heir, he would be less inclined to use his influence to amass personal power. Crucially for the later history of Han China, this belief turned out to be very mistaken. The use of eunuchs in China as the servants of rulers goes back to at least 3,000 years ago. But in the later Han dynasty, their use as palace attendants increased dramatically. Eventually, the imperial court would be home to more than 2,000 eunuchs. They acted as fetchers and carriers, bodyguards, nurses, butlers, maids, and cooks. They were virtually the only men that a young emperor would meet until he became an adult. And because of this privileged access to the inner court, these thousands of eunuchs soon formed a kind of shadow government within the imperial palace. The second faction was the palace women, and more specifically, the Empress Dowagers. An Empress Dowager was the wife of an emperor who had died. While her husband had been alive, she had enjoyed a supreme position in the royal court, the focal point of adoration and influence. But once the emperor was dead, and his body was interred in the stone tombs on Beimang Hill, the Empress Dowager's position became incredibly insecure. In order to maintain her influence, she would need to be clever and to gather allies around her. In the polygamous society of early imperial China, an emperor could have a number of wives, and this meant that the court could soon become quickly overpopulated with Empress Dowagers, each of them fighting and jockeying to maintain their influence. These two factions, the eunuchs and the dowagers, fought as much within their groups as between them. Empress Dowagers were constantly poisoning each other and their children, and several were put on trial for attempting to use witchcraft against another. Meanwhile, the eunuchs plotted against each other endlessly. But over the next century, these two groups would sink their teeth into every emperor of China. The result was that the emperor became just another chess piece in this complex and deadly game. The emperors of the 2nd century were not chosen for their skill or popularity, but simply for how easy they would be to control. For this reason, these emperors were very often children. One extreme example of this is the 5th emperor of the later Han dynasty, the Emperor Shang. He was a newborn baby who was crowned in the year 106 AD, at an age of little more than 100 days old. His mother was a dowager empress, wife to the previous emperor. All of her other children had died in mysterious circumstances, quite probably murdered by other jealous empress dowagers. And now the tiny Emperor Shang was her best hope at maintaining her status at court. If her surviving child could be emperor, then her position was assured. We have detailed records about what was involved in the pomp and ceremony of a Chinese imperial coronation. We can imagine the drums and gongs, the marching soldiers, the music and the chanting of ceremonial words, all going on around the oblivious newborn emperor as he lay in his crib with his tiny fists balled, crying in fear and confusion. As usual, the new emperor was gifted with a scepter carved of jade, and the ancient legendary sword known as the sword that slew the snake, which had belonged to the first emperor, Han Cao-Tzu. Then the crowd would have burst out in rapturous cries, shouting 10,000 years, 10,000 years, as the baby wailed and screamed in the center of the Great Hall. But the Emperor Shang would rule for only a matter of months before he also died. His causes of death unknown, but they are not hard to guess. The 5th emperor of the later Han never even reached his first birthday. 2 decades later, in the year 125, it was the turn of the eunuchs. They led a successful coup to replace another Empress Dowager and her son, and put the 10-year-old Emperor Shun on the throne. They were a little more successful, and the Emperor Shun reigned for 19 years. But when his son was crowned at 2 years old, he died mysteriously after only 6 months on the throne. These are just two of the countless examples of intrigue, murder, and plotting by these two factions that turned the imperial court into a slaughterhouse throughout the 2nd century. In the rare instances when an emperor reached adulthood, they were encouraged to stay away from the business of actually ruling. Instead, they were usually directed to a life of indolence and pleasure. As the 2nd century wore on, and weak young emperor followed weak young emperor, the power of these two factions only increased. But it would ultimately be the eunuchs who would truly seize the reins of power. In the year 159, a group of eunuchs at court were even granted royal titles. 7 years after that, university students in Luoyang took to the streets to protest against the corrupt officials in the government. At the advice of the eunuchs, the emperor had all of the students involved arrested. One county magistrate named Li Yun even submitted a petition urging the emperor to curb the eunuch's power. In this letter, he asked what many in the empire must have been thinking.
Is the emperor turning blind?
The emperor responded by having Li executed. Soon a group of 12 eunuchs controlled virtually everything that happened in the imperial palace. And this inner faction was led by 4 individuals. One popular song written around this time mocks the enormous power that these eunuchs had gathered.
Zhuo can reverse heaven's decision. Shu sits by himself without match. Shu is a lying wolf. Tang's power is as prevalent as the falling rain.
Meanwhile, outside of the insular world that the imperial palace had become, the fabric of the empire was truly beginning to come apart.
GBQ said Nivea is the best derm-recommended body wash for men. Men! It's Nivea!
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
It's giving in excitation. Good
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24/7 live support, they moved us. Better place, better hot tub.
Got any room for Dad?
Think again, Bruce.
Yeah.
Teenagers are full of surprises. Verbo is not. If you know, you Verbo.
Ketchup, in my opinion, it's the epitome of where art meets science. Everything from flavor to color to texture is scrutinized. Am I a ketchup nerd? Absolutely.
A number of problems plagued the Han Chinese throughout the 2nd century. One of these was the continued presence of northern nomads on the empire's borders. The empire had beaten the Xiongnu a 2nd time, but now to their dismay, a new group known as the Xianbi had swooped in to occupy their lands. This new group was every bit as powerful a challenge as the Xiongnu had been, as the Book of Later Han recalls.
Since the Xiongnu have fled away, the Xianbi have become powerful and prosperous and have occupied their former territory. They can claim 100,000 soldiers, skilled and strong, and their ideas and understanding are steadily increasing. They also have renegades from Han to serve them as masters of strategy. In the sharpness of weapons and the clash of horse, they are more dangerous than were the Xiongnu.
But it wasn't until the reign of the Emperor Ling that the true disintegration of the Han Empire began. Ling was a model specimen of the kind of young, lazy ruler that had become the norm for imperial China. He came to the throne at the age of 12, put in place by one powerful Empress Dowager. The Emperor Ling was brought up by the eunuchs at court, now led by two named Zhao Zhong and Zhang Rang. They had so much influence over his upbringing that the Book of Han recalls the young emperor making this statement.
Regular attendant Zhang is my father. Regular attendant Zhao is my mother.
When he came of age, the Emperor Ling was more inclined to spend time with his palace women than actually run the state. He especially enjoyed creating role-playing scenarios to engage in with his beautiful consorts, as recorded in the Book of Later Han.
The Emperor ordered a market set up in the harem apartments and had all his women trade there. They robbed and fought one another, and the Emperor, dressed as a peddler, joined with the crowd and drank wine and feasted with them.
Ling was also financially irresponsible and increased the burden of taxation on the people to fund his lavish lifestyle.
The Emperor was in the habit of laying by money and treasure for himself. He arranged that all valuable goods from the Empire and all tribute sent in from the commanderies and kingdoms went first to the inner palace. He took a share for himself and called it his commission.
Hatred of this corruption spawned peasant rebellions, which quickly emptied the imperial treasury. Increasingly strapped for cash, the empire began offering minor titles and positions to its wealthiest citizens in exchange for payment. This was a short-term measure to fund the armies that were needed to put down the rebellions. But since the rebellions were in protest against corruption in the first place, this policy had the effect of pouring gasoline on a fire. Matters were made considerably worse by the Emperor Ling, who started selling high political offices for money. Even the position of chief of police in the imperial capital was put up for sale. This policy severely damaged both the effectiveness and the legitimacy of the Han civil service. Corruption now trickled down to every level, from the royal court to the lowest officials, as the Book of Later Han recalls.
During the reign of Emperor Ling, the inspectors of provinces and the heads of commanderies and kingdoms were greedy as jackals and tigers, oppressing the people in most cruel and ruthless fashion.
Most of these rebellions were easily put down, but as the decades wore on, along with the simmering intrigue in the imperial court, the rebellions got worse. Some of these became truly enormous, and perhaps the worst of these was the rebellion of the Qiang people. The Qiang were an ethnic minority who lived in the mountainous regions of the Tibetan Plateau, in a province known as Liang, an arid and rocky place in the northwest of China. Liang has its back to the Tibetan mountains in the west and south, and stares out into the Gobi Desert to the north. It was the gate to the Heshi corridor, and the staging ground for caravans setting out through the deserts. The Qiang were a hardy people who herded yak and lived in fortress villages in the stony hills, cultivating narrow plains along creeks and mountain terraces. They built strong houses from granite field stones, and tall, narrow stone watchtowers to defend from attacks. The first Qiang rebellions were put down easily by the empire, but they were only the first in a long line of revolts that would be a thorn in the side of imperial China for the rest of the Han dynasty. By the middle of the 2nd century, the Qiang rebellions had reached such a pitch that the empire was considering extreme measures, measures that we today would recognize as ethnic cleansing, as this letter from one general to the emperor shows.
If I have 5,000 cavalry and 10,000 foot soldiers with 3,000 carts for baggage, in 3 winters and 2 summers, I can break these people and settle them.
The emperor gave his permission for the campaign, and a year later, the general wrote back triumphantly.
After just 1 year, with less than half the money expended, the remnant enemy are reduced to ashes and are on the point of total destruction.
These cruel reprisals against the empire's ethnic minorities only hardened the hearts of the common people. Before long, the state was locked in a number of rolling insurgencies in the west, which combined with the peasant rebellions in the east to further sap its strength. And combined with these were also a new kind of rebellion, one that the Chinese authorities were completely unprepared to deal with. These were the devout religious crusades of the Yellow Turbans. Religion in China around this time is a complicated subject. In the royal court, the most influential ideology was Confucianism. Confucianism wasn't exactly a religion, more a series of guidelines about how a society should be ordered and run. But in the countryside, religious beliefs were extremely diverse from region to region. This extract from Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian gives you a sense of this variety.
The shamans from the region of Liang worshipped such deities as heaven and earth, the heavenly altar. Those from Qin worshipped the 5 emperors, the Lord of the East, the Lord in the clouds, the arbiter of fate, the bringer of fire, and so on. The shamans of Qing worshipped the gods below the hall, ancestor of shamans, and the giver of gruel.
Since about 500 BC, a new religion had also risen up among the peasants in the countryside, the religion of Taoism. Unlike Confucianism, Taoism looked to nature rather than human beings as the source of morality. It was a vision of a human society that conformed to the Tao, or the Way, the essential unifying element of all that exists. Around the year 180 AD, about 12 years into the reign of the Emperor Ling, a Taoist religious order was formed, known as the Taiping sect. It was led by a man named Zhang Xiao, who claimed he had the power to heal the sick. The historian Yu Huan regards these practices with particular contempt.
Such procedures did nothing to cure sickness. They were simply false and evil. Petty fellows, however, stupid and confused, were only too eager to follow such teachers.
It wasn't long before several imperial officials became concerned about the dedication that Zhang Xiao inspired in his followers. They suggested that the empire should act to crush this new cult. But Emperor Ling, occupied with his harem women and hunting, did nothing. But the religious zealot Zhang Xiao was in fact planning a rebellion. He was preparing his followers to rise up and topple the entire imperial order. This Taoist mystic had named 36 of his followers as military commanders, He set up a shadow government ready to take over, and even plotted with 2 eunuchs in the palace to overthrow the emperor. When the plot was discovered, the emperor realized too late how much power this mystic had gained, and ordered his arrest. The followers of Jiang Xiao immediately took up arms. They took local garrisons by surprise and swept through the country, capitalizing on the growing resentment people held for their rulers. Each member of this rebellion wore a yellow piece of fabric wrapped around their head, and so they became known as the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The rebellion would ultimately prove a failure. The empire's armies swept into the countryside and put it down with enormous force. Jiang Xiao was eventually killed in the year 184, but the rebellion had a number of lasting effects. The first of these was that the common people no longer trusted the empire to protect them. Villages and towns that had been plundered by the Yellow Turbans now formed their own militias in order to defend themselves. Local governors took on greater powers, and the central power of the empire began to falter. Another effect was the growing influence among the army of a company known as the Liang troops. These were the soldiers that had spent their whole careers up in the tough mountain lands, crushing the constant rebellions of the Qiang people. They were battle-hardened, remorseless, and brutal in their methods, and now they were being used not against ethnic minorities like the Qiang, but against the empire's own Chinese peasants in the depths of their heartlands. The Liang Company became feared not just among the peasants, but among the other soldiers in the imperial army too, and they began to feel the power that came from that fear. One of the generals leading these Liang troops was a man named Dong Zhuo. He is remembered to history as a fearsome tyrant, a butcher and a sadist, and he would be the final nail in the coffin of the empire of the Han. When reading about the meteoric rise of Dong Zhuo, it's hard not to draw comparisons with the figure of Julius Caesar, who died on the other side of the continent. Like Caesar, Dong Zhuo believed in the ruthless application of power, and he was a man who understood how power really operated. Dong Zhuo was born in Lintao, in Liang province, that same arid, rocky land where the Qiang people refused to bow to the empire. It was an unforgiving landscape that gave birth to this unforgiving man. As Dong Zhuo grew up, he would have seen many rebellions put down with brutality. As a youth, he was strong and showed an immediate talent for violence. He excelled in horseback archery, and in his early 20s joined an elite unit of cadets known as the Guards of the Feathered Forest. These were one of the units tasked with guarding the emperor. He spent some months in the imperial capital, and it's here that Dong Zhuo must have got his first taste of the power and prestige of the emperor. And perhaps it's here that he first dreamed of one day getting a morsel of that power for himself. Less than a year into his time in the capital, in 166 AD, another Qiang rebellion burst out, and he was sent back to his homeland along with the other guards of the Feathered Forest to crush those who defied the empire. The campaign would have been bloody and brutal, burning down villages and doling out collective punishments to civilian populations. We don't know the exact details of Dong Zhuo's involvement, but we do know that he sufficiently impressed his superiors that he was rewarded with 9,000 rolls of fine silk. Never one to miss an opportunity to increase his men's loyalty, Dong Zhuo insisted that the silks should be shared with every one of his soldiers. In the early 180s, when the Yellow Turban Rebellion sprang up, Dong Zhuo was put in charge of a large and battle-hardened army of those most feared Liang troops. For his services during that campaign, Dong Zhuo was given the title, the general who smashes the cowards. He was offered a position as the governor of a large province, but he refused. His power had now grown to such an extent that he dreamed of even larger things. He returned to the rocky hills of Liang province along with his army and continued to exercise their brutality on the Qiang people. The power that Dong Zhuo held over the Liang troops seems to have worried some people at the imperial court. At one point, they summoned him to the capital in order to take up office as the minister steward. This was a promotion, but it was also clearly designed to remove him from military command. Astonishingly, Dong Zhuo refused, writing back to the emperor that his men would not allow him to leave.
My Huanzhong auxiliaries, they hold on to my carriage and refuse to let me leave. These Chang and other non-Chinese have evil hearts and the nature of dogs. I cannot bring them under proper discipline, but I shall stay to keep them quiet.
Later, and getting a little desperate, the government tried again. But once again, Dong Zhuo refused.
I have received your heavenly favor and held military command for 10 years. My officers and men of every rank have long been close to me. They appreciate my generous care and are always ready to obey my orders. I beg to take them with me to the north, to assist in the defense of the frontier.
Although wrapped up in the usual polite language, this was a clear affront to the imperial authority. It shows that even at this point, Dong Zhuo knew that his army's loyalty belonged to him, and it's easy to see why. Dong Zhuo had led his soldiers for years now, out in the remotest parts of the empire. They had committed atrocious acts of violence on his behalf, and he was also the one in charge of paying them and feeding them. After a while, these men must have begun to look on him as a kind of father figure. Just like Julius Caesar with his Gallic legions, these Liang troops now owed their loyalty not to the empire and its weak succession of child kings, but to the man who rode at the front of their army. And whatever he ordered them to do, they would carry out without question. In the years to come, this combination would spell doom for the fragile order of the Han dynasty. During the final years of the reign of Emperor Ling, the Book of Later Han records a number of dark omens beginning to appear.
In the second month, on the 7th day, there was an eclipse of the sun. In the summer, on the 11th day, there was an earthquake. In the 6th month, a black emanation resembling a dragon came down in the eastern court when the emperor was present. In the autumn, a dark rainbow appeared in the courtyard of the Jade Hall.
The emperor immediately summoned his wise men and counselors, but their advice was not encouraging.
They were asked how these omens and strange occurrences might be halted. One replied, "When heaven sends a rainbow, all the world is angry and all within the seas is in confusion. A period of 400 years of government is reaching its end. Now a gang of concubines and eunuchs have combined to dominate the court, and they cheat and deceive your celestial intelligence. I wish your majesty might be hard-hearted enough to get rid of these evil associates.
When the emperor heard this, he's said to have simply turned his back and sighed. These wise men were put in prison. They were later exiled, and the palace eunuchs arranged for them to be assassinated on the road. By this time, the eunuchs were despised by just about all the people of the empire. The wealth they had amassed was staggering, and it was now widely known how easily they could manipulate the emperor, as the Book of Later Han remembers.
The eunuchs built great houses for themselves, rivaling the imperial palace. On one occasion, the emperor wanted to climb the observation terrace of the Palace of Perpetual Peace, but the eunuchs were frightened he would see their mansions. They sent harem official Shang Dang to say, "The Son of Heaven must never climb high, for if he does so, his people will be impoverished and scattered." From this time on, the emperor never climbed the tower again.
In the year 189, the Emperor Ling became critically ill. He died later that year, and there was the typical power struggle between eunuchs and empress dowagers, which finally resulted in the crowning of a 13-year-old child as emperor. But he wouldn't make it through his first year. Later that year, a group of military commanders saw their chance to rid the empire of the curse of the eunuch advisors. Among these commanders was the ruthless tyrant of Liang, the fearsome general Dong Zhuo. When he received the message asking him to become part of the plot, Dong Zhuo responded with glee.
The regular attendant, Zhang Rang, and his eunuch fellows have corrupted and disrupted all within the seas. Though it is painful to burst an abscess, it is better than a malignant tumor. I now sound the bells and drums of punishment and march to Luoyang, and I ask permission to clear away all evil and wrongdoing.
Dong Zhuo arrived outside the capital of Luoyang in time to see flames rising over the city's southern palace. His co-conspirators had already struck, storming the city. The eunuchs were slaughtered in their mansions, along with many young attendants, killed simply because they hadn't yet grown beards and were therefore mistaken for eunuchs. Stories are even recorded of palace officials stripping off their clothes so that the soldiers could see that they were not castrated. Other members of the government fled the palace and went into exile. One group of eunuchs tried to kidnap the boy Emperor Shao and his brother, and tried to flee into the hills, but Dong Zhuo's soldiers caught up with them. The eunuchs killed themselves by jumping into a river, and the two princes were brought back to the capital. This was a military coup, and Dong Zhuo was now the true power in the empire. 3 days after capturing Luoyang, Dong Zhuo deposed the young Emperor Shao. He was 13 years old, only a few years from becoming a man in his own right, and at that point he may have become difficult to control. Instead, Dong Zhuo set his younger 8-year-old half-brother on the throne, crowning him as the Emperor Xian. He would be the last emperor of the Han Age. After the coronation of the new 8-year-old emperor, Dong Zhuo forced his older brother to drink poison, and then he issued this chilling command to the royal court.
Any person who seeks to impede the grand design will be dealt with by military law.
The corrupt reign of the eunuchs had been replaced with a military tyranny. and the golden age of the Han Empire was finally coming to a close. The actions of the warlord Dong Zhuo caused outrage among the lords and nobles of the empire. As he sat in the city of Luoyang with the boy emperor in his clutches, dozens of China's formerly independent kingdoms declared their independence once more. Slowly, a resistance began to form against the usurper. This resistance was started by a man named Yuan Shao, who camped with his army on a crossing of the Yellow River, north of Luoyang. He sent out word that he intended to fight the tyranny of Dong Zhuo. He was soon joined by his brother and other nobles from the previous regime, and by the Chinese New Year of the year 190, their forces were swelling. Their tents would have spread out, bright and colourful, across the plains, and soon they began to pose a real threat to the usurper holed up in the capital. Dong Zhuo knew that he could not hold Luoyang against an all-out assault, and as the rebel forces grew ever more powerful, he decided to take a drastic action. He would flee west, back to the ancient capital of Chang'an. He would take all of his hardened Liang soldiers and most of Luoyang's civilian population with him, and as he left, he would burn the imperial capital to the ground. Dong Zhuo's men burst into the city's palaces and temples, into the government offices and the houses of its people. They looted and burned and stole everything they could lay their hands on. They sent men out into the countryside to loot and burn in the towns and villages too. And Dong Zhuo even sent one of his subordinates, a man named Lu Bu, to tear open the tombs of the Han emperors on the hills of Beimang, and to despoil them of their treasures. The vast imperial libraries of Luoyang also went up in flames. Some books were written on fine silk, and the illiterate soldiers took them to use as screens, scarves, and umbrellas. Dong Zhuo ordered Luoyang's library in the eastern pavilion to be set ablaze. It had once taken 2,000 carts just to transport the empire's store of books from Chang'an to the new capital. But after the destruction of Dong Zhuo, the books that survived could barely fill 70. More than 96% of the empire's entire collection of books were destroyed in a matter of hours. Dong Zhuo had the great bronze statues at Luoyang melted down and turned into coins. Since these were of a poor quality and not properly marked with the official stamps, it resulted in all of China's copper currency becoming devalued, and the economy went into freefall. According to the Book of Later Han, Dong Zhuo destroyed everything within a distance of 100 kilometers outside of Luoyang. When the Emperor Guangwu had restored the Han Empire at the start of the 1st century, he had announced that he would rule under the sign of fire. But now it was fire that tore through the imperial capital's palaces, through the ornate pleasure gardens and libraries, through the homes and workshops of its people. The fires of Luoyang would have lit up the sky for days. The rebel lords camped on the river crossing realized what was happening too late. They now marched on the imperial capital, but when they reached it, they found only a desolate ruin. No large buildings were left standing in the city, and the whole land was covered in a layer of ash like a dusting of snow. There was barely anywhere to shelter. Dong Zhuo had escaped with the Emperor Xian, and he had burned the empire's capital to the ground.
Seatbelts help prevent injury. Colgate Total helps prevent oral health problems.
Goodwill USA has just about everything for hunting.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
Remember, you don't work here. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry.
Luann!
You've got something to cheer for, like paying less for your trips. Score a great deal on flights, hotels, and rental cars on Kayak. You can compare options, track prices, and filter for what you want. Get ahead of the game with Kayak. Download the Kayak app now.
When Dong Zhuo reached the old capital of Chang'an, he set up an imperial court and attempted to govern what was left of the empire. Moving back to the old capital had solved some of his immediate problems, but it was still not a strong position. For one thing, Chang'an was more isolated than Luoyang had been. Dong Zhuo had hoped that being closer to his home of Liang province would help him, but there the Qiang rebellions had burst out again and made those lands all but ungovernable. There was barely any economy left to speak of, and Dong Zhuo's rule depended on the vast stores of treasure he had looted from the ruins of Luoyang. He sent a constant stream of raiding parties out into the neighboring provinces to bring back whatever they could steal. He was essentially a pirate emperor, and meanwhile, half the country was up in arms against him. Quickly, those around him began to realize how untenable their situation was. Some accounts of this time paint a lurid picture of Dong Zhuo. They describe him holding macabre banquets, where the main entertainment was the sight of prisoners of war being tortured to death, even boiled alive. It's said that while all the other guests were put off their food at the horrific spectacle, Dong Zhuo alone ate hungrily while his prisoners screamed. Some of these stories are likely later fabrications, but it is difficult to know for sure. Dong Zhuo's love of feasting meant that he put on a great deal of weight, and he soon became famously large. Dong Zhuo soon became paranoid, and he built a vast personal fortress for himself on the Wei River, 90 kilometers from Chang'an. He stocked his fortress with 30 years' worth of supplies and spoke in confident tones about this insurance policy.
If things go well, I shall be master of the Empire. But even if I fail, I can hold out here in comfort, die of old age.
This would not turn out to be the case. And it's here that the final comparison with Julius Caesar should become apparent. On the 22nd of May in the year 192, one of his bodyguards, a man named Lu Bu, decided that enough was enough. He plotted with a number of other generals under Dong Zhuo and decided on a course of action. When Dong Zhuo was on his way to inspect his troops one morning in his chariot, Lu Bu and the co-conspirators struck. They drew daggers and stabbed Dong Zhuo, and he later died of his wounds. Lu Bu and the other plotters followed up this act by killing all of Dong Zhuo's family and supporters, both in Chang'an and in his fortress on the River Wei. Dong Zhuo's body was left in the street, and it's said that his killers mocked him by putting a candle wick in his belly button and lighting it. He's said to have been so large at the time of his death that the candle burned for days on the fat of his stomach. The villain of this chapter of Chinese history had been defeated, but the destruction he had caused could not be undone. The boy Emperor Xian, by that point only 11 years old, passed between the hands of the various warlords who fought for control of Chang'an after Dong Zhuo had died. Early in the year 195, two of these rival chieftains burned down the imperial palace at Chang'an while fighting over who would control the capital. Now both of China's imperial cities lay in ruins. Later that year, at the age of 14, the Emperor Xian managed to escape Chang'an, sneaking through the gates in disguise with a select few attendants. They fled back across the country, traveling by ox cart, evading the roaming bands of bandits and the raiding parties of the warlords that were even now beginning to tear China apart. The historian Wei Shu recalls that on this journey, the child emperor no longer held any respect among the men who guarded him.
When the Son of Heaven met with his ministers, common soldiers hid in the bushes to watch, pushing and jostling one another to make a laugh.
When he finally reached his once beautiful home of Luoyang, the Emperor Xian must have experienced something similar to the feeling described by the poet Cao Zhi, which opened this episode, when he crested the hills of Beimang and saw the blackened ruin of the imperial capital stretch out beneath him. By this point, Luoyang had been a ruin for 5 years. Brambles and ivy would already be growing over the blackened stones of the city's palaces. The young Emperor Xian and his attendants tried to move back into the ruins of the palace. They made some repairs to a small part of the imperial residence, rendering them just about habitable, kicking among the broken stones and heaps of ash, the human remains still scattering the palace halls and the blackened skeletons of the buildings. Thick mats of thorns grew among the wreckage of the buildings. The emperor's attendants spent their days foraging for wild grains among the ruined buildings. Some of them starved, and others were killed by hungry, lawless people who were still trying to eke out a living among the ruins. This tragic situation continued for a year, until eventually a warlord named Cao Cao arrived and rescued the child emperor. By this time, the ruler of all the Chinese, the holder of the mandate of heaven, must have looked like any other soot-blackened orphan wandering around the ruined streets of Luoyang. This general Cao Cao made one last attempt to reunify China under the restored name of Han, and he came close, but he was defeated at the Battle of Red Cliff in the winter of the year 208. The Battle of Red Cliff involved around 300,000 soldiers on the waters and the banks of the Yangtze River, and it has been called the largest naval battle in history. Cao Cao's failure confirmed the end of the Han dynasty. China was now divided into 3 kingdoms, and a new age of history began. The Emperor Xian was treated fairly by the victors. He was made a duke and lived out his life in peace and comfort. The young boy emperor, the last of the Han, died peacefully at the age of 53. The medieval writer Luo Guanzhong, in his medieval historical epic known as the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, summarizes this period of Chinese history in the following way.
The empire, long divided, must unite. Long united must divide. Thus it has ever been.
The Han Dynasty had been a remarkably successful ancient empire, but it was brought down by the corruption of its politicians and the power struggles in its royal court. Today, it gives its name to the largest ethnic group in the world, the Han Chinese, who, at 1.3 billion people, make up nearly a fifth of the world's entire population. The divided realm of China would one day reunite under a new emperor, but that is a story for another day. The ruins of Luoyang would stand in the fields below the Beimang Hills, overgrown with thorns for decades, before anyone returned to repopulate it. The poet Yang Xuanji paints a beautiful picture of what the ruins of Luoyang must have looked like after the fall of the Han Dynasty.
城郭崩毁，宫室倾覆。
The inner and outer walls had collapsed. Palaces and chambers had fallen down. The monasteries and temples were reduced to ashes. The pagodas and stupas were in ruins. Walls were covered with mugwort. Lanes were lined with thorns. Wild beasts burrowed in overgrown stairways. Mountain birds nested in courtyard trees. Vagrants and herd boys lingered in the avenues. Farmers and old tillers hunted broomcorn millet over twin gateways.
蜀离之碑，幸哉周氏。
More than half a century after the burning of Luoyang, the poet Zhang Zhai visited Mount Beimang, where the tombs of the great Han kings had stood for centuries. But what he found there was only a series of ruins. Dong Zhuo's men had destroyed many of the tombs and stolen their treasures, while grave robbers during the years of chaos had seen to the rest. The walls of the mausoleums had crumbled, animals had made burrows between the fallen stones, and children now played among the ornate carvings.
北邙河累累，高陵有四五。借问水。
On Beimang, how the graves join one to another. I would ask whose graves these are. All say they are of lords of the Han house. At the end of the dynasty, destruction and chaos arose. Robbers and thieves were like wild dogs and tigers. The earth was despoiled by more than a handful. In the inner corridor, the secluded doors have been opened. Precious gems have been pilfered and stolen. The funerary path and resting chamber have become wastes. There are no segments left of the surrounding walls. On the tomb pathways climb boys and youngsters. Foxes and hares burrow within them. Overgrown with weeds, they have not been swept. The abandoned mounds are all ploughed and tilled. On them, common folk tend their gardens. Sad and sorrowful, I lament the distant past.
敢比雍门岩，凄苍哀今古。
The ruins of the Han dynasty stood empty and broken in the fields, a testament to the greatness of former ages and to the passing transience of all things. I want to end this episode with some extracts from some of my favorite ancient Chinese poems, known as the 19 pieces of old poetry. They likely have a number of different authors, but tradition typically attributes them to the 1st century Han Dynasty poet named Sheng. These poems are melancholy meditations on the transience of things. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have felt like to watch the peace and prosperity of your lands torn apart by corruption and greed. Imagine seeing the life you'd known destroyed by the hunger of warlords who profited from death and destruction. Imagine watching the vast stores of the imperial libraries, centuries of accumulated knowledge, going up in flames before your eyes. And watching the leafy city of Luoyang burning, its flames licking at the night sky. Imagine seeing the once great capital of a mighty empire, now reduced to nothing but ashes and smoke, as an age of 400 years comes crashingly, devastatingly to a close.
"所欲无故物，焉得不速老？盛衰各有时，立身五不早。"
The autumn winds shake the 100 grasses. On every side, how desolate and bare. Prosperity and decay each have their season. The eastern castle stands tall and high. Far and wide stretch the towers that guard it. The whirling wind uprises and shakes the earth. The 4 seasons alternate without pause. The year's end hurries swiftly on. I drive my chariot up to the eastern gate. From afar I see the graveyard north of the wall. Beneath lie men who died long ago. Black is the long night that holds them. Thousands of years they lie without waking. In infinite succession, light and darkness shift, and years vanish like the morning dew. Man's life is just a visit. Mourners in their turn were mourned. The dead are gone, and with them we cannot converse. The living are here and ought to have our love. Leaving the city gate, I look ahead and see before me only mounds and tombs. The old graves are plowed up into fields. The years of a lifetime do not reach 100, yet they contain 1,000 years' sorrow. Cold, cold the year draws to its end. I go and lean at the gate and think of my grief, and my falling tears wet the double gates. I want to go home, to ride to my village gate. I want to go back, but there's no road back. There's no road back.
多悲分，萧萧愁杀人。思还故里驴，欲归道无因。欲归道无因。
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Claire Hines, Shem Jacobs, Alex Peaty, and Jake Barrett Mills. Special thanks also go to Meng Wang of the Norwich Mandarin Learning Centre for allowing us to hear the sounds of ancient Han-era poetry. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep this podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster, to make them longer, and to bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading onto patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening.
With the new Diamond Beat texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better so you can use less.
I was today years old when I learned Mars brands like Pedigree Pet Food donated 55 million pounds of pet food since 2011 to its partner Greater Good charities. That's over 235 million meals for dogs in need across the U.S.
In the year 1911, the young explorer Hiram Bingham was exploring the mountainous cloud forests of Peru. He was chasing a rumor that had been circulating for many years, a rumor that an entire lost city might lie somewhere high in the Peruvian Andes, in a valley known as Urubamba. Bingham was skeptical, but upon hearing a tip from a local guide, he decided to climb to the top of the precarious mountain trail and investigate. He later wrote about how his journey unfolded.
So lofty are the peaks on either side that although the trail was frequently shadowed by dense tropical jungle, many of the mountains were capped with snow. There seemed to be little in the way of ruins, and I began to think that my time had been wasted. However, the view was magnificent. On all sides of us rose the magnificent peaks of the Urubamba Canyon, while 2,000 feet below us, the rushing waters of the noisy river.
Bingham climbed a little higher, hacking through the dense forest and fighting off the effects of altitude sickness that would often creep up on travelers in the high passes of the Andes. And soon he stumbled across something that must have made his heart skip a beat.
Presently, we found ourselves in the midst of a tropical forest, beneath the shade of whose trees we could make out a maze of ancient walls, the ruins of buildings made of blocks of granite, some of which were beautifully fitted together in the most refined style of Inca architecture.
Bingham was impressed, but the more he explored, the more he realized that this was no mere scattering of ruins.
A few roads farther along, we came to a little open space on which there were two splendid temples or palaces. The superior character of the stonework, the presence of these splendid edifices, and of what appeared to be an unusually large number of finely constructed stone dwellings, led me to believe that this might prove to be the largest and most important ruin discovered in South America.
His trek turned into a frenetic scramble, as crumbling ruins gave way to yet more and more ruins, and it became clear that a large settlement did indeed lie here under the dense scrub and undergrowth.
For an hour and 20 minutes, we had a hard climb. A good part of the distance we went on all fours, sometimes holding on by our fingernails. Here and there, a primitive ladder made from the roughly notched trunk of a small tree was placed in such a way as to help one over what might otherwise have been an impassable cliff. The heat was excessive.
The ruins that Bingham had discovered were the remains of a royal estate, of the kings of a people known as the Inca. It had lain completely abandoned for nearly 4 centuries on top of the craggy peaks of the Urubamba Valley. Today, it is one of the most recognizable and distinctive ruined places in the world, and it is known as Machu Picchu. It had once been an outpost of an empire that stretched right across the continent of South America and formed its most extensive and sophisticated civilization, an empire that had tamed one of the most hostile environments on Earth. As Bingham explored the overgrown ruins, over the following weeks and months, clearing away the vegetation that rolled over these ancient walls, he must have asked himself, how had the people of this region built such a mighty fortress in the clouds? How had this great city gone undiscovered for so many centuries, and with no signs of war or destruction on its stones? What in all the world has happened to the Inca people of the Cloud Forest? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at the story of the Inca Empire. I want to explore how this unique culture grew up in one of the most extreme mountain landscapes that our planet can provide. I want to explain how they built the largest empire to ever arise in the Western Hemisphere. And I want to tell the story of how their society finally came to an end in the most dramatic and cataclysmic way imaginable. The Andes Mountains are the largest continental mountain range in the world. They stretch more than 7,000 kilometers across the South American landmass, from north to south, a distance that stretches about a sixth of the way around the circumference of the Earth. They form part of the eastern edge of what's called the Pacific Ring of Fire, a nearly continuous chain of volcanic belts, lava-filled oceanic trenches, and towering mountains that stretches right around the coast of the Pacific Ocean. This is one of the most seismically active areas in the world, with around 90% of the world's earthquakes and about 75% of its volcanoes occurring along this enormous ring. Since their formation around 10 to 6 million years ago, these soaring peaks have had a dramatic effect on the circulation of the Earth's atmosphere, and they have given rise to some of the world's most extreme landscapes. To the east, they act as a wall to the continent's rain clouds, pooling and gathering them, and resulting in the vast jungle rainforest of the Amazon, home to over 400 billion trees. Although the Andes Mountains sit right beside the Pacific coast and are nearly 3,000 kilometers from the Atlantic, still more than 90% of the water that falls in these mountains will drain into the Atlantic Ocean. These rainwaters follow the enormous watercourse of the Amazon River and bring a superabundance of life to this vast plain. But the land on the Pacific side of the mountains couldn't be more different. In fact, the desert that has formed on the western side of the mountains is the driest place on Earth, and it is known as the Atacama. The Atacama Desert may be the oldest desert on Earth, and has experienced its extreme climate for at least the last 3 million years. It's so dry because the winds that blow up the coast of Chile and Peru are cold winds from the Antarctic, parched of any moisture by the sub-zero conditions of the pole. The Atacama is so arid that even though it contains several mountains higher than 6,000 meters, many are still completely free of glaciers. Some weather stations set up in the desert in modern times have never detected any rain. This extreme aridity, as well as its broken, rocky landscape, means this desert is frequently used as a filming location for science fiction films set on the planet Mars. In fact, in 2003, a team of scientists even went out into the driest parts of the Atacama Desert and repeated the same tests that the Mars Viking rovers had used to try to find life on the surface of the red planet. The tests returned negative, detecting no signs of life. But across this desert, about 40 rivers do flow down from the mountains. These desert rivers form rich oases, and for at least the last 10,000 years, humans have made their home here. This was one of the last stops on humanity's journey of more than 30,000 kilometers from the deserts of Ethiopia. Many common plants were domesticated and farmed in these valleys, which receive virtually no rainfall. Foods like avocados, peanuts, beans, squash, peppers, sweet potatoes, and a variety of fruits, including pineapples and guavas. And it's in these fertile river valleys that the very earliest civilizations of this region began. In Inca conceptions, the universe was created by a god named Viracocha. He also created mankind and crafted humans out of stone, as one surviving Inca hymn recounts.
O Creator, root of all, Viracocha, end of all, Lord in shining garments, who infuses life and sets all things in order, saying, let there be man, let there be women, moulder, maker, to all things you have given life, watch over them, keep them living prosperously, fortunately, in safety and peace.
In fact, the Inca were only the latest in a long string of human civilizations that rose and fell in the region of the Andes. The coastal basin of the Atacama Desert is thought to be one of the few so-called cradles of civilization in the world, along with others like Mexico, the Indus Valley, the basin of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers in China, and the Tigris-Euphrates Valley in Mesopotamia, all places where city-dwelling human societies have independently risen up. Some memory of these early days is recalled in the Incas' version of their own history, known as the Chronicle of the Incas.
In ancient times, they say, the land and the provinces of Peru were dark and neither light nor daylight existed. In this time, there lived certain people who had a lord who ruled over them and to whom they were subject. The name of these people and that of their ruler have been forgotten.
Today, we do know the names of some of these peoples, and some of the best known of these early precursors are the Moche and the Nazca. During a period roughly equivalent to the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, that is, between around 400 BC and 500 AD, the Moche and the Nazca achieved a high degree of organization and sophistication, and expanded their territories across the deserts of the Atacama. They became experts at directing water in the dry landscape, building long canals and rivulets of stone, and soon began to expand their settlements into the foothills and the mountain valleys of the Andes. The Nazca are most famous for the hundreds of remarkable patterns and images that they drew in the landscape of the coastal deserts. This is a rough terrain, broken by stones and rubble, and so, to ease travel and trade between their settlements, the Nazca cleared long roads in the desert. But soon these desert lines seem to have taken on a more decorative and perhaps mystical significance. The Nazca constructed these lines with simple tools and careful planning, clearing away the rocks and rubble of the desert and revealing the lighter colored sand beneath. Some of these vast patterns are nearly 400 meters long, or the length of 4 football pitches. Hundreds are simple geometric designs, while more than 70 are depictions of animals, including hummingbirds, spiders, fish, condors, monkeys, lizards, and humans, as well as an assortment of trees and flowers. These vast shapes in the sand were invisible from ground level, but they could be seen from the sharply rising foothills and mountains that rose out of the desert. We don't know the full significance of these lines, whether religious or to mark the positions of the stars at certain times of the year, or simply as ostentatious expressions of wealth and power. But if you've ever drawn a picture into the sand of a beach, and then climbed up onto the cliff to see it from above, you'll understand this impulse, although on a scale hundreds of times larger. These kinds of vast public works were possible because of the increasing social centralization of these empires. But for reasons we don't entirely understand, both of these early societies soon pass out of history and into dust. While the civilization of the Andes may have begun on the fringes of the desert, it's in the mountains that it reached its most astonishing heights. A short distance inland from the coast, the towering wall of these mountains rises sharply. This is a landscape that is exceptionally hard to live in. It's made up of high, craggy peaks of sandstone, limestone, and granite, and less than 2% of its total area is at all suitable for growing food. The elevation changes dramatically over short distances, with the highest peaks towering up to 6,700 meters, or 22,000 feet, roughly 2/3 the cruising altitude of an airliner. The steep, rocky slopes of the Andes hold very little fertile soil, and even at the bottom of its valleys, it's rare to find any fertile earth. The mountains above 4,800 meters are capped with snow and ice all year round, while the snows creep much lower in the winter months. For the people who lived here, altitude was one of the primary ways they measured their landscape. The people of the Andes divided the mountains into distinct zones by height. There was the Quechua zone, between about 2,000 and 3,000 meters above sea level, which contained warm valleys free of frost, many of them suitable for growing maize and other lowland crops. Above that was the Sunni zone at about 3,000 to 4,000 meters. On these steep slopes, potatoes were the primary crop. Higher still was the zone known as Puna. Agriculture was impossible here, but there are vast frosty grasslands where herds of alpaca and llama could be grazed in great numbers, crucial for their wool and meat. Also raised for meat were guinea pigs, which were cheap to raise and maintain, happily ate grains too coarse or bitter for humans, and reproduced extremely rapidly. Life for these early people was hard. Infant mortality was so high in the Andes that Inca children were not given a name until their 3rd birthday, and until then were simply referred to with the fitting name Wawa. This rugged landscape was no place for individualism. There were no horses or oxen in the Americas that could help its people carry heavy loads or pull plows, so fields had to be turned by human hands. A group of farmers worked much faster than one on his own, and the dry, cold valleys needed irrigation canals dug through stone and rock, enormous labours that required large work gangs. And so to survive in this tough environment, people needed to pull together. This reciprocal economy formed the basis of the highly controlled and centralized empires that would follow, and would form the hallmark of Andean society right through its history. These early valley settlements were joined by a precarious strand of pathways and roads that traced narrow lines through the mountains. The steep, narrow river gorges were home to quick-flowing rivers, and could only be crossed at certain points where it was possible to build a bridge. This meant that there was often only one road between one town and another, a fragile web that slowly turned the landscape of the mountains into a traversable network. Along these roads, the people of the Andes would trek with caravans of llamas. These camelid animals are incredibly strong for their size and are capable of carrying loads of up to 40 kilograms across some of the world's toughest terrain. As a pack animal, they are also essentially self-sufficient. Since they were able to eat any of the coarse grasses growing along the mountain roads, travelers didn't need to bring along any food for their animals, saving precious space for cargo. Along this complex and sophisticated trade route, coca leaves, tobacco, and bright feathers passed west out of the jungle, while maize, seashells, and dried fish passed east from the coast. This system saw seashells decorating the clothes of people who lived 1,000 miles from the sea, and bright tropical feathers decorating the hair of people who had never laid eyes on the jungle. One of the first great cities of this region was called Tiwanaku, and it grew up in what is now western Bolivia, near the vast shores of the body of water known as Lake Titicaca. This is the largest lake in South America, and one of the highest in the world, today straddling the borders of Bolivia and Peru. This lake is so vast that it's often impossible to see the other side, and so in the craggy landscape of the Andes, it forms a completely unique place, where the narrow valleys and jagged peaks suddenly give way to blue, open skies, the placid surface of the lake reflecting it like a mirror, and a horizon vanishing into the distance. For the whole history of the people of the Andes, this lake would hold a special place in their imagination, and would form the center point of their mythology. The city of Tiwanaku held vast pyramid structures and impressive carved gateways, cut from solid blocks of stone weighing up to 66 tons. It was home to as many as 20,000 people, and formed one of the first capitals of the Andes. In the Inca creation story, we can see the cultural debt they owed to Tiwanaku. They believed it was the place where light was first brought to the world, when before there had been only darkness.
During this time of total night, they say that a lord emerged from a lake in this land of Peru. They say he brought with him a certain number of people and went to the place near the lake where today there is a town called Tuanapin. There, they say that he suddenly made the sun and day and ordered the sun to follow the course that it follows. Then, they say, he made the stars and the moon.
From the Inca